Hello survivors! The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor Leste. Lutamos con espíritu.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့တင်းမြန်မာပါကျွန်တော်လည်းဒီမှာစီးကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်တော့ we play we guys ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဒီနေ့ညောင်စီးကင်းပြပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်ကတော့ Together We ရဲ့ channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hello semua kami dari Malaysia 1 Malaysia boleh
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục. Việt Nam 2.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
សួរអាដាមលោកជំទាវស្វាគមន៍មកកាន់ Pubg Mobile Esports ផ្នែកបុគ្គលក្នុងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ SEA Games លើកទី32
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Pubg Mobile Esports individual event at the 32nd Southeast Asian Games.
ព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ប្រកួត Pubg Mobile Esports នឹងប្រព្រឹត្តឡើងនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃទី15ខែឧសភាទៅលើផ្នែកបុគ្គលដោយមានការចូលរួមពីអត្តពលិកចំនួន59នាក់មកពី10ប្រទេសរួមមាន Brunei Darussalam កម្ពុជា Indonesia ឡាវ Malaysia Myanmar ហ្វីលីពីនប្រទេសថៃនិងប្រទេសវៀតណាម
The individual Pubg Mobile Esports competition will take place Thailand, Timor Leste and Vietnam.
ចំពោះទម្រង់នៃព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ប្រកួតផ្នែកបុគ្គលយើងមានការប្រកួតសរុបចំនួន8ហ្គេមហើយឥឡូវនេះអស់លោកស្រីចូលរួមជាមួយពួកយើងឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីស្វាគមន៍កីឡាករទាំង59នាក់ដែលតំណាងឲ្យ10ប្រទេសនៅអាស៊ីអាគ្នេយ៍
As for the format of the individual event, we will have a total of 8 matches. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join us on stage to welcome 59 athletes all together representing 10 nations in Southeast Asia.
វាជាកិត្តិយសទាំងស្រុងរបស់ខ្ញុំដើម្បីណែនាំ
It is my absolute honor to introduce
Malaysia 1 Mika Taiwan Tony K Timor Leste 1 Fogisio
Laos 1 Honda Myanmar 2 Iki Philippines 1 Barod
Indonesia 1 Red Face Cambodia 2 Pubg Malaysia 2 Oleo
Please welcome Malaysia 1 Damn Good Taiwan Schwabzi Timor Leste 1 William
Laos 2 Sydney Malaysia 2 Zai Philippines 1 Casido
Please welcome Indonesia 2 Boysil Cambodia 2 Kaya Malaysia 2 Echo
Welcome Thai 2 Mela Timor Leste 2 Triple 1 Vietnam 1 Frankie
And now Laos 2 Tony Myanmar 1 Manat Philippines 2 Sison
Please welcome Brunei 1 Nubis OP Indonesia 2 Joshua Cambodia 1 Nang X
And now Thailand 2 Teaser Vietnam 2 Guanji Timor Leste 2 Ewoks
Please welcome Lao 1 Back Out Philippines 2 Pubg Vietnam 1 Lambo
Please welcome Brunei Darussalam 1 Shako Indonesia 1 Leon Dizzy and Laos 1 Horza
Please welcome Brunei 1, Tofu, Timor Leste 1, Malay Amuku, Vietnam 2, Gosu.
And now, Vietnam 2, Paragon, Myanmar 1, Wonsak, Philippines 1, Rosello.
Please welcome Cambodia 1, Skynin, Myanmar 1, Loki, Brunei 1, Chui.
Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia 1, Snipes, Myanmar 2, Smile, Taiwan, Stoney.
Please welcome Indonesia 2, Sata, Cambodia 2, The Top, Brunei 1, Piasau.
Please welcome Cambodia 1, Joseph, Indonesia 1, Rosemary, Philippines 2, Masado, Thailand 2, Gotani.
Last but not least, Laos 1, Laos 2, Assassin, Timor Leste 2, Om Abu, Vietnam 1, Weak Hoi, Malaysia 2, Jumper. ជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតសូមស្វាគមន៍កីឡាករទាំង59តំណាងឲ្យ10ប្រទេសក្នុងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍កីឡា SEA Games លើកទី32
Once again, let's welcome all 59 athletes representing 10 nations at the 32nd Southeast Asian Games.
Kor របស់យើងទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវនេះស្ថិតនៅក្នុងទីតាំងប្រកួតត្រៀមខ្លួនរួចជាស្រេចបាត់ទៅហើយដើម្បីយកលទ្ធផលល្អបំផុតជូនប្រទេសរបស់គាត់តើគ្នាយើងត្រៀមខ្លួនហើយឬនៅ
All of our athletes are now in their position and ready to give it their all to get home that performance. Sorry, that medal. How about the audience? Are you ready?
អស់លោកស្រីអ្នកនាងកញ្ញាឥឡូវនេះមុននឹងយើងចូលហ្គេមដំបូងពួកយើងសូមប្រគល់តួនាទីនេះទៅកាន់ Game Caster របស់ពួកយើងសូមស្វាគមន៍ Caster Big និង Caster Grim
Ladies and gentlemen, before entering the first match, we would like to pass you to our game casters. Please welcome Caster Big and Caster Stalker. Caster Grim.
Well, one thing's for sure, we are not Crim or Stalker or Caster Big, but we will be accompanying you here for the final event in PUBG Mobile in the 32nd SEA Games Cambodia 2023. Exciting things. We've already closed the chapter on the more important stuff, that is the team event. And congratulations again to Indonesia for maintaining the gold and Vietnam with the silver. But right now, we're going into uncharted territories. We cannot expect anything, seeing as though that this is an individual event, but if you would have an expectation on players who might perform, Tash, who are your list of rosters?
I don't think I heard Yummy being called out, so it will be Yummy. Maybe Schweppes from Thailand. High hopes for him. Also Mika, very high frag player. Also would like to see something out of him. But I'm also looking forward to seeing players who I did not mention to pop off just randomly, but just really catch me off guard. Because again, you know how in squads, they're kind of like, I would say, caged or boxed into their role, so they're not able to play at their full potential. And now in this situation, when you don't have your teammates, this is where all of your potential comes into play.
Yeah, and I agree. And that's one thing very exciting about this. I mean, I try and maneuver between my words as carefully as I could, but there's no other way to say this. But Brunei, perhaps now that newbies OP is single-handedly playing this game for himself, maybe we can see some promise coming out from this country. As we saw during the qualifiers itself, newbies, when he's playing as a solo player, somehow the team just looks ridiculously phenomenal with his team, without his team members holding him back. I know, again, I said I try to craft it as carefully as I could, but there's no other way to word it. That is happening today, as you can see, Monday the 15th individual event. It's a little bit special than the previous tournament days that we've had. Instead of doing the 6 rounds, we have all 8 events, all jam-packed within this single day itself.
Man, I can't believe it. I mean, if you guys weren't tuning in yesterday, the goal taken by Indonesia too, and in such a phenomenal lead, and Vietnam at least getting 2nd and 3rd place. So I think Vietnam 1 and 2 must be very, very happy with that. Again, another year, very close situation, but 2 medals in their bag, worth it. Now, coming into this point system is very different than what you would expect from yesterday's squads. So now first place gives you a whole 20 points, as the points will be slowly decreasing as we go down the line here. Now, in terms of the highest amount of points, you'll be seeing all the way up to 6th place at 12, 7 to 8, and 9 to 10 to 10. Now, this is where things get a little bit more sketchy, because everyone who places below 48 gets 0 points, and of course that extra elimination point. Now, I think in solos, when you play more aggressively, it can be very dangerous, because you're not really in a position to play takes. You're not in a position to play together. So you have to be really stealthy, really creative on how exactly you want to approach these fights. Regardless, these are all the athletes playing today. There we go. And I'm just surprised that we are seeing some players that we haven't seen play yet, like Leon's. I don't think we saw him play before this. Joshua as well. So it's always going to be very, very fun. Now for Malaysia, it's going to be Olio as well coming in. We didn't see him play yesterday. So it's going to be fun when we see players that hasn't played really be able to spread their wings in these sort of matches.
Yeah, I'm also glad to have, well, members of Thailand 1 who did not qualify during the team
Wait,
event,
I'm sorry, Keith.
this time around. Sorry?
Hold up, Rosello's playing.
Oh yeah, he could be a strong contender.
He's just gonna jump shot everyone in the face. Everyone watch out. This man in CQC, y'all better watch out, bro.
You have to, yes. You watch out for the guy. Watch out for Thailand. Stone Tony K. Schweppes as well, the guy who won FMVP during the CEC himself. So let's hope that maybe in this single individual event, they can show a little bit more promise than they did for Thailand team number 1 during the qualifiers. Maybe a little bit of a redemption route for them, seeing as though they need to get some sort of medal also on the way of Thailand itself. But this is today's matches, as you all are probably noticing it while watching the broadcast itself. We're bright and early this time around because we have 8 matches to go through, with the first one being Sanhok, then comes Miramar, and a double Erangel to pretty much complete a single cycle, and then that same cycle will be played out again towards later on in the day.
Ooh, this is really exciting when you think about it. All these players drop together in a single area to kill one another. Brothers or not, everyone's your enemy. And honestly, I haven't casted for solos in quite a while. I haven't even played solos in a while. I mean, a lot of dynamics of battle royales have changed since starting, because it started off as solos and now everyone just defaults to squads. In your opinion, since this is I would say a less played sort of mode, what are you expecting from this? You did mention yesterday it's gonna be a little bit more of a slow start, but do you think it's gonna be as aggressive regardless throughout the rest of the game?
No, I really think it's gonna be not just a slow start, but a slow game through and through. I mean, we just saw the point system alone. Survivability is rewarded, unlike the team event in which you get a chicken dinner that's only total to 10, which is just 2 team kills where we to get close towards that hit pointers right there. In this individual event, a chicken dinner is 20 points. Even in a team event, it's no guarantee you're gonna get 20 kills. So you are heavily rewarded just by staying alive, and usually the best means of staying alive is pretty much camouflage or just staying out of trouble, staying away from gunpoint, and try and make it towards the end unless necessary. So I really think we're in it for a slow one, and we're only in match number 1. We've got 8 matches to go through, so buckle down, Tash. We're gonna be here for a while.
I'm excited because like there are some names of some players who hasn't played yet, so we can't really gauge their performance yet in terms of higher power, how they play. I'm a little bit disappointed that we're not seeing Yummy, but probably their team was like, dude, you're just a little bit too OP. We gotta take you out of here, man. You're just gonna single-handedly devour half the lobby at this rate.
Was Pawnbit and the rest playing as well?
No, Pawnbit was not in. There were a few players from Thailand, but I did not see Pawnbit's name. Perhaps if we could see the roster once again.
I got the mentality that's going on here. Teams who has won the medal gets to sit out of this, right?
Right. But Satar is playing though.
Now he's an anomaly.
Oh man, I mean, I'm excited for Satar as well. He's not as high impact as, I mean, in terms of eliminations as Yummy, but he was like the mastermind in terms of creating opportunities and getting those big impact picks. So let's see if it translates. I mean, how he can translate that. I would say that very analytical mind into this sort of solo play. Because at the end of the day, right? When it comes to the reason why a lot of teams prefer squads over solo is because at least you have your back watched. You're not prone to being third, fourth, fifth party. You're not in the middle of a fight and getting cut off by another team over on the other side because you're not able to cover your 6, 7, 8s, right?
So yeah, that more members usually also pretty much mask the it's not really disadvantage, but the lack thereof within certain individuals. You can come in as the best shooter out there, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have the best brain in the business to pretty much execute anything or play within a circle. Having a team allows you to pick up the slacks from one another, but now that you're a solo army, you might have to just stick to what you know. And if you're a run and gun kind of player, maybe you opt for that. And if you're a strat player, then maybe a bit more tactical there is. But look at the drop zones right now with the flight path cutting towards the southern sides here. We have a little bit of members over in the Alpha Islands already contesting for that top spot.
Oh man, I mean, it is already to be expected. The Alpha Islands is one of those places with so much loot. And in this area, I think Philippines has been trying to be really smart being alone, but Laos will be the one getting that first blood, that first point very quickly, taking them out of the game. Now, if you guys don't remember or unfamiliar with solos, a knock means instantly lobby, yeah? No pickups. Not the same, so it's a little bit more quick in terms of that. Laos. Wow, we're seeing a lot of picks across the map here. Damn good as well, getting up here. But looking at the screen, it's going to be Indonesia 1. It's going to be Leon. See, we didn't see him play yesterday against Piasau. Now for Brunei, Piasau didn't really have the best of starts, especially during qualifiers, but he's now back in the game. Perhaps he had a few nights to really figure out how exactly he wanted to approach this game today.
And hopefully Brunei gets to show something of themselves. But Tony K, the Wonder Kid, right here, picking up his first kills as well. Across the leaderboards right now, he's at number 1, but surely that's only because he's tied uneven with the rest of the squads here. 1 for each names, all in the top 8 position. Brunei still has got member, but it's newbies who might just steal the spotlight as he did, if he can pull this one off. Cambodia, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, all within close vicinity. But it is Indonesia and Brunei, Piasau, who might just come into contact for the soonest time being.
Are you honestly surprised to see, Cambodia, Top and Puff to be the first 2 from the Cambodian team to get this? Because they have been, yeah, I mean, they have been like the wonder kids of their team, no? But Mika, on the aggression, gets flashed out, has to move out of the way. Not sure if he's able to get that. It's Malaysia versus Malaysia, actually. Mika, Olio, they've played together. Don't know if he knows it's his brother, but they will know it's one of them at least. It's a nice little off angle they're working with. Olio hasn't moved quite yet. None of them trying to spot each other out under this hut, but none of them actually spotting anything yet. But Mika spots him first, timing more on his side. What is he looking at? But Mika's now in trouble. The gunfire had attracted other wandering eyes into the area.
That was just Kaya, the third party vulture, right? Yeah, he's been staring at the two of them for the longest of time. I noticed it via the minimap. He's just staring from above. I think the idea was great, but the execution was a little bit off, because that could have been an easily shot down there if he were to, make sure his shot lands. So Micah will live to tell the tale. We'll play on the rest of the Sanhok here, and talking about Satar, one of the members from the winning team here, again, getting a kill onto his name. It's Timor Leste, who's down to only 2 members so far.
Still, Kwang. Oh no, that's your favorite boy from Thailand. Unfortunately, not able to play as his full potential. But for you guys at home who don't know, there's 8 maps played out throughout the day. So at least they can try again. First map can always be very, very sketchy, especially when it's so early in the day. Players need some time to really figure out how exactly to navigate the terrain, especially on Sanhok. And that's the reason why this map is only played once. Regardless, we're still up with 48 players left alive, but it doesn't seem like anyone has been able to get more than 1 pick quite yet. Sison from the Philippines, we've seen him make some great plays happen from his team. And how he plays with team is honestly really good. But when you look at him individually, though, he's a lot more quiet. And I think this comes to doubt. And I think that's one of the scariest things about playing solo. That doubt that settles in. Because you have no clue where to look at. It's such an open area. If you have a compound like what Marnat has or Sky Nin has or even Gotani, it's a little bit more, I would say, secure. Because you don't have to worry too much about getting shot at from different angles. But back out coming into this terrain, I think he knows. And he has a DBS in hand. Is he gonna go inside is the question here. Honda holding down the line. He spun out, but back out was just faster. What a zigzag run from this man. And he will be the first person to have 3 points and 2 eliminations.
Marnet under the gunfire. Skynin immediately sprays down forward, but Marnet, him stopping the car just to jump on out is what caused him to stay within fire range for a longer time, allowing Skynin to kind of secure that kill. Meanwhile, Jumper goes down onto Joshua. What a name for an IGN. It's literally his birthday, most probably here, Joshua. Meanwhile, Godtuni, he is by himself, which is no surprise. I think there's one thing great to bring up, because Vikoi comes in and takes down Joseph. Again, with an actual name for an IGN here. Now, I was talking about Thailand and how they might be one of the few individuals who are comfortable in playing in the individual matchup. Because if you notice there, during the team event, what Thailand is so predominantly known for is landing within a 1-1-1-1 split, despite of the maps. And so this is probably just another walk a day in a park, but it's not panning out too well for them. However, Tony K will have 2 on the board.
If you look at Brunei, we talked about how they're always the first team knocked out, but Solos are doing so well. They only lost 1 player. I have a lot of expectations for these teams, but the team that's also very, very healthy is Vietnam and Indonesia. Are you kidding me? You can't excel in both solos and squads. That's not fair now.
They said watch them. Watch them do it.
I guess you have access to the comms, huh? Wow.
Please, they wouldn't be spoken. Yeah, they wouldn't be telling me that in English at best. They'll say it in their own language, but we'll get the sentiment regardless.
Wait, hold up. I have a question. Now that we're playing solos, right? And there is one area we can get all the band-aids in the world. Can we see a healing game to come through?
Unlikely, I guess. Because the circle, they just up the percentage damage. So it's just almost impossible to play the healing game nowadays.
It's a little bit unfortunate, regardless. Already 1 more kill up the board. Mika already with 2 points in the bag as well. What elimination, but in terms of firepower, I think he knows what he wants here. I can already technically feel his brain ticking. So if you guys don't know, Mika is also quite not only just mechanically gifted, but he's also quite smart in approaching situations. So if you notice how he's been playing throughout the entire week, at least in squads, the squad has been all about that aggressive early and getting into the circle and trying to survive for as long as he can. But he kind of like swapped it up this time around. If you saw how he played earlier, it's a little bit more conservative than what we would expect. It's a little bit more passive, but in a way, it's good because you don't want to be knocked out too early. Because you want to be able to survive up to the top 16 and get those double-digit points. 20k. Spots on Boy Chill here with the sprays. These are two top-tier players. The name was cooked. Now Boy Chill a little bit faster. A nice little peek out here. Left, right, and set the jump shot by Tony K. Takes him out. Boy Chill started off very strong, but it's Tony K that takes him home.
That's why this guy's called the Wonder Kid. That maneuver right there, it's hands down one of the best things that's happened so far within this individual event, which isn't much since this is just the first map, but that mechanical play right there, Tony K was about to lose that. He took a little bit more hit than the likes of Bochil, but that jump shot, in a split second, he decided, that's what I'm gonna do, and won this 1v1 standoff. That's impressive, Tony K.
Look at Rosello, the man of the hour that we are looking at for those BTS plays. Unfortunately, none of those bullets will be clipping onto Leon's, but it does put him in a compromised position. All eyes are on him, and he's inside of the blue zone. Getting into the zone as well is going to be a problem, but Nas, he's not going to be the only player left outside. Parajin as well inside the blue zone. We expect big things from Parajin. There was a lot of spotlight, a lot of chatter around this man from Vietnam. But surprisingly, well, he isn't. I mean, for Vietnam in general, they aren't really the most aggressive early anyway. So it does still fall in their strategy for squads.
But they did secure themselves the bronze and the silver, so they're not to be trifled with. They also, just for a quick reminder, got their way onto silver with merely only 2 chicken dinners throughout the entire event. So a lot of their points came from elimination, which is telling on what they can do. Oh, right now Rosello gets knocked out. It's telling on what Vietnam can do within this sort of individual event, but the circle closes further, awkwardly smack dab in a playing field in between 3 checkpoints.
Still, Casito doesn't really quite see him where he wants to hit. I think he did manage to see Satar for a split moment here, but if we have access to the full circle, because if you guys saw earlier, there's so many teams that are unable to rotate quickly, and I think for rotations for this map can be very difficult for solos because 1, the circle did pull up toward the north. 2, the flight path was skewed toward the south. 3, you have no clue which area, which compound, and which high ground you have to keep an eye on. In squads, at least you have someone for that crossfire, for that trade potential. So it's a lot less scary. But then Kaya will be fighting a member from Malaysia. Echo now out of the game. I think if I'm not mistaken, Echo had managed to get at least 1 elimination point, so it's not the worst. And they did die, or at least get eliminated after the 48-point range. So there are at least some points to be taken as he goes back to the lobby.
Look at Shako. He's waiting in position. I'm pretty sure maybe he heard Smile just moving his heavy feet on those planks. Might give away his position in just about a bit, because it seems like these 2 players, they're wary of each other. Meanwhile, Brunei self-assassinated each other. They were teams, they were brothers within the same team, but now they're just enemies. Mela gets gunned down. Damn Good gets a kill onto Leon's. Mika of his own. K-Big against Frankie. So a lot of the top tier players has been eliminated. Yet here we are within this stronghold. A standstill, and Shako patience paid off here as they stepped into a trap. That man, Smile, wouldn't be smiling with that mistake.
Here comes his praise onto Ichi. Ichi in trouble, eats a lot of damage, but he does get him in the end. He has to quickly heal. Damage will be coming soon, 20. He very quietly heads house. He heard the footsteps, but he hasn't moved a single inch. Door open. He comes out, sprays, but Gazito with the DBS. A little better with the timing. Gets shocked, but sometimes when you play this game, you get shocked that you do an insane clip. And you're just like, am I good? Or was I just shocked?
What was that meme? The ones where you have... What was that character from the Avengers? The alien-looking one with the gem on his forehead.
Oh yeah, that guy who he died, by the way.
Yeah. Wasn't there a meme of him like looking at himself and saying, "Perhaps I am a god"?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And speaking of that, Quan, he probably solidified that statement when he dropped the Rosemary. And we know that Rosemary is one of those players that they don't have a lot of chatter to, but big impact player in the squad situation. 1 sec, waiting on the outside. Piasao has his eye on him, marked him, spots him out as he was about to take those pills. Unfortunately not able to shoot him out, timing not at his side. It's like, yeah, forget it, I'm just gonna go for these pills instead. And Tofu as well. I don't think we saw a lot of Tofu during the tournament. I think because he was mostly one of the players who was eliminated first. But speaking of snipes, sniped out 111 here from Timor Leste. Oh, we were just talking about Timor Leste, right? About how individually they're alright. Hold that thought. Piasao so very low. Parajin spots him out, run to the circle, and straight into the crosshair of Parajin. But coming back to what I was talking about Timor Leste, they didn't make it to the finals. But the problem with Timor Leste was they weren't able to find their footing. But individual-wise, they were pretty gifted. Survivability, it was there. They took down some of the biggest teams that we've seen in this tournament and definitely ruined some hopes and dreams. Trace, Arjun, out. Loki will be very happy with that pick.
He got a mischief himself, Loki. Takes up more pointers on his end, but for how long? He is only but a demigod, so he can still die and he will fall down to the scope of the snipes himself. Micah gets his own kill as well across the board. It is Thinny from Laos down only to one member. Assassin still alive here, doing damage. Snipes, finds a higher ground to potentially snipe from. If he gets a great vantage point, that is everything when it comes to an individual event. If you snipe someone from, let's say, a sniper's nest, who else will be there to pretty much relay that info to take you out? So I think it's key. Snipes understands his winning conditions here. It is key, but damn good. Perhaps not so much right now. He's feeling bad as he now bounces into the lobby.
Malaysia, 2 members left in Laos with 1. Indonesia as well. I mean, they had a good start. The only team with most members still up and running is Thailand and Vietnam. Cambodia did pretty good. For the last member of Brunei, it's gonna be Shako. Not exactly the player Keith really wanted to see, but it's okay. It is the first map after all, as the circle pulls down to the southern side of Paradise Falls. For Casido on the outside, there's a lot of thoughts probably going through his mind. Which area of Paradise Falls is clear? Should I go inside the compound or just run on the outside, compromising my my location? For Shako, passing by Kaya, Kaya probably hears all of the movement. Hasn't reacted quite yet. Slowly proning, just waiting for his head to pop. There it is, his sprays come out. Shako does retaliate. Unfortunately, Kaya was the cunning one to make it out alive.
You got him with that much. That was great movement by Kaya. Just playing the trees at that point. But right now, eyes set onto Cambodia. Skynin, who's been quite of a marksman himself within Cambodia, especially during the early days, during Cambodia's hay reign. Let's see how he takes this fight on, and he will with 1 nade. Teaser gets taken out. Skynin maintains prowess, but talking about Cambodia, Kaya now faced with another challenger within the grass here. 1 sec. Slithering Snakes tries to maybe go in from the flank side. If Kaya isn't so careful about this, he's peeking it out, but he will get 1 sec. before he would have a second to even react to it.
But look at the scoreboard. Snipes already with 4 eliminations in the bag. The only player with 4. Nade's out. Nice trajectory. Doesn't make it out of the compound. However, Ichi will be on the outside and he will be the one to catch any stragglers trying to get into the circle. Not sure if Casido is aware that Ichi is there. Yes, he does. Heard his movements. I think he may have spotted his head here. The blue zone is very painful. Nade out. Ichi eats a lot of damage. He needs to heal, but the shot from Ichi, high risk play, and he wins it out in the end.
It was questionable. I figured you'd try and finish the job here, but with a DBS talking about finish the job, Lambor fails to do so, will fall instead towards these trades here, leaving Quan G and Vicoy from Vietnam to play the rest of this game. Pubg pushing down on the Skynin. Skynin has got no eyes, seeing he is coming from the bottom ground. High ground advantage going to the likes of Pubg, who might be able to scout him out with a third-person view, but Skynin makes the jump. Oh, it spots out Pubg though. Skynin again, just impressing through and through.
Inside the compound, Vicoy sprays out to the number 1 player right now, which is Snipes. Snipes putting in that pressure. He's all the way out there in the open. Big risk from him, and he's shot from 2 different angles. Goes down to Vicoy at least. And Vicoy gonna be smiling right now, stopping this player's rampage, but 14 points for Snipes for going down, and on top of that, a top 10. Definitely something to watch out for. Skynin now out of the game by Gotani. And I think in this solo situation, Gotani, I think this might be his time to shine. 20k as well.
This is what I've been waiting for. The beast from the east, Thailand, has to make something go their way. It's bad enough they didn't even qualify for the team event. They need to redeem themselves somehow, even if it means winning things via the invitational, the individual events itself. But Tony K might come in contact with his own brethren, God Tuni, and that might just eliminate more chances for Thailand down to a mere 25%.
Circle. Down to the last few 70 seconds to go, southern side of Paradise. Gotani is pretty much ready. He put his vehicle in front of him, still at the risk of being blown up here. Now, the biggest problem with solos and moving around the map with the vehicle is getting blown up in it. You don't have the cover fire you expect from your teammates. Regardless, a lot of players eating a lot of damage. And Mika, ooh, that's a lot of damage from that blue zone. I don't think, oh yep, he makes it just in the nick of time. Safely inside the circle. But Huang gonna be happy, gets a pick up there, and now we're down to our top 5 players still left alive. 2 from Thailand, and the rest will be from Cambodia, Myanmar, and Vietnam.
Only 5 players left, but it is Quan Ji who's moving around so confidently, currently on top of the leaderboards with 4 kills and a place some points to complement that. Ichi tries to go and trade with the likes of Cambodia, but Kaya once again comes out on top. The crowd goes crazy, albeit just a minor few passionate individuals seeing as though
it's a Monday.
Yeah, it's a Monday too, correct. But Quan Ji, he's not done just yet. Toss a nade forward onto Kaya. The trajectory is right. Kaya clips it just by a little bit, but nothing too fatal just yet. But it seems like Quan Ji might have a rough idea on where this Cambodian might be. The hit counter kind of confirms his suspicion. On top of the hill.
Quietly, he moves into the smokes. Gives a lot of playing room. Got Tony as well. I wish you could see the points on the side, but speculation is all we can work with. 20k as well here. Not sure if he knows if 20k is still up with him. Regardless, they are gonna be coming by each other. 20k very aggressive, running forward. That's a high risk play. Nate cooked. Kwang with the ghillie suit comes out forward. Kaya has not reacted at all, but he has him marked. And unfortunately, Kwang is on a killing spree. 5 in the bag. Gotani and Kaya has not moved at all. Kaya unfortunately eating a lot of damage from that molly. But he doesn't really react. He doesn't move. Just moves out of the way. Sprays out here. Kwang toward the member of the Thai team. It's going to be Gotani out at 3rd place. But now it's a 1 versus 1. The last moment we asked for. The nades are out onto Kwang. Actually, there's a molly there, but he is undeterred. He swaps out his weapon, but Kaya, he's finally down and out. His final throw ball has been used. Kwang hasn't even been hit or clipped at all. He has a lot of utilities to work with. But again, with this level 3 shield, it might just give him the value that he needs, but he does get clipped in the end. The sprays from Kaya are very lethal. Kwang waiting for the last possible moment. A jump shot to come through here. Kwang ring around the rosy, but Kaya gets it! And Cambodians rejoice!
Right, young man, this guy, Kaya, he's done remarkably for himself. Taking a couple members, especially from Myanmar, more prominently, one after another. He clawed his way through the individual event, relying on no one but himself towards the end, and a chicken dinner to Cambodia. First one for the day, for the individual event. Congratulations, Cambodia again up for a good start. They'll have to keep this momentum if they want any sort of medal going down to their hometown.
Man, Kaya just knows when exactly to react. He knows that Kwang was on a rampage. What he did was just say, my dude, do whatever you want. Find me at the last possible moment. Because that exactly is when I will start. Yes, Kwang was stuck behind the tree, but you gotta really give it to Kaya, how he's able to maneuver and jump shot at the end. It's very creative and very, very aggressive. And on top of that, Kwang had the airdrop items. He had a ghillie suit, he had a level 3 shields as well as helmet, but that wasn't enough when you have someone who's just so quick in putting in that damage and you're not able to reset.
I think credits to Kaya right there. I know most players wouldn't be able to do it, to come with the conclusion of, I have to push regardless of what. Understanding that there's not much you can lose, at best you go down in second place. He took that chance to maybe push on forward because it would have been so much easier for Kwang Ji to even just peek out and stop Kaya in the track. Kaya was in the open at that point. But he played the best of his capabilities and even, dare say, outplay Kwang Ji by the tree itself. That won him that chicken dinner. Remarkable mechanics coming out from the Cambodian squad right here.
I think that every player has had some pop-off moments. I mean, I think when it comes to those early bird pickers, we have to really look at Mika, we have to look at Snipes. But I think that in this situation, a lot of the time the players were stuck in that rotation into the circle. Because getting into the circle, especially when you're late, and a lot of players are choosing to play near the blue zone. Sometimes, I'm not sure if they are aware of the higher damage, or perhaps they are trying to catch any stragglers getting into the circle. But there is one thing I do know though, getting to the circle early can be quite lethal, because you have to be careful about so many different angles. So if you come in at the side of the circle, you have to worry about your back. So there's that too. I'm answering my own questions, wow.
Which I love. I like that, you know. I'm that kid in class who would never raise their hands when teacher asked, is there any questions? Why? Because that drags things even more further. And talking about dragging things further, well, like I said, the individual event, boy, wasn't it a very, very long one, to say the least. Even towards the end, everyone's just playing it really, really safe, and I don't blame them. It's because they're incentivized to. Just by making your way into the top 3 position, you get more than 10 points in placement. So there's really no reason they should take any abrupt actions to try and secure those eliminations themselves.
Honestly, it's really hard for you to play aggressive, even with those elimination points dangling the points as like carrots for your lead. It will be very, very hard. Because when you think about it, you don't have your backup if you want to play aggressive as well. In a lot of fights, it's very, I would say very brief. It's never as long and drawn out as squads either. So even if you want to play aggressive early and farm up those elimination points, it will really bother you in surviving toward the last circle. Because you're going to run out of resources, you're going to be caught off guard, and you are going to also have to be careful about being shot and third-partied. And I think that Vietnam has been very, very good at this, just wait and see method that they've been doing. It worked out so well in their favor. Yes, I mean, we saw Kwang do that, third-partying, we saw intense 1v1s, but even though we as viewers, we love seeing 1v1s, the team that really wins out in the end is the player who with the wait and see method.
Yeah, because it's not worth it. It's not rewarding to go out there to get elimination points. It's not worth the risk-reward factor. Just stay in and get 20 points by being the victor. Even if you just get 1 kill, you're better off with 20 points from a chicken dinner than the player who's farmed for the 5 kills but go out in, I don't know, bottom 5 position itself. So it's just not worth it. And if you think that game was slow, that was only Sanhok, a small map. Wait till we get into Miramar and you'll see how dreadful this can get.
Oh man, that's why a lot of viewers love watching squads. Regardless, if you're playing solo though, it might be a whole different story, but now let's have a look at the standings here as 25 points will be taken away by Kaya. While we did see pop-off moments by him in squads, I think Sanhok is where he truly shines on his own. Now Kwang taking second place with 22, only a 3-point differential, and got Tuni and Tony K with 17 and 16 points each. And I think this is Keith's favorite moment, I'm gonna be real here. Ichi with 15, Mika and Snipes and Vikoy each with 14 points. And I'm really happy to see here, and these are the players of making up here onto the first 21 points. And surprisingly, we also have Damn Good making out here as well. I think each country sent, what, 6 players to play here today?
I didn't do the math, but that sounds about right. I believe so. I believe so. But yeah, glad to see Thailand sending in their team here to pretty much try and get the only medal finish that they would have wanted to time and time again, coming from a strong region. Let's take a look at the standings so far. Out of 60 players who played today, we have right now a number 1 spot. Well, not we've seen the number 1 spot. In the 22nd spot onwards, Parajin finds himself there with only 1 eliminations. Right, I think we don't really have to go through every single one of these elimination rank points in total because it only really matters towards the top 4 positions.
I'm honestly quite surprised that we didn't see anyone with high rank points. I mean, high elimination points and low rank points. I was kind of hoping for that. Regardless, if you look at the players who did not manage to get rank points, it's going to be Timor Leste, but at least there is a consolation prize of having William with 1 elimination point. Now, if you look at the bottom side here, it's honestly surprising seeing players like Schweppes or Olio or Zai, not getting points, but again, it wasn't really the best of situations given the fact that the circle was sort of ping-ponging toward the end. Number 2, rotations were very, very hard. And I feel like a lot of teams were taken out during these mid-rotations because you do have to pass by these huts, you do have to pass by these high terrains, and players who are more in this wait and see situation are the ones who wins. I mean, we saw what happened against Gotuni, but let's have a look at the interview against the wit player who got the chicken dinner.
មកកុំជាយើងដូចឆ្វាក់ជាមួយនឹងបើកឆាក chicken dinner យកហ្មងសួរតិចមើលរន្ធត់អត់លេង solo ប្រៀបធៀបជាមួយនឹងលេង squad
រន្ធត់ខ្លះដែរតែមួយតែច្បាស់
I asked him if it's scary to play solo. He said it is scary, but he trusts in his aim. He has a good aim. Well, that's good. ចុងក្រោយបំផុតមិញ Kaya គឺត្រូវ clear គេរៀងច្រើនដែរហើយយើងឃើញថាមានកីឡាករមួយទៀតដូចជាមកពីថៃគាត់បានបាញ់ Kaya អញ្ចឹងណាពេលហ្នឹងគិតមិនដែរហើយបន្ទាប់មកខាងគងពីខាងវៀតណាមគាត់ជួយ clear ឲ្យហើយ 1v1 នៅក្នុងកីឡាទស្សនៈហ្នឹងអារម្មណ៍យើងមិនដែរអារម្មណ៍ពេលហ្នឹងដែលពេលតែគេបាញ់ខ្ញុំហើយគេគប់ net ម្នាក់ហ្នឹងដាច់ខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍ថាអមែនតើហ្មងហើយព្យាយាមមួយស្មាយកឈ្នះដើម្បីយក chicken dinner. Yes, so he said he almost got cleared by another player, but Gong actually naded that guy, which gave him a second chance, and then it came to a 1v1. So នៅពេលដែលយើងមួយទល់នឹងមួយហ្នឹងពេលហ្នឹងមិនវិញព្រោះទីតាំងរបស់យើងអត់ល្អទេដើមឈើតូចមួយយកហ្មងគេមានទីតាំងល្អហើយគេ level 3មួយឈុតទៀតពេលហ្នឹងខ្ញុំបាញ់គាត់លោភាសាខ្ញុំជឿជាក់លើដៃខ្ញុំថាខ្ញុំបាញ់គាត់ឈ្នះទៅខ្ញុំរត់ចូលបាញ់ហ្មងប៉ុន្តែគេចាក់ឈាមហើយ Okay, so he said he knew that he hurt Guang badly before he made the push in, regardless, so he was confident in his chicken dinner. So what would you like to say to the supporters outside, of course, at home currently តាមមានអីនិយាយទៅលើអ្នកដែលគាត់គ្រប់គ្រងយើងនៅទីតាំងនេះផ្ទាល់ក៏ដូចជាបាននៅគេអដ្ឋានណា
អរគុណ fan ទាំងអស់ដែលបានគ្រប់គ្រងពួកខ្ញុំកន្លងមកសង្ឃឹមថានឹងនៅគ្រប់គ្រងពួកខ្ញុំគ្រប់គ្រងគុំកម្ពុជាទាំងអស់តបន្តទៀត
This is the only first chicken dinner. There are still 7 more games. All the drama will unfold throughout the day. Tune back in. For now, back to our casters.
Yes, he said it better than anyone else has ever could during the 30-second SEA Games here. There are 7 more games to be played before we conclude who the winner is. So that chicken dinner was great, Kaya. But can you get more chicken dinner with the rest of the maps to come? With the next one being one of the tougher maps to play in an individual event. We're talking about Miramar. We're talking about a map so vast you probably play in silo for at least the first 15 minutes of the game. And Tash, you have to tell me, how do we fill time within this first 15 minutes?
Sorry, what?
It's all right. You know what? I think we probably need a break then, right? Clearly, we're getting fried in our brains as it is. So I do believe there is a break in place for all of us going through this individual event. But there was a whisper in my ear, which, truth be told, I may not have picked up. So I'm relying on you to pretty much convey this message now.
You know what? Let's go have a quick break. Clearly, both of us need it. We'll see you guys in a little while. Hopefully, our favorite players will be making it on top. Tash and Keith, we out for now.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Dominating start here by Thailand. 2 players making up to the top 3, but it's going to be another team, the Cambodians, to make it out on top. A great start for the Cambodians and a happy day for them as we're here at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Solo Division. Tash Buddy here alongside Keith, your casters for today on this rainy Monday morning here in Malaysia.
Wait, it's raining?
Yeah.
I didn't even know. If you notice, my curtains are closed, so I gotta make sure I limit the amount of exposure or light that's going into the camera. Unless you want to see me in the depiction of God, then that's exactly what I can do. Get a little bit of halo effect coming in from the background. But talking about divine intervention, that's exactly what Timor Leste need during the grand finals of the team event. Right now could be the redemption that they sought for, to perhaps show them what they're really made of. Same can be said with Brunei and of course Thailand, who's already having their foot across the door in making that comeback. Tony K and God Tuni, both of these players within the top 3 position. Was it top 3? No, top 5 position. A great start, but we need to see something more. I think Tony K went out so unfortunate during that during the last few circles there, because he stood up and run in an individual event. So instead of snaking his way into the tree lines, he got punished in the process. Hope to see a little bit more of a cautionary play coming out from the man. We've seen his moments during this game with that jump shot. It's definitely one to be reckoned for.
Here's Kwang. I think that for Kwang, the consistency is honestly insane when you think about it. How he plays in squads as well as solos. Very self-sufficient, high firepower, still maintaining that. But Kaya as well. Now, if you look at this first and second place players from the last map, you would notice that in terms of eliminations, only going to be going to Kwang. It's only because he had the better positioning and he was able to kind of like play in a way where not only did he have the airdrop to give him that extra added layer of safety, he had the ghillie suit to really blend in with his surroundings, and he was able to play a ring around Rosie against 2 different players. You can tell that in terms of like map awareness, he's very, very acute. When he was able to mark 2 players, keep an eye on them, he was swapping in between, dropping the damage between 2 of these players at the same time. It's honestly really scary when you go against a player like this, because it shows that they're very ready against all odds. His heightened game sense. The only unfortunate situation was the fact that Kaya was a little bit more proactive in taking up that space when it came to the last final moment.
And it always boils down to that, especially when it comes to the individual event. I'm still trying to wrap my minds around things. Like you said, this is not a familiar format within the pro scene for us to have the pleasure or the leisure or the honors to even cast over and see how individual events are played out within the mindset of a professional player. But in Miramar, I'm trying to wrap my head around the concept on how big the map is and how can they potentially play this to a victory. I'm already predicting at minute 50, minute 20, we're still at the very least 20 players across the board shooting across the far terrain.
Man, I like how they reshuffled everyone in their booths, because if you saw yesterday, everyone was sitting together as a team, but now it's like you're not sitting with each other because you can cheat if you do that. That's number 1. And number 2, we want you to be friends. And I think that this is one of the biggest things I think this is the biggest beef that I have with a lot of people who are watching at home here. Like, these players come here, have fun, meet their brothers. Yeah, it's very competitive in game, but they all still love each other. And y'all out here in the comments being very toxic, talking crap about other nations, other countries, being so racist to one another. Guys, we are Serumpun. One Nusantara. One region, guys. Be nice to each other. Embrace our differences and our similarities, and band against the real enemy here, which are the people who are being really mean.
Yeah. I thought you were about to say global warming. Oh dang, you set that one up so perfectly. We gotta band together here against global warming, because we know haze happens so often within the region.
Yeah,
but anyway,
yeah. There's that too. But anyways, as a caster who's worked, I mean you too, right, Keith? I mean, you've been to lands, you've seen, you've managed some of these players yourself, you've interacted with them. And I think for me as a host for PMSL as well, like whenever I go to events and I see these players talk to each other, sometimes I think like when you go to these booths as players in the team, they will like, you know, said hate to each other or maybe be rude to each other, but it's never the case, you know? Like one day I was walking to Team Secret's booth, that's Jumper's booth, and then he was looking very stressed, and then I think it was Kwang from his team said, "Jumper," and I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Are you okay?" It's like, "Yeah, just another day." And I'm like, "You guys are friends?" And they're like, "Yeah, he's my brother." And I'm like, "Oh my god, I love this."
You know what they say, esports, one thing they don't really touch on often is the connectivity within different countries, because they're playing within same servers. They can't play within the same. Yeah. So eventually they're gonna form a long-lasting bond who I hope at the very least lasts towards their adulthood later on in life, right? So then people would not see esports under such a demeaning light. But enough of the heartfelt stuff, because right now we're taking flight across Miramar. Finally get my questions answered here on figuring out how these players will play as an individual to cover such a vast map over the desert dunes that is Miramar itself. This time around having a flight path that is more than ideal to have happened within the team event. Smack dab within the center, Laos he goes all the way to direction Torre Ahumada. We have in between of the hills of Picado as well, split down into the middle. Right now everyone being deployed, Indonesia taking the odd first route towards Los Egos. I guess when push comes to shove and survivability becomes the priority, Los Egos suddenly looks a little bit more appealing than it was before. Thai team Schweppes as well finds their way towards southern side. A lot of drop happening towards the eastern end of Los Leones, but it is Mela who now finds himself sharing this compound within a member from Brunei. It's Tofu, soft but structured at the same time, tries to play this one out. There does have the windows to peek from, but eventually Mela, not taking a single scratch here, will eliminate one of Brunei's champions. Meanwhile, out and about within these cathedral halls, Echo is his voice across the room, and Honda suspects and finds out his position. Will go in with the smoke to pretty much act as a deterrent for the time being, but nothing too aggressive or offensive just yet. Honda revving his engines, he'll make the great escape, it seems, out of there instead of taking this fight when he should have. I think he should have just gone in with the push. Surely you've got the good reason on why he went out to loot actually. Now back into these cathedral to maybe send one off to God, I say.
I think for Cambodia, getting this goal would be the best situation for them since they weren't able to get the squad. But coming to that, Tony K finds PSL. It's interesting because I saw that PSL had gone against Tony K in the previous map. So this is a very deja vu moment in my opinion for these two players. Now, you can see on the other end, you can see Smile as well finding another member. I really would like to see it all out. I don't know why, but I was sort of expecting everyone to drop into one spot and just go all out ham against each other, because that would be my definition for a real battle royale, right? Every man for himself, shots from everywhere, just spraying and praying. You have no clue what's going on, but I guess it's more complicated than that. But you know, one day perhaps they do a mode where the circle moves really, really fast and you have no choice but just run into the circle out in the open. That would be kind of dope.
So like a new game mode per se? That's actually interesting.
Yeah, like a ×2 speed, right? Like just imagine that. You have a ×2 speed for a faster circle where maybe the first circle is slow, and as soon as you hit the second circle, things start to go real crazy, real fast. You're running into the circle in the middle, but yet everyone's shooting at you, so you have to shoot back. If you don't keep moving, you die to the blue. But if you don't be careful, you get shot at. That will be the true test of not only game sense but also skill.
I'm going a step further from your idea. I also would like to see like PUBG Mobile support pretty much like a sandbox within the game, right? So all these game modes can be possible. I'm not too sure because imagine your mode, but then everyone can only use like a pan. So everyone's just running towards each other to try and whack each other out and be the last man standing before they die out in the blue. So that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would. But imagine if you have these, each community or country has a content creator with a huge following for this game, right? Imagine if they give that access to a creator and they have their viewers create these modes. And these creators can bring all of these players in to try it out. And then Tencent decides, oh my god, we love this mode. Let's make it an official map. Whoa.
Because I've seen someone back then, players that I've been looking after, Pubg and the rest. In Cambodia, they're very creative with these things. They're very in tune with the community. But hold my thought here, because teaser will not give me a chance to explain what's going on in my head, or unless Redface has got something to say about it. Indonesia versus Thailand, an age-old rivalry taking place as we speak, but Redface finds his advantage behind a rock, maybe leaving teaser to ring around the rosy for the time being, but it is Redface who misses most of his shot, takes the brunt of the damage. Teaser just can't seem to nail it within the coffin. Teaser taking a little too much, but eventually with that health advantage and the high ground will seal the deal. But back to what I was saying. So Cambodia, they've tried creative things like everyone getting into a vehicle and starting a race across the entire valley. So they'll set dedicated checkpoints in which you have to go to, and these players will just go down, hunt for vehicles, start from a starting line, and make their way through a course. It's pretty fun to look at.
Do they shoot each other while riding the vehicle, or?
They don't. No, they don't.
So no friendly fire then?
It turns into a racing game, right? And so like
racing game.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that. I'd sign up for that.
Imagine racing to the top. Like, look at that. Casino used a buggy all the way up to the hills of Picado. Imagine playing like a 4x4 simulator or something, just trying to race towards the pinnacle.
Creative driving. I like that. Okay, what if there is a mode where all you can do is throw nades? So you have to be very creative with how you throw your nades. That'd be kind of dope.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, me too. I would like to see that too. But yeah, these kind of things that, it really brings the community together. And Rosemary finds Zai. That's not very community of you. But coming back to community, I feel like the PUBG Mobile community, especially, I love to do this thing where I would go on social media, it doesn't matter what platform, and I would just kind of scroll through the live streams of these players, of the community, of just creators in general. And it's always very, very wholesome. I mean, I didn't even know that there's that many viewers who want to play with their streamers to the point that it actually fills up an entire lobby for them to play solos or even squads, And what makes it even better is sometimes they would kind of troll around with their favorite streamers or pro players and just let them collect as many eliminations as they want, and they just like, oh my god, this streamer killed me, and they just post it up on social media. It's just very fun to watch. You can just see how passionate it is here in the community. But honestly, coming back to the sentiment of solos to squads, I think since squads was introduced years ago, I don't think I've touched solos at all, because solos is so very scary. It's very anxiety inducing. You have no clue where to look. Meanwhile, for solos, it's like, I don't feel like I'm having a good day. Can you kind of take the impact for me, please? And everyone's like, yeah, sure, And also you have imagine you have this set amount of people, of friends you play together with, and every time your boy, you're like, dude, can you take out your phone? Can you run a game with me? And it's like you're set 4 friends forever.
That eventually develops over time, but how that friends are selected is kind of in a gray area, right? Because let's be honest, your teammates aren't selected based on how nice they are in game. If he's the one guy holding you back, you eventually stop. Yeah. Yeah, you eventually stop queuing up with him. Okay. So then you're just back there. You become the bad guy that you wish to avoid.
You know, for me personally, whenever I have a squad of 4 for this game, I'm not the good one, but I do have 3 good players with me. And then like the thing is, they keep me around because I'm funny, so I have that value there, that morale. So if you want to be not a good player in your team, you must have some value. So you have to ask yourself, I'm clearly not a top fragger. I'm clearly not a good sniper. So what do I give to the team? Rosemary is so very low this time. It's a very long drawn out fight, and finally it ends. Tony K, another point in the bag. Now you can see here, elimination points are starting to stack up here. And Kaya clearly riding on that adrenaline and heat from the last match. Look at that, 5 in the bag. Kwang with 6. These 2 players are insane, and technically already sets a statement, no?
Yes, it does. It proves that Kaya isn't just a one-hit wonder, nor did he get lucky, nor, you know, any of the RNG reasons that you can think of for him to still maintain a #1 spot. I'm pretty sure this is not a collected, right? Is it?
No.
Because if it's a collective thing from game #1,
Nah.
then that kind of makes sense.
No, it's still very, very early, and the fact he's able to get 5 is insane. Because if you remember Sanhok just now, you remember how we didn't see any multi-frags until the last, what, 30 players still left standing? So it says a lot, you know, I'm just saying, it says a lot. Wow, I don't know where the accent came from.
It sounded, was it Australian? I'm not sure.
Nah. It was definitely Brooklyn. You know the Brooklyn accent, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Jazzy, you mean? Jazzy.
No, the jazzy. Jazzy. Crowd's coming into it. Smile here in the blue zone casino. Making it very difficult for a Smile to rotate inside. So now the voice lines for PUBG Mobile is this cute girl, right?
Is it?
Yeah, it's that girl. Wait, hang on. Hold that thought. Loki, so Nate Shako moves to the side. Shako is the final player left standing from Brunei. Early to space out. Loki eats a lot of damage, but I'm shocked, okay? I'm shocked. Every time you think that you have him, they have this last minute maneuver to just out-juke you. And then you're just like, what? I was winning. What happened there?
He is a demigod, so I expected nothing less. You gotta live up to the name, right? That's what my father told me. And that's why I decided to go with a name that meant nothing. No expectations.
Wait, what's your name? Your name is Keith and you're called Keith? Wait, hold up. Jumper finds Rosello. A shocking turn of events in my opinion, because honestly, let's be real here. Rosello should have won that with the DBS. Maybe he wasn't able to get one.
Where is Rosello?
I want to see this. Wait! Evox is moving! He drives away. I'm gonna keep calling it the mystery machine. What a jump! Sprays out for 1 sec. Evox running for his life. The mystery machine
he made it.
Saves his life. He's a little bit out there in the open. He's hiding inside. I think he's able to get that reset, but meanwhile, Tony K, he's not stopped his rampage. Snipes and him in 1v1. A shot come up here, but at the end of the day, Snipes goes down. And that is the power of the DBS. I'm sorry, DBS is just king in this game.
It was a shotgun. Dang. He knew how to just play within his entire arsenal there. That switch into the shotgun, perfect timing. The Snipes was mid-air too when he got that shot down. Meanwhile, 1 sec. He's not living Evox alone here. Despite being within the blue, he's already equipped with a DBS to maybe take this close quarter combat. But he will surprise him with the grenade and goes out, force him right into the crosshair, burst him from the lungs up.
I'm sorry, that was nasty. Throws a nade and this guy's like running for his life, like, oh my god, a nade. And he's like, you're scared of a nade? Be scared of this DBS, bro. Shoots him in the face. I would be traumatized. I mean, it's already happened to me.
He earned style points, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Just literally flushing him out, throwing that nade in.
Yeah! The thing is, like, I was half expecting him to throw that nade and close the door. Sprays out to pop. A nice little Fast and Furious turn. Beautifully done. Meanwhile, Mela, I think Mela had a pretty good run in the last map as well, if you remember. Like, he was alright in terms of eliminations. Survived to at the middle of the map. But Abu and Joseph sprays out. I'm a little bit disappointed here because Abu had moments in squads and I was like, okay, maybe this is Timor Leste's time. Unfortunately not.
Timor Leste is an interesting one. For them to come out with names like Abu, it sounds like they have got similarities to like maybe Malaysia. Abu is a name here. And,
or the Middle East.
Yeah, true. So, gotta start picking up the history books on where all these influence comes in. But let's look at this circle right now, closed in into barren lands. Laos finds themselves in quite of a stronghold, but it is Vietnam in the end of the day who has got the entire heels onto their end. We'll have to contest that with Joshua from Indonesia and Tony K from the far side. Leons will go in with a little quick fill up with the petrol gasoline engine and probably make the advancement forward, but right now Laos sharing this compound. It's Assassin and Porza not trying to give away to each other too soon.
Oh man, Laos meeting Laos once again. Schweppes finds Cam. This is Schweppes' moment. He set his mind up this round. He was like, I didn't do too well last match and I'm gonna try and farm in this particular round. But he's not in the top spot, the top 16 quite yet. Circle will be closing very soon. It's still a very, very slow pace here for a lot of these teams, but I'm quite surprised that Kaya was able already to farm 6. Huang is already out, by the way, I'm just saying. Kaya has insane survivability and frag outs. If I could see a replay, I really want to see how his rotations look like. But I just spoke too soon, I jinxed this man! And damn good, kicks him out of the game. I'm sorry.
Again, this is all credit to Tash. She jinxed him. So Kaya, if you got beef to look out for, it's with Tash itself. I heard Bunny goes really well in porridge too.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Kaya. Moscardo now in trouble. He's trying to dodge all these shots from Olio. Olio did not have a good match just now. He was knocked out a little bit too early, lost to Mika. Imagine you're playing solos in a big tournament, right? And you're fighting, and you're like, man, this player is a god, he's so good. Then you find out it's your bro. How would you feel, Keith?
It's my bro?
Yeah, like your bro from another mom.
Oh, so not like my brother from the same mom.
Yeah.
Because there are different answers to that, right? Like with my own brother, my own
like your best
brother,
friend, alright?
I would be a bit more egoistic with my blood brother. Right, it's always competition between us.
Right.
Yeah, if you're saying it's my best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll head down there to support the guy. What else can I do?
Nah, man, brother and best friend, you got the same treatment from me, bro. How dare you punch him in the shoulder when I see him next? Ask him
No. As in, like, if you're talking about my biological brother, like you're different with your brother and your bros outside, right?
Now I'm meaner to my friends. I'm just saying.
God dang.
My brother has the power of my mom. You know what I'm saying, right?
No comment.
Regardless, Formella, this is a very unfortunate situation. The sprays are out from Leons. We saw Leons earlier, very, very aggressive. I think it was just so unfortunate Leons went out a little bit too soon. This time around, he has a different idea on how to approach this map, and I think this is a great thing. Now, Olio as well, and the same sentiment, but you see the shots coming through here. Olio just got a really huge pick just now, and he was trying to go for the pick. Some smokes to give him a little bit of space to work in. It's a nice terrain he can work with, but it is a terrain that is not working out in his favor. There is a shack nearby, but he has to be very aware that this shack might not be empty, and that is a very scary situation.
It's a risk he would have to take. I mean, let's be honest, in PUBG Mobile, 80% of this entire game is a guessing game, especially now that you're in the individual division here. I saw a car just crashed into the same compound. Now we'll have to share it against the like of Laos, who was occupying it initially. But right now, let's take a look at Stoned and the so-called mystery machine. He's using it for covers, but nothing just confirmed just yet. Olayo gets a far sight one against Mela. That would be him down for the count, but Schweppes, the CEC FMVP, still up in the line, but he is going up against Newbie's OP. Newbie's OP is the guy who's clutched things out before in a 1v3 situation. Can he do this one again? Schweppes got the information. He has a rough idea on where Newbie's OP might potentially be, but the slight nudges and picks, the timing is just impeccable between these two in trying to reposition themselves and not giving away that information. Newbie's OP, look at that. It's like a third sense, fourth sense acting, but Schweppes will seal the deal.
These DBS picks are getting a little bit out of hand, let's be real here. A nice prone. He has no clue where Gosu's shooting him from. He's like, who's shooting me? I have no clue where to go. You saw him switch between the weapons and throwables. Olio in trouble this time. Season spots him out. I think Olio has had a pretty good run. Top 20 and farmed quite a number of kills. But look at Gosu. Oh, Season sees him now. Season, you're in trouble, my dude. He does have a rifle at the very least. Hasn't used it quite yet. Gosu just had to move out of the way. But getting into the circle though for Gosu, I just want to say good luck. If you do make it, that'll be the best thing ever. And you know what is the best thing ever for Joshua? Fighting damn good.
You know, Gosu's done for. If you notice, this is the only weapon he has. He has another one, the UMP, at 0 ammunition. Right?
Oh no!
He's expended everything being up here. And usually, if you had teammates, they would loot for you and, you know, send you ammunition towards the top. That's what they do in China.
Oh, man.
But right now, down to his last 4 shots, he has to make this one count. 3 left within the barrel. Gosu, can he make something of himself?
I would love to just
high ground?
Stay in his POV just to see how it goes, right? If possible, have a face cam. Will the pressure get to him is the question. That'll be kind of fun to watch. Regardless, Stone having the time of his life. He has 2 more throwables to use. All these grenades. He does have mollies too. And 1 sec is being cooked! He eats a lot of damage. Still there in the smoke, not down and out yet, but it does bring unwanted attention toward him. Goes through with the sprays onto Leon's. Leon's hasn't moved quite yet. I'm surprised at how long some of these fights are going. Finally, Stone goes down. Stolen away by Boychill. And Boychill just now, we saw a very epic 1v1 between him and Tony K. I wish if there was anyone who likes to make you know, anime music videos, that would be the fight to do. Yeah.
What would you name it? Top 10 anime betrayals or something?
Nah, they're not brothers. Rivalry, right?
Top 10 anime comebacks.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been very aware on TikTok on how exactly some of the videos come around. Like usually I think a lot of pros or big players, what they do is they like to do what's the word? They like to do just clips, right? Ooh, what a nade! Season's crazy. But holding that thought about the EMB, 1 sec with the nade. They both threw a nade. Just blew up in the middle of the area. Boychill, nice reposition. And he is loaded. Look at his items. And despite the shots coming to him, undeterred at all. Hasn't moved quite yet. Oh, Gosu managed to come down into the circle. How did he ever do that? But I did notice the 4 bullets left that he has. I'm concerned.
This guy's got not much left in the chamber, but he can just, you know, try and make it sure that he's within the top 2 position. And that would be hefty amount of points going his way for 0 effort at all. But right now, still too soon to count the eggs, as you've got 5, 6, 7 still up in play.
You just counted the eggs, Keith.
Thailand, no, as in like you don't want to confirm it. Yeah.
No, I'm trying to make a joke.
Okay, 2 more bullets. Oh, wait, he's still half within the chamber. Ah, so he will still prevail after all.
Dang, I was really hoping to see the top 10 struggles of PUBG Mobile of all time. That's not gonna happen. Porza finds Season. Now, 1 sec, waiting in the corner. Did he throw the nade quite yet? No, he hasn't. Boychill probably just thinking that he probably shouldn't waste his throwable so very early, but Vietnam again! And always Indonesia with the players, the most players still alive. Boychill caught off guard. Surprise, surprise! I'm a snake, 1 sec says.
Snake in a grass vault that gets hunted. It's a delicacy. Did you know that? Snake's a delicacy in Thailand.
What? Did not know that.
So Thai Right now we've got a snake in the grass right here from Myanmar. It's got 1 sec. But I don't think they scouted him out just yet. But I did. I went to Thailand that one time. I wanted to try the snakes. Yeah.
Why didn't you?
It was closed. I went to like a 100-day mourning ceremony or something. So a lot of the shops were closed. I end up just spending my time in an Airbnb in Thailand. That's my adventure.
Wow. Time to go again. Where did we go? Oh, what? Whoa, Parza! You need to win an award for the best geometry I've seen so far in this tournament. Did you see that? It zigzagged from this window into that compound on the other side. Am I just bad at the game?
No, this guy's just he's a world-class NBA player. That's why. Let's see him do it again. Look at that. Wasn't that a really cool maneuver right there? Bounce it back into the place where he currently stands. You know, it was all part of the plan. He's trying to send a message and trying to confuse the opponent that someone's within that house when he moved to the next one.
Man, this is also Schweppes map. I think that I'm really liking the fact that for Thailand, we finally see Schweppes come online, we see Stone come online. And it was quite a disappointment for the Thai players to not see them come through. I remember that I was tweeting out on Twitter and everyone was like, wait, Vampire Esports didn't make it? Like, yeah, they didn't. But it's okay, they're still here. They're just waiting for the solos, maybe bring back a medal for for Thailand. That would be the best outcome for them. Speaking of medals, I don't know if you guys know that the other esports titles have concluded in this tournament. And other games include there's Valorant, there's Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I think there's 2 types of tournaments for MLBB itself, where it's the women's and the open. And speaking of open, Gosu in the open gets a little bit of cover behind this haystack. Leons tries to put a little bit more pressure, tries to explode his vehicle, doesn't quite happen yet. But he does clip onto his teammate, Parajin, on the other side. I don't know if Frankie knows.
You know, I'm too invested in Gosu. I actually want to see this man pull it all the way through. But first, Satar eliminating one more member, bringing this total count down to 5 different nations left for this last few circles. And there's still plenty of players well within it, but nobody's trying to make the first move. Barode could come in as a snake in the grass against the Indonesian Satar. If he's not careful enough, could get the pick off. But Barode advancing forward, occupies and claims his way within the circle. Not much of a hill or gradient to play by. So if circle does draw his way, they might look to shoot his direction, but it is 1 sec for the time being, under pressure and under gunfire. This is going to get even more intense, although in this individual event, that definition really means slow.
Truly, and it's such an open area too. Look at the cover you have. You only have a little shacks, haystacks, maybe your own little mystery machine. Frankie marked Thai player as well as the 2 Indonesian players. You really gotta give it to him. Throwing out those throw balls in that situation where you might give away your location. I don't think anyone knows where Barode is quite yet. Satar, I don't know. I mean, like when you're proning, like yeah, it is a little bit harder to see you. But if you see how these pro players play, they have intense game sense. They have intense, I would say, eyesight. Because sometimes the players are so far away, a little bit hard for me to see. They spot them out so very quickly. It's gonna be like Joshua, just like that, finding the Myanmar player, the final one, eliminating the country from this map at the very least. Satar, we haven't seen him really shine the last map, but this is where we want to see him really come online. He has already brought back the gold from Indonesia, and if he's able to bring back 2, what a record! Solos and squads? Statement.
You could see a lot of these players has taken additional steps to remain themselves concealed, especially Indonesia, Satar, and the rest. They have foregone their backpack. The same cannot be said though for Vietnam and PH, who still has the backpack on, but that's because they haven't decided to turn into a snake just yet. Don't want to shed that skin too quick. But Thailand, in the midst of it all, seeming look like he's in a better position to play this slow game out, as the slow burner will edge off from the sides and take out the rest of the members first.
I like where Schweppes is, right smack dab in the middle of the circle, so many utils and smokes, you have no clue where this man is. Joshua spotted out by Barrow just like that. That's exactly what I was talking about. You have no clue who will spot you out first, but Barrow, because of that shot, will be found out. And Satar, just a little bit of an upgrade here through the airdrop, and he's just making it straight back into the circle. Finds Barrow, beautifully done, and he stands up, runs smack dab into the circle. There's no more circle to worry about. There's only 3 players: Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand. Cooking up that nade, he knows exactly where Schweppes is. A nice little trajectory push, and it hits him. Pow! Nope, does not clip him. But in a way, this is a great situation for Thailand. Another nade to come through. I don't know how many throwables Satar has. He is going to be prepping up that molly at the very least, and Frankie rushing forward to the next cover that he has. As the circle shrinks, this is where things get serious, here, ladies and gentlemen. These 3 nations fighting for that big chunk of points to really just rush them up in terms of numbers. The molly comes out. Schweppes, are you aware that he threw it out? No, he doesn't. Schweppes does find one, and now it's a 1v1. Satar, bring around the Rosie. Schweppes as well. A lot of damage coming through, but I don't know how Schweppes is surviving this. Satar with the zigzags comes online. He hears the footsteps. Both of them spot him out by the skin of his team. Satar barely making it out alive, but so is Schweppes. The DBS comes out. Both have to reload. Both have to go for resets. A jump charge comes forward here. They're aware. How is that the time? They're playing, but Thailand takes it back, and Schweppes marks his return into the game.
It seems like the FMVP for the CEC is back, trying to clutch things out here in such a high pressure situation. That composure. Yes, Schweppes, take that breather. It's almost like he's taken off a 50-pound dumbbell off his chest. Look at the guy. Oh, heavy is the heart that carried his entire nation's flag in that 1v1 situation. My God, Schweppes, welcome back.
Probably, it looked like he was so surprised that he made it there. Not only surprised, but the pressure on his shoulders. Because again, he didn't get to play in squads. So making it up here is definitely a statement play for him to show that, yeah, we didn't make it in squads, but I'm still here. I'm still very, very good. You see Indonesia a little bit disappointed about that getting a chicken dinner. But I think that for Satar, he's had moments where not only did he pop off, but also was able to survive for so long. He was technically farming.
It's insane. Satar looked a little bit disappointed there, but surely you got the gold for Indonesia.
I mean, it's always good to have 2, man. Like, like imagine the amount of bragging rights Indonesians would have if they got 2 back-to-back golds and just be like, yeah, we're the best region in Southeast Asia for PUBG Mobile. Squads in the bag. Solos also in the bag.
But that goes down again to the expectation set up for the Pro Series when it does begin. Right?
I mean, for SEA Games, it's just like, you know, that sort of pride. The national pride sort of bragging rights. It's not the kind of bragging rights that you would expect from like the organization, right? Regardless, it is still very fun to banter around with that.
So, funny thing about esports, I do believe that a lot of the hype or you know, the bragging rights is tagged to players. So, if Satar performs well in the SEA Games, whichever orgs he goes to, they're expecting the same thing from him. So, he has to deliver there and then. Otherwise, the community is going to come storming down with keyboards and start clanking away all the hate comments.
Why do you think I have so many keyboards?
Tash could be a sponsor for that activity.
Well, coming back to the game here, I think that it's actually getting more and more competitive. It is still quite slow in terms of pacing, but we are starting to see those multi-frags. We're starting to see that 3-way fights, and it's gonna be very, very fun to watch. I'm starting to really enjoy these games as we talk about the many, many things that we get to see here in the SEA Games itself. And I feel like when it comes to solos, I like the fact that, you know, that Okay, that we can start to see all these players really start to take it a little bit more easy. It's a little bit less, I would say, high pressure compared to squads. I think that for us as well, I think that we're starting to feel like the players are just really enjoying their last day here at the SEA Games for PUBG Mobile.
Contrary to that, based on what Shep's reaction is, I think it's a bit higher of a pressure because you've got no one to rely on, right? Like the man looked like he walked out of a heart attack and lived, like just straight out from the ER. He was holding his own heartbeat. He was calming it down physically, like as if he was a pet or a second person.
Wow. Wow.
Funny.
I mean, like, at the same time, it's quite fun. Like, I mean, it's a different expectation, I have to say, compared to squads. What coming through here is, I think that when we come to the situation where it is this for this game, I think for Schweppes it means a lot more. He wasn't able to perform or make it through to the finals of the squad. So for him making it here on the top side, it's like him saying, it's okay, Thailand, we may not have gotten the gold or a medal yet, but we can still do that for solos. Regardless, 4 eliminations for him with 20 points, giving 24 points ahead of Satar by 5. Frankie, I have to say that for Vietnam, they are quite, I would say, consistent throughout the board. Like we saw just now that it was Gosu that's still being able to survive. Parajin, Frankie, and toward the last few circles, it's always been Vietnam with the highest body count still left, very much healthy and alive.
Yeah, but it is Thailand. Look at that. Schweppes, he understood the assignment. Despite only having 4 elimination points, he knows in an individual event, it all goes down to the placement itself to make up for the difference. So 24 points in second place, you only bring home 16. So he, by effectively gained himself an additional 4 elimination just by maintaining that number 1 spot. Right now, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, within the top 3 position. This is exactly what we've predicted going into the SEA Games itself, maybe towards the team event, but also right now reflective of that sentiment within the individual event itself. Look at the match standings. Down at the bottom are a lot of the teams that play within the wildcard region. So that somewhat draws some sort of a conclusion that maybe an effort needs to be done to develop further the skills and talent within wildcard.
Would love to see the wildcard region have a proper league, honestly, because they are very talented. You just need that, I would say, more tournaments for them to have that exposure onto the big stage. You want to have them consistently be able to play. But if you look at the top side here, Kaya not able to come up forward, but he still was able to get 1 elimination before he goes down, still very much in the top 30. But looking at the bottom side here, there are some players which I wasn't expecting to end before the 48 mark. I have Rosemary there, Redface, and even Sky Nin. But at the end of the day, this is a battle royale. So these early fights is kind of out of your hands. Where the circle goes, where the flat path goes, it's out of your hands. So players who go out very early, I empathize.
We can only wish them all the best and the best of luck moving on for future tournaments, but this one's just not over just yet, okay?
6 more maps to go.
8 games to play, 4 more maps to go. Was it 4 more?
No, 6. We're playing
6
8.
more maps to go. So it's at this point anyone can still take on the trophy. Why? Because the amount of remuneration you get from just placement alone is insane. To be having 20 points and a very feasible like 5-4 kills, it's easy to maintain number 1 spot. Look at that, Kaya, sheer consistency, now totaling at 28 total points, 6 eliminations. Schweppes starting to join the ranks in 1 game itself, now in 2nd place.
Just 1 game just launched him all the way up to 2nd place here, but 1sec as well is maintaining his lead. Alongside Kwang actually with 23, 22 for Satar, 20k close behind 21, and Assassin X alongside Joshua at 7 and 8th place. Frankie, 19, continue with 18 alongside Barod. And now for the 12th spot and 13, 17. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, it's 16 points each. It's so competitive. Hello, I love this. I just want to see it more aggressive.
I have a question though, because in the group event, they had markers to show at what position do you get an award or a medal. At what placing do the individual event are enumerated with a medal finish?
Everyone gets a medal. You get a medal. You get a medal. You get a medal.
Everyone's a winner and a loser at that point. If everyone gets a medal, then you'll never have a winner. Oh my god.
Oh man, okay, so let's have a look at the overall settings here. Tuzai and Malaya Muku are the only two players that hasn't gotten a single point quite yet. But for the rest here, if you look at the single digit points, it's gonna be William, Omabu, Evox, and that will be the entire Timor Leste team except for Malkovai. What do you think? What if Timor Leste just pulls a surprise onto us and just decides like, hey, we were at the very bottom of the charts for squads, but look at us in solos. Gold.
We're still waiting for that to happen.
I really want that to happen.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a possibility there, but they have to work for it. We can only wish upon a star for that one to happen.
Malkovai is our final hope, okay? Malkovai is our final hope. But let's have a look at the interview here. Let's see what the player has to say.
มีความรู้สึกยังไง
ก็ตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าแบบกดดันด้วยอะไรหลายๆอย่างครับ
ก็ถ้ารំភើបដល់តែគ្រាន់មានសម្ពាធច្រើនរឿង
បានចុះគាត់បានចែករំលែកថាគាត់មានសម្ពាធច្រើនដែរយ៉ាងគាត់ព្យាយាមពុះពៀគ្រប់ឧបសគ្គទម្រាំតែទទួលបានជាមួយនឹង Chicken Dinner. So what I noticed is you make the best rotation in the game. You took your buggy, you went right into the middle of the circle. What was your game plan after you know you're in the middle of everybody?
ก็แบบว่าผมมีสโมกเยอะก็ใช้สโมกไปเรื่อยๆจนวงสุดท้ายครับ
គាត់និយាយថាគាត់មាន smoke ច្រើនចឹងទៅគាត់ប្រើ smoke នឹងរហូតដល់ចុងក្រោយ
Okay, so you only want to take the last fight. You will stay alive until it's 1v1 and you know you will win the last fight. បាទអញ្ចឹងដូចគ្នាដែរគាត់បានចែករំលែកថាតាក់ទិករបស់គាត់ដើម្បីយក Chicken Dinner នៅក្នុងទីតាំងធម្មតាគេហ្នឹងគាត់ប្រើប្រាស់គ្រាប់បែកផ្សែងរបស់គាត់រហូតនៅសល់ត្រឹម1ទល់នឹង1បាទគាត់សម្រេចចិត្តចេញមកបាញ់ហើយគាត់ជឿជាក់ទៅលើទឹកដៃ So lastly, of course, we want you to share a little bit on how you feel so far and of course to your supporters back home in Thailand. តើគាត់មានអារម្មណ៍យ៉ាងណាដែរអ្វីដែលគាត់ចង់ចែករំលែកទៅកាន់អ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងរបស់គាត់នៅ
จะถามว่ามีอะไรจะฝากถึงคนดูหรือว่าแฟนอยู่เมืองไทยอย่างเงี้ย
ก็ฝากให้กำลังใจกันด้วยครับพวกผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับเพราะว่ามันก็เป็นทีมชาติไทยของพวกผมก็ไม่อยากให้ใครมาว่าทีมชาติไทยเหมือนกันครับ
ก็ถ้าก็เป็น
ผมไม่อยากให้ใครมาว่าทีมไทยเหมือนกันผมจะทำให้เต็มที่
ก็ถ้าก็จะឲ្យមានគេមិននិយាយឲ្យทีมไทยគាត់នឹងធ្វើឲ្យល្អបំផុត
Yes, he will make sure he keep representing the flag and of course with his team to the best of your ability. You've been great so far and we look forward to see more of your tactical play. Well, back to our casters.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
guys see how competitive it has been through the first two maps here for solos on a 30-second SEA Games PUBG Mobile? Tash Buddy here alongside Keith Lee. We're your casters today. We're keeping it fun and light for y'all. We hit this Monday afternoon.
Monday blues. No sad people here, only winners so far, especially for some of these players who walked away yesterday during the group event with a gold, silver and bronze, and for the rest of them an even more hungry appetite to somewhat bring something back, even though if it's just consolations, prizes or souvenirs at this point for the SEA Games, the 30-second SEA Games that's happening here in Cambodia. 2 maps already gone. We're going into a double Erangel next. Who do you think might come out on top as the #1 player?
It's hard to say because it's been changing hands this year, but we are see that consistent few key players here. Let's talk about insane. 2 maps in a row, managing top 2, and then finally a top 2. Yes, top 2. Insane. Kwang.
Yeah. So Kwang is going to be a top pick. I think since Erangel is a bit more smaller of a map, right? It's a bit more smaller, and I have to pick on it based on the drop spots and stuff. I somehow feel that maybe this time around it's going to go Vietnam.
Vietnam. All right. I mean, Kwang is from Vietnam.
Yeah.
Both same pick. Keith.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, but if Erangel falls with the same sort of circle play that goes on through SMB, then I would say Vietnam. But I could be wrong. Yeah, but obviously my favorites is probably going to be Thailand to try kind of win this because we know they're ruthless, and we've seen it themselves yesterday. Towards the last few games, it was the last game in Thailand with 2 members got like 15 eliminations, the highest within the entire game itself. So I never discount them when it comes to like these mechanics in their mechanics. And so in individual event, it's so mechanics sided, but although I think Vietnam might win the chicken here, I still think I want to see Thailand get the chicken.
You want to send me too? I would really like Thailand, Brunei, and Timor Leste would be my picks here to come up to top on this. Look at these 2 teams. Again, Vietnam on the top side, but let's have a look at Schweppes. A little better and very much online. You can tell that he's very, very motivated to bring this back for his country. Points 24 to 19, the first and second place. Frankie, we always talk about Frankie in squads. Let's be real here. We always talk about his 1v3 potential. You saw it happen. It's insane.
But it is the 2 countries that we have name dropped for the potential winner chicken dinners here. Both Thailand and Vietnam on the screen to be looking out for here, especially with the head-to-head feature. But it's a different ballgame because I'm trying to factor in, right? Like, there's a chance that Miramar was a victory because the map was so big. There were so many people in it. Schweppes was there in the middle for the longest of time. So there was a little bit of a luck at play, although all credits to him towards the last 2 positions. He did clutch it out 1v1 against Sitar. And so I would like to see something else happen here in Erangel, because Erangel wouldn't be as much of a snooze fest as it would be in Miramar. And I think some of these players will be put to the test much earlier than they were before.
Man, it's so fun seeing these 1v1s, especially against big names. I think I had a ball earlier when I saw Boy Chill go up against Tony K. I had a ball seeing Kwang go up against, against Schweppes. Regardless, would love to see some other players really catch us off guard. Looking at you, Timor Leste, really want to see some pop-off moments in Brunei as well. I mean, we did see, we did see newbies OP from Brunei really come up, but not a hero moment quite yet.
Yeah, and what's funny and surprising is that Honda has been that guy for Laos, right? Like, he's clutched in a 1v3 many times now against the likes of Vietnam's, against Indonesia. So he's been pitted through the test of time against these giants and came out on top. But in an individual event, it seems like he's always gone down before that moment could even happen. So I'd like to see him, show us that side of him again during the group event here in the individual.
There's so many players to look at, and just too many things happening at the same time. I wish we could give highlights to all the players that are taking fights, but sometimes you're having those big skirmish moments, and there's so many those skirmishes happening throughout the map. Sometimes I wish that I would be looking at another fight, but at the same time the fight in front of me is also just as good. Aw, that's cute. All these players, they're all, like, you can tell, like, if I saw them in real life, I probably wouldn't know that they are a pro player. But, like, sometimes it's kind of like, for a lot of these players, before, when I first started streaming, started casting, I noticed that, because I'm a pandemic caster, and I've been casting from home for, I think, most of my casting career, and I wouldn't know these players by name and not by face. So sometimes I would think of these players as a very big, scary individual because they're so good, right? And then finally I meet them face to face, especially Jumper, because I thought he sounded like a very formidable person. When I met him in person, I'm like, oh, you're actually really tiny and very, very cute. This was not what I was expecting.
I can't tell if you're talking about players within PUBG Mobile or
Mobile.
your Tinder matches.
Oh, what the? Okay, a little bit too far here, but I'm just saying that if you want to talk about a player's how a player looks by his gameplay, like, it says a lot, right? If a player is really that scary, you'll form a very scary idea in your head until you meet them, is what I'm trying to say. But the age of anonymity in video games has become an end, because back in the day, at least back when I was younger, when you are playing on the internet, you are completely anonymous. It was to the point where a lot of these tournaments are just like online small tournaments. It's very rare that you actually meet these people in real life. I love the age of digitalization and globalization, because you meet friends from across the world, and honestly, I think that is one of the best things about video games, or even in general, just PUBG Mobile.
There are pros and cons to this. I also think, as much as I love esports, a lot of bad things happen online.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
Right.
You know what? Let me tell you my con.
Yeah.
Probably if I were playing a video game and I met a person named Keith Lee in game, and I met Keith Lee in real life, that's the con, I guess.
That's true. Because I outweigh myself in game. Yeah.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay, sir.
Hey, I'm not much of a game performer here, but hey, I live life to the edge, to the fullest. I may not be 6 foot tall, but on my kill points, I'm 6'2".
Guys, you guys at home, if you guys don't know, Keith is incredibly short in person. So I'm just saying.
Still, so
not only by a few inches. So,
good to know.
As we wait for the game to start here. Oh, are those winks? Wow, these players got Riz, Keith.
What's Riz?
You don't know what Riz means?
That's not a word in a dictionary.
Look it up right now. Look it up right now.
Oxford Dictionary Riz. Let me look it up.
Don't use Oxford Dictionary. Come on.
Dictionary Riz.
Oh man. Anyways, coming back to this game. Oh my god. Coming back to what we're talking about here, these players are all just, I wish yesterday, like we went through the interview. And I think the funniest interview that we had so far in squads was Jumper's interview with Mosgoku. You can tell, like,
hands down.
No, I was losing it in that interview, man. Like, there was a miscommunication coming through there. There was the mistranslation coming in from Mosgoku. There was the two players just like holding in laughter as the host was just so confused as to what the heck is happening on stage. If there was any meme that should be out there, it should be that one.
There was the self-plug too by Mosgoku.
Oh yeah.
The Jumper did not mention anything about the word cute. I'm pretty sure I would have picked it up if he did. Mosgoku just self-promoted himself right there, and then, I mean, that's always been his thing. It's his brand at this point.
Yeah, that's his thing. still would never ever let that guy get away with that. But anyways, Keith gave you the meaning of Riz. So maybe perhaps you can be using that in your real life context. Now coming back, you know, you really want to see some players pop off. You really want to see those random upsets, because that's the beauty of a battle royale. You can't have moments where you just get caught off guard. But like, when you are up against two powerhouses, Vietnam and Thailand, how on earth are you supposed to have these random pop-off moments when they're just that dominating, that good, and so great at taking advantage of even the worst of situations?
You want to hear my answer to that in the most millennial way possible?
Yes.
You gotta get good.
Okay, so if you guys don't know, I'm older than Keith, but clearly my brain is definitely Gen Z and Keith's is more of a boomer / millennial. So you can see the miscommunication coming from us. He doesn't know what Riz means. A bit disappointing anyway, but this is why we cannot be in the same team, you know? There's gonna be a lot of miscommunications.
I like my definition of Riz.
Okay, what's your definition of Riz?
So my first definition when you said Riz was, I thought it was charisma. So Riz.
Yes, that's where it came from. Charisma.
But this is a different definition that you're showing here.
You need charisma to be, you know.
Oh well, put that one onto the side here. No Riz needed here in game, only bloodthirsty ambitions for PUBG Mobile as we go into match 3.
Nice
Sorry
save,
to
my dude.
dilly-dally a little bit. Yeah, we were trying to make sure that the tanks are fueled for this takeoff, and we're finally about to go here on to destination Milta Power. It's match number 3.
Dang, flight paths in Erangel hasn't been very forgiving and is going on till today. Whichever you players have been making the circle gods angry, y'all better figure out to get rid of this jinx, man. Because once you go into your next match, into your rank game, when you're having these circles, ouch. Regardless, halfway point. Really hoping for not another SMB circle. Oh wait, actually no, I want an SMB circle because it's solos. Because you can swim. Imagine everyone swimming and not able to attack each other. And then you just have to wait.
That'll be a spectacle for sure. I think
that would
that's
be
happened
anticlimactic.
once before in Miramar. No, it's like anticlimactic at first, but then when it comes down to the last few circles, it becomes exciting. Much like every other games in individual event, it's just slow in the beginning, right? But right now we'll look at Mela, who will not be taking shots across the board here. No kills just yet, but he will have some Molotovs deployed. Red face getting much hotter and redder as this fire burns. The furnace that he currently is in needs to take a little bit of a fresh air. Walks out, will prime up his nade instead to try and turn the tides here, turn favors against Mela from Thailand. But as it stands, both go in opposite directions. The chances of them meeting is not as high as I would hope, but with the information gathered, Redface surely would make something happen. Toss the nade up forward, clips him a little bit. But Mela has got a shotgun, he's got to be careful. Oh, missed both that shots. And, well, Mela is the one to go down on his knees. Meanwhile, Umabu looking out for back out.
Man, Umabu, this is a very, very great start for him. We were just talking about Timor Leste, but I don't want to say anything anymore. I have a history of jinxing. And now back out is here on the top side. Umabu waiting for the right moment. Here comes the nade, but back out read that perfectly, but the nade gets him. He's so low, but look what back out has. He has a DPS. Oh, no. I hope Umabu knows. That's a smoke. He doesn't have any more nades. And the situation, Umabu should just stay far, far away from back out. More than 2 feet away if possible. That's the only way you can counter a DPS. Oh, wow, I jinxed it. Wow. Wow.
Hey, we talked about this. We said if it was an SMB circle, then Vietnam might have a chance. But that's because they traditionally land onto SMB. Not this time, though. In fact, I saw Vietnam players going down, if I'm not mistaken. But right now, Forza gets shot down here. One of the MYA Myanmar smiles as he drives past by and makes it, to say the least. It is Smile who goes down at the end of the day. William is an absolute champ here. Handling two people at the same time. I believe Newbie's OP was the first under his scope, and now Redface might fall victim. He sees a car but does not see a single member until right now. But the discipline was there. He will hold the fire.
Redface didn't really have a good match in the previous round. If you remember, he was eliminated with 0 points. The sprays come out here. Surprise! William coming up on top with another pick of his own. Now, if you guys remember, William was the only member from Timor Leste to be able to have gotten points for Timor Leste in the previous map. The rest didn't make it. So this is a great situation for Timor Leste. Two players already getting those picks. Surprise, surprise. Why did they move? I wanted to see, but Backup got him.
No.
I don't. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Thank you, production. Thank you. I love you, Obi. You were in my debt.
Yeah, but why are you thanking production? They just revealed the curse that you laid upon Timor Leste. That was Umabu and Backout. That same encounter which bit against Timor Leste.
I mean,
Timor
I
Leste is
did
out
say-
because you said so.
I mean, I did say he has a DPS. You gotta stay 2 miles away from this man, and you chased. So, lesson learned here from everyone today: don't chase people into a compound. It's a bait.
Or perhaps stay under the radar from Tash so she doesn't voodoo you to death, you know?
I'm wondering if
That's
they.
one way.
I'm wondering if the script writers for PUBG Mobile solos today. I mean, like they had a ball writing the script for squads, right? But today they're like, you know what? She looks like she's having a grand time today, you know, with the rain, with some scheduling issues. So let's add some more spice to her life. Let's add some jinxes. I love today's script, man. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, just this morning I had a bad coffee. My stomach doesn't feel too great right now, so I'm a little unhinged.
Or you want to hear a cool potential conspiracy?
Okay, let's hear it.
What if everything is played out as it is and we are just uttering the script that's already written? But they're not writing scripts for us. It's already been set. We're just narrating it. We're part of the puppets with strings being pulled.
I don't have enough brain cells to deal with that today, but I do have enough brain cells to deal with Puff Puff looking at Malaya Muku. I was just saying that Malaya Muku might just be the final person for, the last hope, but look at Brunei! They got one already. I have high hopes for you, Brunei. Let's go and see it. But Shrubs, the member who managed to get a chicken dinner earlier, going up against Rosemary, Thailand, Indonesia. When did they never meet? Apparently now,
No.
shot to the face, Rosemary gets his revenge. If you remember, Shreps actually took him out in the last match. This is his revenge arc.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Come on, Schwartz. I had more hope in you, yeah. But it's
What
alright.
happened there? Where that slang come from, innit?
Where the life there, love? Finding it pretty difficult to play now, yeah. We've got Tony K still in, so my hopes for the Thailand team still soars quite high. Seeing as though that Tony K, I mean, they're pretty much 2 points apart, 25 to the 23. Literally one game, one good placement for Tony K is going to give him that 20-point booster to push him to the top. That's assuming yeah, doesn't accumulate further from here on out, but eyes onto Rosemary, eyes onto Thinny. As Thinny stretched a little bit too thin here within the blue, Rosemary's trying to gun him down in the process too. No success from both sides, but Thinny decides to leave his trusty old vehicle to maybe spray some fires back. A warning shot to say the least. Lethal, none.
Cito eating up a lot of damage from Barod. He's gonna watch back this VOD and think, brother, why have you forsaken me? I'm sorry, no, I'm just coming back to this one. I think Barod is one of the most high-performing players of the Philippines. I haven't seen him really have his moment to shine quite yet, but it feels like for Thinny, he's just been... His rotations have been passing by so many players. He's been shot at from so many different angles and surviving. And thriving.
I mean, it doesn't
He's
help.
the main character.
It doesn't help. His name's already like Thin, you know. He's
No.
by the edge.
He has Nah. He has main character plot armor, bro.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So is that you saying that was that Laos or Timor Leste thingy?
Wait! This is potentially a bridge circle.
I will have my bets on SMB. Seems pretty much SMB, but I do hope for the bridge.
Yeah,
I do hope for the bridge.
yeah. Everyone's on different layers of the bridge, just waiting for the last final moment to see who dies first.
And you spoke about Thinny, and from Laos actually. Is that you predicting that maybe because of the plot armor, Laos is one to take home the chicken dinner?
That'd be kind of dope.
Well, I can tell you one thing. He's on a boat ride already.
Oh my god, he's quick. No, I mean like if it's a boat, like I always talk about how when you take the motorboat in this map and it's always a sad ending, that will be for squads. But is it the same outcome for solos though is the question, you know?
Yes, we're about to find out. We'll find out. I think it's a bad idea though. Look at where the water path threads in between two islands. Sorry, I got a hiccup there. In between two islands, which means knowing as an individual that no one's on your side, you are putting yourself in a position where two different sets of players from different islands can spray down at you, none of which are friendly. Sounds like a recipe of destruction, but we'll see.
Here comes Porza. Eyes on Rossello. You know, Rossello just needs a DBS and a CQC encounter. That's his win condition. He gets one and he just goes all the way up to a chicken dinner. I am sure of it. Waiting for that time. Rossello, I'm praying for you.
Oh no, Rosella, you should be very afraid when she says that.
Here's Mika. You know, Mika yesterday, I read his IG story. He posted about how, you know, he's happy to have gotten the bronze, but he said that he's very sorry because I think there's a lot of pressure. I mean, we talked about pressure from the Malaysian community, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, sometimes, you know, like for me, I really empathize for these very young players because they are so very young with so much pressure at such a young age. And with a community who's only cheering for you when you do well and hating you when you don't do so good, it's sad. Because honestly, these players who are so young, they need support more than ever.
I don't think it's just that, right? Because if you're a player, you're in it to win it. You want to be the best. That's your tunnel vision for that objective.
Yes, but at the same time, there is always going to be winners and losers. People need to understand that.
No, I understand, but it's just that I think for him, getting that bronze is more of an insult because he doesn't deserve it. He's at 4th place. He's not a 3rd place bronze winner. He's a 4th place bronze winner. Yeah, or that. Yeah, so it's almost like a rub in the face, right? Like, it's all right, you got top 4. Here's a bronze. It's almost insulting if you're a purebred competitive player.
When we look at Rosemary now, okay, I don't think it's gonna be a circle, but maybe half water for the last circle. That'll be kind of dope. Now Rosemary with the sprays. Unfortunately, none of the shots are gonna hit, but he's gonna be gunning for this airdrop. And I think in solos in particular, you start to see a lot of, I would say, a lot of what's the word? A lot of emphasis on getting that airdrop because you want to be able to get not only the ghillie suit but the better weapons, but also the helmet and the shields. Frankie eats damage. Seesaw swimming, and Chewie in the other side of the compound. So what they're trying to do here is they're trying to hold on to the last possible moment before swimming over to SMB. But I think they should go. They should really just go at this point.
So if the new circle update, are we saying that we won't get a bridge no more?
I don't think so. It's a little bit too much to the west. Unless it's a little bit more middle, then maybe.
Fortunate.
Maybe we'll get half a bridge. Maybe we'll get like just the middle side part of the bridge. Not the sides of the bridge, but the very middle, you know?
As long as we get a bridge, I think be happy. Hey, your blessings went onto the side of Thinny. It's finally out.
Look at everyone swimming. It's an island holiday.
Oh my God.
What is going on?
It's not friendly though. Look at that. Someone's shooting on the surface of the water. Frankie gets spotted out as well.
Oh, he's fine. He's fine. I really want to see who's on the bridge right now. I want to see who's the one playing bridge troll. That is what I'm really curious about right now.
One thing we can rest assured, Vietnam still healthy with all their competitors, their champions in play. But that right there is almost brutal. Put on the PG-18 filters. That is gore and violence. At the very least, Rosemary takes down Pubg in his travels.
Man, unfortunate. But the thing is, even though Rosemary has a level 3 helmet, it's almost halfway through. Cam, the top, wants to move into the circle, but he's gonna be playing with this tiny little area that's inside of the terrain. Gosu unfortunately crashes his car. Actually, it works out in his favor because it gives him a little bit of a never mind, spoke too soon. He got micro-shotted. Yeah.
Chewie decides, hey, if everyone's gonna make an investment into the water, he's gonna play agency and guard the waters, and that way he can take everyone's points. But right now, gets well, punished in the process is the top, trying to run within the blue here with the DBS. Olayo goes swimming again. All these scientists trying to create the first ever hydro vehicle, not finding success just yet. And meanwhile, more traditional of things, Rosemary, nearly gets cooked into the fire here. PSL keeps tossing on forward all these utilities, these throwables into Rosemary. He's trying to play the edge out, but the timing is just perfect. Try and bob and weave. But eventually he takes a little bit of hit. It's Rosemary that goes down to the disgusting DBS. Once again, the scary story continues with this firearm in everyone's hands.
I love a DBS kill as much as everyone. But like, that's almost unfair. That is almost unfair, man. Oh man, how many times have we thought, oh, he's got it in the back? Wait, what? What a plot twist. Now, Assassin is going to be trying to play the fisherman here. The question is whether or not this fisherman will be able to fish out those fishies off the water is also another question itself. Or whether or not the circle will be a full water circle. Because I haven't seen a water circle in so many seasons. It'll be nice to go back to those times.
I like how you said water circle. It, like, when you say it enough times, it sounded like a species of animal. You know, like
have you heard of
buffalo.
Bloody Mary? You say Bloody Mary 3 times in a mirror and then Bloody Mary comes to you? What if I said water circle 3 times in a row? Will it actually become a water circle?
You gotta try it to find
Water
out.
circle, water circle, water circle. Okay, we have to see now.
Talking about water, you know what's worse than drowning?
Getting
Dry
shot?
drowning.
I don't know what that even means.
Oh, look that up. It's a very real medical phenomenon. They say you suffer more. But we'll turn back into the game before it gets too grim.
That's really morbid, dude.
Yeah, the thought that goes into my head when I see people swimming. That's it. It came from a good place, is all I'm saying.
Nade out. Doesn't hit anyone quite yet. Does compromise his location. But at the same time, compromising one's location also gives away your location. It's kind of like a cat and mouse game at this point. Here comes a nade. Does it hit Barod is the question. No, it doesn't, but back out does find Skynin in the end. Kind of poetic how Skynin got kicked out of the game. He managed to nade someone out, and he went out the same way. Regardless, back out. Happy with the delivery of items there. He's right beside the circle, so no worries, no fall. But as Barod is sandwiched in between these two players, honestly, the real winners are all these players in the mainland here. Rosello, Porza, Mika, Lambor, and Snipes. Wait, Snipes is so close by Lambor. Does he know?
I would love to see if it's gonna be a backstab. Regardless, more needs to come through here. Cooks up another one. It's his last one. Wait, yeah, it's his last one. Does it go? No, it doesn't hit anyone. Man, you gotta give it to Barod. He's kind of fighting two people at the same time right now.
I think if whoever's perched up across this this bank will eventually come out the greater of winners, because look, it's open season for the rest of its teams receiving on the receiving end here. They're just picking these fishes off the barrel one after another. Parajin, he tried a little bit but decides to maybe it would be best to just find their way within a circle, but Laos, persistent with their positioning, could potentially get all these names in that submerge underwater as a potential pointers going on their end.
Killing spree for William Timor Leste. This is what they've been waiting for. Here comes the mollies from Barod. Also another nade. Fortunately, none of them actually hitting the trajectory. Kaya eating up a lot of damage. Consistency is great, but it does go down. Wow, what a shot there by Para Jin. Barod from the top side finally finding our assassin after 5 whole minutes. But now all these players are in the water. They're just swimming to land at this point, and all the players on land are just going to be happily accepting them with their crosshairs on their heads. Snipes from the top side of the area has a bit of terrain to work with. Not able to get that pick that he wanted to, but this is that outcome that he wants to. 2 Malaysian players still very much alive, but for Snipes playing this much in the open, in the lower side of the terrain, that is courage.
For Kaya to go out so soon, this actually opens up the rest of the players within this lobby to go in and maybe take over the #1 spot. Look at that, across the board, already 30 pointers for Myanmar. Philippines is also at 30 pointers with Barod, the man that you have highlighted. He's got 5 kills, and all he did was pick off bodies within this ocean alone. Tony K also in play, 29 currently with the current standings. Placement points already live and remunerated for your viewing.
Barod has been having quite a good ending to this. Look at how many players are to the northern side in the water. With Barod just becoming the gatekeeper here, he can just farm as many kills as he wants. But look, here comes 20k as well in a vehicle. He can go for the backstab if he wants to. Parajin as well, all attracted by the sound of bullets. Now Barod has to be quick to do this. But all these players can do in the water is just buy time and survive for as long as he can. The boat will explode, and now one does get picked off. It's going to be Parajin that takes it away. And now the circle to the middle of the island, and Mika in the middle of the circle. He has the first dibs onto the area. Satar goes down.
Tony K raising the banner for Thailand. Barod for Philippines, still taking so many kill points onto his end. 5 tied that one with Vietnam. Parajin with 5 of his own, maybe getting a 6 here with Myanmar. Right under his scopes, Marnay, who has got the cover with the scopes available, but it is Parajin who has to look to make the push inwards much sooner than later. He's trying to get the pick off first and maybe create that sort of an opening for him to make the venture in. It won't be so easy. Meanwhile, Lambor right next to Micah. This is the fight you've been expecting for the longest of time. Micah has got the initial advantage with the entry, and he will clean him up here down in his sniper's nest.
Oh man, Mika wants to keep his dream alive, and so is Snipes roll. There, 9 and 10 side by side. 20 finds a pick onto Evox. Another celebratory point into the pocket of Laos. Marnat in trouble. Ocello, this is a very nasty off angle he has to work with as well. But the fact of the matter is, even though he does have that off angle, even though he has that compound, the circle is not in his favor. He takes this car, drives straight into the circle. He zigzags through. You can see the amount of pressure it's actually hitting from so many different angles. Parajin as well has to leave his compound, his area. But Parajin already has 5 picks, and just because he decided to move all the way up to the northern side, Barod aggressively finds a player to worry about. It's gonna be Tony K. And if Tony K takes this closer fight,
This might be a win for him, but let's see how Barod reacts to it though.
Barod responds in getting more kills onto the board here. Takes down 20. But he will find himself in a sticky positions in which Parajin will find his entry towards the flank side and maybe potentially take him out. Meanwhile, Tony K got eliminated with a nade by Micah. That threat and hope and dream for Thailand to reign supreme has gone to an end, a short end here, quite abrupt. But they have many games left to catch up here. This one is looking like it might swing the way of the Philippines with Barod 35 points in total, 6 eliminations in the bag, the highest individuals eliminations thus far. And all because he went swimming.
Wow. Regardless, Mika this time around has a sniper's nest and it's straight smack dab in the middle of the circle. Because you're on the second floor here, I'm a little bit concerned because he can get in trouble. He marked Barod, but he doesn't really have a clue where he actually is. Now, for the other members here, Barod playing the side of the terrain and the side of the circle. He's keeping very, very much safe because if you see this angle that's being played by Barod here, even though Mika had marked him, this terrain actually keeps him alive for much longer. Regardless, Parajin, suspicions are there, but it's not... I mean, he has a general idea where Barod is, but not exactly where. Sprays out from Mika, unfortunately not hitting Snipes. Snipes gets out, gets the other side of the compound. Mika out for the hunt. He is hungry for blood. And unfortunately, it's gonna be Snipes, his own team member. And this is gonna be a sadder script than Twilight.
Still a better script though. We'll move on. Twilight's just beyond redemption. It is just that bad. And so...
Wait, let me see. Mika moves away, marks Barod. Knows Porza is there. I want to see if Snipes actually and Mika actually annihilates each other. It's just gonna be a question. But they haven't moved quite yet. They are neighbors. They are from the same country, but Circle keeps going down to the southern side. So unfortunate for those on the northern side of the area. Marnat spots out Parajin. Here comes the nade to come through. What does it actually hit is the question. Nope, it doesn't. He knows Porza is inside the compound as well. But Rosello will retaliate. He has a nade of his own. Another nade to come through. Here we go. Fortunately, the car eats up the damage from that nade. And a nice reposition for Marnat actually saves his life. One more time. He has two more nades. Here we go. Kobe? Is this the one? Wow, Rosello! That is insane! Gets up, moves away, goes back, throws another one in return. Marnat moves. Nah, it bounced away. But wow! Beautifully done! And Marnat's nade takes out Rosello. So, it's a three-way fight. So who actually wins here? No one.
Very interesting turns of events here. And it's only going to get even more interesting as both snakes seems to be crawling within the same grass, but Barod gets shot off. Parajin a little bit too quick on the fingers, has got much more equipped with senses that Barod didn't, and so that will be a kill onto the side of Vietnam. A powerhouse as it is right now. Snipes and Micah, betrayal of the brothers, will have to duke things out in a game of PUBG Mobile. They have to pretty much find a conclusion between the two as soon as possible, because for Snipes, I don't think he's in a position of leisure. He's got two members nearby his end, and both those members could look to push into his household.
See, Porza just now did get clipped a little by the bullets by Snipes. Parajin decided to stay out of it for a little while. Vietnam has always liked this wait and see sort of play, and I think it works so great. Parajin keeps this up. This might be a good thing for them, but I don't like his position because it's outside of the circle, and it's a little bit of a terrain that will save him for a little while, but as soon as the circle pushes, that'll be the end of it. Now, as the other members are just quietly waiting, here we go, 0 seconds, the circle will be pushing in, and now let's see the reposition here. Mika, Parajin, and Porza all will have to push inside the circle. The only player that's safe in the compound is Snipes. Now, if Snipes is good enough at holding the compound, he might have the biggest chance of winning. Regardless, you can hear the roar of the guns. Parajin's side, but no one sustaining any damage quite yet. Look at that. Look at the crowd. They're so anxious. Look at that.
Ooh. Perfect nade thrown onto the way
Oh,
of
Mika goes
Micah.
down.
Gets taken out by Paragin. Like I said, somewhat was well within his area, and now Snipes has got his spider senses tingling. He knows he's not alone here because it wasn't he who took that kill. And we're down to the Mexican standoff, a three-way battle here. And as we all know, in a three-way standoff, the one who makes the move first is the one who would fall out the soonest. And so each one of these members will have to hold their discipline to perhaps put themselves up, set themselves up as the third-party aggressors, in which no pressure or no advantage will be given to the opponent.
Orza still holding. I think for Malaysia and Laos, this might be their golden moment to wrestle a chicken dinner away from that country. Arjun holding down the line. That knee doesn't quite hit him, but he is pretty much stuck already. Snipes in trouble now. Shot by two different angles. He runs up forward, but Parajin makes sure that the car never makes it to the destination. Crowd's in anticipation. Horza and Parajin know exactly where each other are. It's all about that outplay. It's all about timing. Parajin managing to just crawl his way out of the danger radius. Another need to come through. Does it hit is the question. Oh, it does. But not enough to knock him out quite yet. One final need from Porza. Whether or not it will take him out is the question. Parajin as well, one more. Nade comes out here. The sprays come through. Porza thankfully survives. The tree manages to keep him alive, but it's not enough. Surviving by the skin of his teeth. And Parajin rounds forward. I don't think he's able to. Yes, he does. He gets it. He gets the reset. A rush out here. Left, right, zigzag.
Drop shot, and he did it!
And oh my god! Who got it? I wasn't able to see.
My God, Parajin, that was insane of a play. Just when it felt like the opponent has turned the tide against him, getting the heels off, clutching in time, Parajin came in with that drop shot unexpectedly. Show that finger off, man. You are number one in this match, and you can point that one to the heavens because even the gods did not see that one coming.
Oh, you can tell that. You know what, you're right. There is a lot more pressure in this one. Everyone looks so nervous. When you don't have no one has your back, things got really crazy, but it's definitely a slower ending than the last map, for sure, because of the circle pulling down toward SMB. And I think in that particular map, a lot of players were eliminated so soon because of everyone swimming toward land. Barrow tried to play it very, very well by trying to fish for it, but what he wasn't expecting was the rotations from players up to the northern side of the island to also join him in his pursuit, and undoubtedly he was also one fished out from mainland.
Yeah, that right there, that ending, that 1v1 was a roller coaster. It was a roller coaster. It looked so good for Parajin initially, especially with the grenade knock and then a couple of sprays towards the enemy from Laos here. He had Laos had only half HP to play around with, if not just a sliver after he overpeaked. And then the heel turned the tables around, but it was denied and slapped back at him with that drop shot. Who would have thought in that current moment in time you would decide to go prone, which usually almost always is a bad idea.
Yeah, because usually players will pull downwards to manage their recoil. But I have to say that reaction time was also pretty much insane, because you saw how quickly he was able to heal. I mean, Porza, had to heal, and then he rushed out through the left side. If only throwables were involved, it might be a whole different story of being able to flush each other out of the area. Regardless, that was so very close, and I wish that first and second spot would get almost similar rank points, but it is what it is. And again, Vietnam still holding out strong and showing all of us in Southeast Asia why they are one of the biggest powerhouses here in PUBG Mobile, whether it be squads or even solos.
I mean, you don't have to look out any further, right? Because Vietnam Parajin, not just the chicken dinner alone. I've been seeing his names up on the kill feed time and time again. He's been taken a lot of people out in this game, including Fish. He did Fish, so some of those points are more fluff than anything, but it's still points counted towards the game, and we're gonna see right here and now the highest kill points per individual within a single game so far here in the individual event of the SEA Games PUBG Mobile. This guy, there's not much to downplay him. You cannot hype him any higher than where he is right now.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of talk about Parajin in general, and to see him actually display that I would say that skill in solos also is quite a feat to look out for. But looking at the score here, I think this is the highest we've seen so far for 29. Usually we see around 19, 23, sorry, 24. Now for 29 with 9 eliminations, which is going to be Parajin. Barod, which is very, very close as well when you think about it, because he was able to fish out so many picks for everyone swimming up toward the island. Forza as well, even though he got second place, was only managing to get 2 eliminations. Same goes for Snipes and Mika, but are making out to the top here due to their rank points.
It's insane. This guy's got 9. That 9 is already impressive in a team event. Having 9 on one player is just absolutely crazy to think of. And Parajin, he's that crazy madman right now. Pretty sure with this sort of rank, he's gonna skyrocket to the #1 spot, which was holding at 30 total points. He's got 29. That's 99% of what it takes to be in the #1 spot, all in one match alone. This match, piled up with the past 2 matches that they've played, is confirmed he is going to be in the lead. And right now, looking like Vietnam might run away with yet again another medal finish if this persists.
Man, but you have to talk about consistency too. Toward the middle side of the charts is where things get very, very interesting, because we've seen Rosello 20k, William 20, and then we also see Satar and Malay Muku 1 second, Michael Vai back out, and Kwang still managing to make it up here at the top 21. But now onto the second page, this is where I would say most of the players will be making their way to. And despite not getting the highest rank points, you have to look at the eliminations, which makes things very, very interesting. We're seeing two eliminations and 1 elimination, some of them worth 0. And I think in this game, because of the rotations, many of the players were kind of focusing on their rotations first and not taking those early fights. The fights only happened toward the rotations to the island. So a lot of players only manage to get either 1 elimination while trying to get into the circle, or they go out either to the blue zone or in the middle of getting into the zone. So the players on the first page were the ones who are just waiting for that golden goose opportunity to get these picks.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately so. But that, I think majority of the fishing, the mass commercial fishing, was done by Philippines though. That was Barod picking up so much, which kudos to him. He's an opportunist, and I don't knock on opportunists just capitalizing an opportunity handed to them. A lot of them decided to go fishing because they didn't want to take the chance at the bridge. That's a choice made, and it was a tough one, being caught out midway through, just trying to swim across. And right now, as predicted, across the board, Parajin holds at #1 with 46 total points earned, thanks to the ranking points and elimination that he was about to amass. Barod comes in second of nearly 10 points different at 37. Micah coming in third, 33 across the board, with Thailand, Tony K, and Snipes, a fellow brethren, and Kaya, who was on top of the hill, on top of the mountain, sitting in a throne, down in 6th place in 1 game.
Man, just really coming out. But Mika, consistency. I think Mika and Snipes have really caught my eye in these solos, honestly, for the Malaysia team, I mean. And Barod as well. And we were talking about Timor Leste. I think Timor Leste in the second and the third map had some pretty cool moments to come through. We saw them being able to get some pop-up moments and survivability. So this is going to be very interesting, because you say Malay Muku did that with 8 points already in the bag. We saw Timor Leste William already farming out those points as well. He has 13 points in total, alongside Evox. So I'm keeping my eye out for these players. But at the same time, for Brunei, look at Chewy. where he is. Look at Tofu. And the player that you are looking out for, new BOP, only with 5.
It's insane. I guess we get to see a little bit of Malai Moku showed out today with the ranking points. That has always been their forte, right? You mentioned survivability has always been their thing. But I think it's about time that we see some kills across the board for the likes of Timor Leste. Because although actually the individual event would benefit them so much, since you get so much just from sheer survivability, in order to compete for the medaling finish, you'll need to have some other points going on your way. And so going back into the next few games left to play today, 3 done. We have about 4 more to go. But before we get into it, a quick break from the both of us. That's Tash Bunny and me, Keith. Welcome to the 30-second SEA Games. We'll see you in just about a bit. Bye-bye.
Hello, survivors! The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the 2nd year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, The second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only one day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases.
Right now, welcome back to the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports Division. This is the individual event. 8 maps we played. So far, 3 has been played right now. And, well, so far we've got Wildcard with a winner chicken dinner. Esco to Thailand and Vietnam. So right now, each major regions having their own chicken dinner. Will we see one to the Malaysians? Will we see one on the side of Brunei? It all falls down to what we have to be played here today. Indonesia still waiting for their own chicken dinner themselves, so this map could be it. But first, introducing the casters beforehand, it's myself, Keith, and this is the beautiful Tash Bunny.
Thank you very much, Keith. Now, it's very interesting as well because you didn't miss out on Timor Leste. We did see pop-off moments from Lilium, and I think we should definitely keep an eye out on that player. Regardless, as we go into Erangel, this is where things get, I think, very, very interesting. We've seen, what? We've seen Miramars. We've seen a few Erangels. And now I honestly don't know what to expect. Because these teams, I think these teams are the players. I mean, we've seen consistency throughout the board, at least from the top 2, Thailand and Vietnam in particular. Some pop-off moments from Malaysia, but it's really hard to say who comes out on top. Because just now, for the first chicken dinner today was Kaya from Cambodia, the host country. And then after that, it was Kaya maintaining that consistency as well. And that's the beauty of Pubg Mobile, because sometimes there are situations where you don't expect it to happen, and it just catches everyone off guard. Regardless, the DBS meta is still very much in play here. It feels like everyone's just rushing for that particular weapon. It has a decent amount of range, a decent amount of damage. While it isn't as powerful as what you would expect from like a rifle per se, but like the fact that you're able to get these really close range fights and just get everyone out of the way, especially if you love rushing, gives you so much advantage.
Yeah, I mean, ever since DBS fell out of the crate and into the hands of players ever so easily, it just creates this additional fear or conditions that every other team has to be wary about, especially when pushing into a CQC situation. We've seen how time and time again, even when it looked like a winning fight, gets turned over topsy-turvy with a DBS in hand. And so a lot of these players will have to be careful about that. The only one way to pretty much overpower a DBS meta is to swing in with more members than some. And so far in an individual event, that's not the kind of privilege or luxury you're gonna get. And so DBS seemingly insanely powerful here and throughout the tournament. But another thing that has been proven to be pretty lethal is grenades and throwables. I think only Thailand so far that I've seen to be utilizing the stun grenade, which a lot of the members here just skip out on.
Man, I think that in this situation, for a lot of these players right now, look at that, they're all just very happy, trying to enjoy the final day coming into this tournament. And I feel like even though it's very high pressure moments for these players, especially as they go toward the last part of the circle, they're also very excited and happy to be able to be playing with each other. I mean, they do meet up quite a few times a year during tournaments, but that's the beauty of esports, the friendships you make. But, you know, especially if you do have moments where, you know, you have to be separated from your friends for long periods of time, it does make you a little bit sad. Regardless, as we come forward into this last few maps, I think these players are just trying to really find their composure, try and make it the best way they can. And then in the day, even though they don't manage to get the medal ending they want, if they manage to get some awesome clips, if they still manage to get one of the higher rankings, it is still something that is worth talking about when they go back to their home country.
Definitely. That is the end goal for every one of them, trying to pretty much bring some sort of an honor back to the nation in which they came from. And they have a second chance to do it, although some of these teams may have bowed out during the group stage event or the team event. This is another avenue they can look to explore to maybe tip things onto their favor. Cambodia being one of those examples. They are the host country for the SEA Games, the 32nd SEA Games. And so far in the individual event, they held themselves in the #1 spot for at least 2 games until finally going down in game number 3 a little bit too soon. And that proved to be a pretty punishing endeavor to go down so soon in a game in which placement points is very, very much rewarded.
I've always wondered, right? Like, I mean, when you trial these players for a team or a tournament, I wonder what the expectations are for these teams. I mean, yeah, individually you can be very skilled, but what makes you a really good member of a team? And how exactly do they find the difference between a good member of a team and a player who is almost like, I would say, really, really individually skilled? Would an individually skilled player actually really get a lot of value from playing in squads?
I think they do, because I think Yuhai is one of those individually skilled players. One of the biggest reason when he went over to Indonesia and played for a team called Bigatron Aliens, and they did not see much success, one of the pain points that he pointed out was that people had to play to his pace. So he needs to play with a team who matches his tempo, and he has to be able to make some of these crazy calls and aggressive play style. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, although sometimes he gets punished in the process. But if he had a team that's well up there within his tempo, it would be a very, very dangerous formula.
I think it's very interesting when you think about it. I don't think a lot of people talk about how a team strat is, created, who calls the shots, which players, say tempo would be the one you really want to watch out for. And I feel like this conversation should be had. I'm so glad that you talked about that, because I mean, you did say that when it comes to Yuhai Boy, you do need some teams who are able to play to his tempo. But personally, for me, when you look at Yuhai Boy, the team that has really worked out for him are only 2 teams, in my opinion. BTR Red Aliens, as well as, Geek Slate. Because of the style of play that they prefer. They love very aggressive sort of pushes. They love high, fast tempos. And because of that is the type of tempo that is brought in by Yuhai Boy as well as Mika. I mean, for Geek Slate, that is, it works out really good. But then you also think about like a different sort of team. Like you think like, oh my God, you have this really, really good player coming through, and but the thing is, he's not really doing very, very well. I think we've seen those moments where we think like, oh, this one player is doing so very well, but why is this team not even coming close to even making it? And then suddenly the season shifts, the good player gets knocked out of the team. You're just like, what? What on earth happens?
I think for that sort of scenario, it goes down to why you're picking the players for, right? A player could be very good in what he does, but if you as an in-game leader or a team captain who's trying to form a team, if what his strengths are not what you're looking for to cover up your weaknesses of some sort, or to jive in with the strategy or playstyle that you currently have, then he's just pretty much a decorative player who's there but not on a functional basis.
Right. A big name that doesn't get utilized. And I feel like there are some teams that have this problem. And I think that I've seen throughout my entire career in casting that we see some players getting picked off, like these big talented players, and then suddenly they're just left in the sidelines to just play either as a bench or like a backup player. And you're just like, why do you have this very talented player but you're not utilizing him? and I understand from a marketing point of view, like it does attract viewers to watch your game, to support your team. But at the same time, I think for a lot of players who come into the scene, it's very rare that we see a player who wants to sit in the back line, who wants to play as a sub. All of them want to compete. All of them want to be able to showcase their skills on the big stage. And this is where I think for a lot of teams, they have to really figure out like what's more important to them, good gameplay, or are you able to compromise with that set player to find a way to really utilize what the player is great at. And I think that for a lot of Indonesian teams, they've had a really good track record of being able to utilize these really good players.
I think it's a lot of trial and error for Indonesia as well. It's not all roses and butterfly for them.
It took them a long time to get here, right?
Yeah, I remember a time in the C level where all Indonesian team, all 3 representatives were down in the bottom position, and BTR was one of those teams at that point. And so it was a joke of the town for the time being. And I guess that's exactly why Yuhai was greenlit to be loaned out to Geek Slate. And when he was in Geek Slate, it was just phenomenal. It's phenomenal for like about close to 2 years now. And so he's still here playing with the same roster. I guess for Geek Slate, one man's trash was another man's treasure. They found what seemed to be their perfect composition for competitive play.
Oh yeah, for sure. I really enjoy watching this team play, but let's have a look at, Thailand. We've seen all these superstar names from FaZe Clan all the way to Vampire Esports. What do you think is the origin story behind them?
For Thailand, FaZe Clan, I'm not too familiar within the scenes, right? Number one, language barrier is a thing.
Right. Yeah, they are definitely a team, or I think Thailand in general are just a country that are very nationalistic and prefer to converse in their language, and I love seeing that. But okay, you know what? Let's cancel out that question. Let's work with a region you're familiar with, Cambodia. Let's hear about them.
So Cambodia, esports in Cambodia did not bloom until about 2 years back. It's very recent. Whatever Malaysia has gone through in the rapid expansion of esports, Cambodia is only just going through them, right? It was in 2019 when a Cambodian team made it onto the global levels. Then that brought a lot of life towards the game within Cambodia itself. Same thing with their MPL. They only very recently got their own Cambodian league, so on and so forth.
I didn't even knew that.
Yeah, so not for Pubg Mobile. They don't have a league for Pubg Mobile yet, but they have an MPL
This is for Mobile Legends, right? Yeah.
Yes. So developers are slowly starting to realize that the sheer player base and viewerships that Cambodia holds potentially is insane. Even during C-level tournaments like, for example, MSC or MPLI, when a Cambodian team plays against Malaysia, you'll see that viewership skyrocket to at least 4x. And then when their team gets knocked out, it just drops immediately. And so Cambodia is going to be kingmakers within a market here. I dare say that myself, just because they've got the player base and they've got the fans. But if you couple that with sheer good talents and very reliable performance, they would be as strong as the Philippines. I would say so myself.
You really gotta give it to the Philippines. And I think that I've been in the esports scene since 2016. And every time I have visited the Philippines for an esports event, whether it be a small scale event in just a mall or a bigger one on a big stage, their fans are always very, very passionate. And speaking of passion, right? When you go to these fans and you just want to take a video or say hi, they're so eager to show the love and bring the hype. And it's really fun to watch. And I think for them, getting the gold medal for this as well can be such a great thing. Regardless, coming into this individual event, we're still waiting for that pop-off moment from the Philippines. This is our third map for the day, and we're going to go down to Erangel. And what do you think about this straight smack dab in the middle?
An even flight path. A great one to kick things off. This was exactly the kind of flight path that got Cambodia their very own chicken dinner first map for today. But later on, we have to still wait for where the circle finally decides to spawn themselves, because that ultimately is going to be what makes a difference here.
Yeah, I think that like when you talk about squads, it's really hard to really say which player would make it just because they have the wind conditions, the area, the terrain, because at the end of the day, it's one player against a really, really big map. It's really hard to pinpoint where you want to look at, where you want to go. In this situation, everyone will be able to go to where they want to be. Thailand, I think they're going to go to Ferry Pier, Pre-Mosque. Malaysia too. They have Jumper actually, all the way up in SMB. He's alone. I think they're doing a 3-1 strat. Wait, what? 3-1? What am I saying? This is not squads. Coming back here, Shaco. Already looking into Joshua. I think everyone's just dropping wherever they can. I really like dropping into SMB when I used to play solo on this map because SMB has a lot of loot. Rotation though, ugh, annoying.
Rotation towards SMB. I mean, it's more of like a blessing and a curse depending on which side of the coin you're at, right? If you're the first team to be at SMB and the circle close onto your side, then it's obviously a blessing, and you'd love that very much. But if you have to look to make the push in, and then it feels like an unfair battle. But same can be said if people from SMB has to make the push upwards to the north. They're both devils in disguises, right? And that boils down to circumstances. But I will say one thing though: the likelihood of people guarding SMB travelers are less likely, because people even in the main island would want to secure themselves within a circle and not really go down to gatekeeping.
Oh yeah, for sure. Here's Kaya. I love how aggressive he's playing. Ever since he managed to get the chicken dinner in the first map, he hasn't really changed the way he played. He's just maintaining the same sort of momentum, the same sort of style, because it works out well. I mean, for the Philippines, it's all about the stealth. It's all about pulls. And the sprays come out. Snipes taken out here by 20. Laos with that opening. Huge pick. And that'll be the first point for this game. And very unfortunate for Snipes, especially because Snipes was able to get, the top 2, the top 3, I believe, in the previous match. And in this one, I think because he wasn't able to get not only good positioning and just caught off guard by that spray, it means that he's out a little bit too soon.
Right now, circle closes onto the likes of, well, close to Pachinki actually. Central, in between Pachinki and Quarry, is where the sweet spot seems to be hitting. But there's not much of a, well, I would say, city to be playing from there. It's going to be fighting on terrains and barren lands, if I say so myself. And so if the circle closes further into where it's currently trajected to, there might be an issue between these players. It will be an uphill battle for some. But so far, favorable circle to all. It is skewed off-centered, but still very accessible. Don't have to worry too much. Every one of these players can look to loot a little bit further. No hurry to try and make it into the circle, but right now, Rosemary pinning down the likes of Timor Leste's Evox. He caught him by the head in just a little bit, and it seems like he's gotten the heels off. They will reset, both of them. Goes in. Oh, Evox makes a rotation over onto the left side, just baits him a little bit. Surely he's got a little bit of that game sense on where Evox may potentially position himself into.
Oh, here it comes.
He pushes into the door here. Right by the corner. He's going absolutely by instinct, but the shotgun, 12 gauge. Immediately takes out Rosemary. Evox, a little bit unnecessary right there with the sprays, but he's hype and full of adrenaline.
You know, sometimes I think that a little bit hype, but sometimes I don't know why, but when I play PUBG Mobile, I always accidentally press the trigger button. And accidentally just randomly spray. But coming back into what we're talking about just now, I really wanted to ask you about the scene in Timor Leste. Personally, I didn't really know what to expect when I saw Timor Leste in here. Or would you say that the scene for PUBG Mobile or even esports in general is pretty new for Timor Leste?
Very new. I mean, they come from the wild card. Anyone who falls into wild card, I would call them relatively new. Same goes the Philippines. Let's be honest, right? Like they do have a huge esports scene, but that is within a different game title. For PUBG Mobile, it's still very, very new, I would say, or rather small. And so that's why they're being tossed into the wild card. All these regional things are just pretty much, you could treat them reflective to market sizes. Indonesia has their franchise, Thailand has their own, Vietnam has their own, Malaysia has their own, because we're relatively veterans already within this title. But for the rest, wildcard, that's where all the new regions are, and Timor Leste happens to be one of them.
We want to see more out of Brunei. I think for a lot of Bruneians as well. I think for Brunei in general, we haven't really seen an organization from them on the big leagues. We see their players in organizations from other countries, which is great, honestly. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's really nice to see, I would say, more teams coming in forward. I did hear of an org called, I believe it was Crit, who, I believe the organization is from Brunei, but their team is made out of Malaysians. And I think there was a lot of conversation around this throughout multiple titles about how an organization comes from a certain country, but they invest in players from another country. And, you know, as viewers, they are very, very passionate. They want, you know, their players from that country itself to be represented. But at the same time, when your players are just haven't been developed quite yet, hasn't been nurtured, and some organizations, they want to see that quick gratification, it might be a problem in itself. And I believe there was one esports title from South Asia that did this, and I think fans were questioning, like, why wouldn't they want to nurture and lead their local talents? So the organizations replied that it's, for us, it's all about building our name and brand first in the scene, because we cannot sustain without income. So their idea is to invest in players from another country while slowly developing the scene and slowly introducing their local players into the roster. But Keith, as a team manager, what do you think of this approach?
I think it's wise. I think adaptability, again, business is kind of like survival, right? And sometimes when a certain market that you play in, eventually when sponsorships dries up and whatnot, why not take out to another country? Why not go to South America? I know you're probably referencing RRQ. Why not go to a different country in which the scene is still booming, and businesses out there are more likely to spend a little bit more money on esports activations and marketing, right? It's like, you don't have to be purist and stay within one country and not being able to get any brands who's, if it's mature enough within that country, chances are the investment within esports tends to dwindle down. That's what we see across the board. And so if you go to a country like Cambodia, where it's only just starting up, your potential of earning in there is much higher.
Okay, just pause about our conversation, but looking at where the players are, I am shocked to see some players still over in Zarki and even Stalber. They're all the way up north, and the rotation is going to be not only very long, but also very, very hard. Shots from Olio, not from Olio to Olio, and here's UBOP, and I think that's the player you wanted to see really pop off, and this might be the first moment from his big one. Speaking of first moment from his big one, some players do need that first sort of pop off moment to kind of steamroll forward. I think Kaya has that. He's been very good at maintaining momentum from game number 1. He doesn't have to get the top 10, doesn't have to get the chicken dinner. It's all about getting those picks and surviving for as long as he can. I think he's done very, very well to maintain a 6th spot in this tournament thus far. We saw one player already picked off here. It's going to be, I believe, a player from Timor Leste. But Philippines, Thailand, Myanmar, Vietnam, still very healthy. As I said that, Frankie will be the one to meet up once again with Indonesia. I feel like Indonesia has been, the 2 rotations, at least from their players, have been meeting up, would be from the side of Indonesia as well as Thailand. I guess the real recognizes real, as Frankie preps it up with those smokes. And Redface currently going in for that reset, not moving quite yet. But now, as I mentioned Newbie's name, he goes out. I think at this point I shouldn't mention anyone that I want to win's names anymore.
Well, Joseph has got a nade, special delivery to back out. Ooh, and he will back out of there, but Joseph
Ouch.
takes another gauge onto the face here. Shotgun is the meta for most of these people. It doesn't matter if you don't have a DBS. Shotguns in general is what takes people down in a CQC, and players are finding it more efficient to carry them as a secondary.
That is very scary. The thing is, when you talk about DBS players, what's really scary about them is their mindset. Sometimes you think like, oh, they're not going to win because it's a DBS and they're really far away. But then these players are very opportunistic. They're very, I would say, aggressive. Some of them would just aggressively push out, take out a lot of damage, nearly gets knocked out, and by the time you think that you're about to knock them out, just a one shot in the face and they make it by the skin of their teeth, and it's happened way too many times. Now, as we look at the scoreboard on the right side, we're starting to see some of the players in the lead start to struggle and just fall out of the game. Pochinki will be where the circle will be headed to, and we're still seeing for the Philippines Seesaw and very much outside in the outer circle. But look at where Gatka is. There's so many players here. And for any players wanting to pass through Gatka, that will be the Philippines 2, Cambodia 1. We have the Brunei and CLS, and now Philippines. Ooh, it's going to be very, very nasty. A bloodbath, if you may. Damn Good just now, a little bit too early, knocked out of the game. I think he wants to make a comeback if possible. And Damn Good, I don't know why, but he makes staying inside tiny little shacks so very worth it. Kaya with the sprays, teaser. Gets clipped. Not enough to knock him out of the game. No worries at all. Ichi moves out of the way and he spots him out. The shots are out. Teaser. His car is going to be on fire, but it's not enough to take him out of the way. Ichi with only barely enough HP to survive. That smokes to just give him a little bit of breathing room. A reset. And now for Teaser. Not sure if he's out there in the green quite yet.
Yeah, that does not look green to me. At best, it's a yellow or a traffic light, because that vehicle could pretty much burst in just a couple of shots, and he understands it. He's abandoned his chariot of fire. Now they're stuck within this shed here as another Bruneian team makes a bypass from the B line. Surely that would have confused Quan, right? If you were looking at a shed filled with smoke and a car drives out of it, you would have assumed that was him making the escape. But talking about escaping, well, Loki will not be able to do that this time around. Gets knocked out.
Timor Leste, only 2 players left here in the lead. Mika, Fine Smile, a player from Myanmar, and I think that for Mika this might be a good pick. I'm surprised that Mika is still able to maintain his lead here in the top 3. I mean, like, he's very, very aggressive, but he hasn't been able to make those big plays that he wants to, especially, I mean, let's be real here. Every single player that really, really pops off is also due to the help by his team, and I feel like this hasn't been talked a lot about in the league stage. I think a lot of casters talk about like how this player is so aggressive, how that player is very, very great at getting those picks. But at the same time, you know, I think kudos should be talked about in terms of their support players at providing intel and long-range cover, because they wouldn't be able to play as aggressively as they want if they're not able to move around and take up space. Speaking of space, there's Satar just moving around the area, and he does not give a dang about Gosu shooting out at him at all. Now, Gosu as well has had moments where he just does very, very well. We saw a moment where he was on top of a terrain all alone, no utilities, but he's still putting in that damage, takes a big risk, goes down the terrain, and then eventually does make it toward the end. Regardless, one member knocked out once again, and Tofu from Brunei this time, playing it very safe, keeping his distance, doesn't want to take up that damage from those grenades. Here comes Rosello, very, very attracted by the sounds of bullets. Sprays out to Tofu, beautifully done from the high ground. Tofu hiding behind his vehicle, making sure that he doesn't go down. Another nade to come through, but here comes Damn Good at the same time. Surprise, surprise, tries to run him over, but Damn Good takes him away with the DBS. Eats a little bit of damage from that nade, but it doesn't really matter to him. And now Damn Good taking out that rough spot on the top side. It's going to be so hard for Damn Good to do anything. He does have a DBS. Not sure if he has a rifle to work with for that long range fights, but I think he might. So the sprays into the smoke. Damn Good, undeterred, hasn't moved a single bit. And for the other side, you can see Season just holding and trying to see if he can be the third party to steal this pick.
Meanwhile, we're looking at Kaya, who cannot risk going down. He cannot afford death, and he just took it undeservingly, going for a break now, which means open season for the rest of these teams down here from 8th place all the way to 13 to maybe inch and close the gap to bypass, pushing Cambodia further from the #1 spot. Not ideal, but what can you do about it? Tony K, on the other hand, gets one member from Laos. 20 will find himself out in the lobby. However, it is Honda who is the hopes and dreams that has emerged from Laos himself. Haven't seen him get a pop-off moment just yet, but right now he's outlasting the rest of his members, so there might be a chance he would. Gosu, on the other hand, spots one member that is pop-off driving through within this buggy, but has to be careful though, because behind him is another member within the grass. Sison tries to play it a little bit more conservatively. He has got no covers to play around. Open fields is this guy hunting. Satar will find himself pinned down within his vehicle unless he can make a way out of there.
Satar hasn't moved at all. And you know him as the big brains behind the Indonesian team. Boy chill as well. This is my first time actually seeing him in action on the SEA Games. Pop does put some damage, and so does Chewy. Fortunately, bullet dropped a little bit too harsh for that particular weapon. Not going to make it to its intended target. As Zai comes forward here, Piasao will be rushing forward. I think Piasao has had some really insane moments. He's so good at just with the sprays. But look at the grenade elimination. It's gonna be Honda. We were just talking about Honda. Very, very great with those projectiles. Really good at geometry. And it really shows in this particular game. Plays out to Zai. Hasn't moved quite yet. Piasao puts in the damage, and that's honestly really insane by Piasao. I think that Zai was not expecting the car to explode that soon. The amount of damage it came through. Now, 2 picks by Vietnam already. Harajin on the top side of the area, 50 points in the lead, 2 eliminations only. But have a look at where Kwang is, 30 points. And now, a shift. You can see Indonesia 1, Leon's doing very good. Climbing up to 15th place. Satar as well, all the way up to 5. We haven't seen pop-off moments from Satar, but the fact that he's in 5th place is something that we should really pay attention to. Regardless, Piasao is the one now stuck behind the tree. Chewy has all of his attention on this player. Brunei versus Brunei, it's not an outcome that we want, but it is a necessary sacrifice. The nade comes out, doesn't hit him. The tree saves his life. Satar smack dab in the middle of the circle. Piasao, no repositions yet. He tries to get information, and he is just rushing forward. A very, very bold play given the fact that you have no clue where the other members are going to be. Like it or not, these 2 Brunei players have to take this fight. One has to win and one has to lose in order to make it into the circle. Another need to come through here. Chewy choosing to use the vehicle to give up a little bit of space and cover. And as for Piasao, he'll be stolen away by Leons. Not the outcome I was expecting, actually. I'm sad. I want to see Brunei versus Brunei and one coming on top.
I think it would have been a zero-sum game because Brunei, they're known to be a bit more passive in nature, and so both teams, maybe both players, just chose not to take a shot. But that's a complete contrast compared to Vietnam and Thailand. These two has made a name for themselves within PUBG Mobile as the more aggressive of nations, and you can see it. Gosu tries to spray onto Schweppes, who's tossed the nade on forward. But right now, it is looking like a huge stalemate here. With the kind of curves that they're playing with within this terrain, it seems almost disadvantageous for being on the top side of the hill. But Tony K makes a rotation in nearby. Some of these members, Rosello comes into play, tries to third party the likes of Schweppes. Schweppes will clutch it, but goes down eventually from the far side. It is stoned, his own brother from another mother.
We were already banking on Rosello winning that, but I guess I'm sorry, Rosello. I have to say, there's a new DBS king here on Erangel. It's gonna be Schweppes. Regardless, Parajin still very much in the lead, healthy. 6 nades in the bag as well, and he has eyes on the prize toward the airdrop. But he's trying to get a feel of where the other members are going to be. Regardless, it's going to be Redface who finds Porza here. Sprays out into the smokes. I don't know if this is the way you want to go, Redface. A little bit out there in the open. That's a lot of damage he sustained. And all the members that want to be rotating here, it's going to be for Chinky, because for a long time, every single player had been holding down a building inside of the city. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These 8 players are going to have to duke it out for a space in the circle. Just now, I saw that Satar was in the middle of the circle. Not too sure what happened here. Parajin had now taken his spot. And now Parajin and Chewy, I'm sure that they're both keeping an eye out on that airdrop, because anyone who gets that airdrop gets so much value. The level 3 helmet and the shield as well, alongside the ghillie suit. The circle shifts toward the southern side, and again, it's going to be a bloodbath toward the north.
Circle, shift down south, Barode in position. Philippines, will we see the last of them? Oh, Mela shoots onto the members of Vietnam. 2 more from Thailand still living. I believe that was Tony, K, and Stone. The last I checked. Oh no, it's actually Mela who's still shooting from his gun. Quan G built quite the finesse system themselves, but that car is looking worse than for wear. It might just go down in any second here. It's about to blow up. Mela already positioned himself, but nowhere near or within the circle, so he would have to make the move soon enough.
We'll cook out the nade from back up. He changes his mind. He wants to make sure that he can be very, very sneaky. The wait and see method looks very good right now as William Timor Leste's last hope ends here. Barod has this middle side of the area inside of this mushroom house. Undoubtedly the best area to be in. But again, in the last match we saw Mika have that, and suddenly the building was encroached and he had to leave the area. So if Barod was smart enough, knows how to use this to his advantage, this could yield very beneficial for him. Mela finds La Porza in the end. Felt like a very drawn out fight back out. Very courageous push, undeterred at all, as Mela with the sprays, putting in a lot of pressure to that player. Redface is also very, very nearby. And what I'm seeing here, on the northern side, is while I was expecting a 5, wow. Mela. What a statement play.
That was pixel perfect. It didn't overshoot, no undershoot. It was directly on him. And that's how I gauge a lot of these teams, right? Aggressive members. Again, Mela picking off one member. That's Redface added into his hit list here. Parajin raking up the differences again. 4 eliminations so far, already breaking it onto the 60th point mark. Barod still in play. Quan G in contention. Top 3 position right now. This might shoot Mela up across into the first draft, but wouldn't be enough to somewhat take over the first spot just yet. But it could be a step for recovery. Parajin remains dominant. He's got cars in which he can shoot out from in a safe angle. And this is going to be something he's going to play out for the rest of the game if he has to. Now Thailand looking like they might just hunt each other down, with Stone already lurking within the grass.
A very quiet beginning to an end as Sky Nin stalking out Leon. You can see him. And Leon's also very aware of what's gonna happen here. Unfortunately, for Sky Nin, those smokes might not give him the information that he needs. He can just only kind of guess where Leon's gonna be. That nade thrown by him does clip him a little. But look at that. He also puts that Molly to the right side just to stop anyone from being able to peek out from the top side of the terrain, or just rather push out. He's trying to make his way to that buggy. Timing is very much key. Leon's, if he gets to this buggy, he can just either play it safe or he can get on and play a very, very courageous play and sort of just rush into the circle if he wants to. We've seen some pretty impressive plays, especially from Vietnam. Quang, as well as Parjin, has done that in the previous maps. But as the circles dissipate, Sky Nin and Leon's hasn't shown themselves quite yet. So I can say that the trigger moment between these two parties might be the circle itself.
You know what's funny? Throughout your
What?
entire cast, when you said Skynin and Leon's,
Mhm.
Skynin used to have a teammate called Leon. But it
Was it
wasn't
him?
spelled. No, it wasn't
Oh.
spelled with an NDS. It was a Cambodian Leon. He was pretty legendary too. That was the team who got their way onto the global stage. A player named Leon. But I digress. Right now, Skynin makes a push on forward. He has got the UMP, but from the back stand up there, it misses quite a lot. Skynin, he chose to wake up and got in the way of these bullet fires. Will go down. Paragin getting a killing spree so far. 5 eliminations in the back. Kwang Ji to follow on with. He has 3 of his own, but unfortunately,
here comes Mela
will deny him from Thailand.
Oh man, Vietnam has been an absolute menace. Both Parajin and Kwang just causing havoc, but you really gotta give it to Mela. Finally up and online. And now there are 2 members of Thailand once more in the top 5. And as the circle closes, everyone is on the ground. The person or the player who does not have the best discipline in terms of movement will be the one to be kicked out. You can see the crowd very quiet there, waiting in anticipation. But I really like Honda's positioning here. While it's not in the circle, it can yield him a few more picks if he wants it to be. No movements quite yet, and he does have 8 grenades to be used. Now toward Parajin's side, while the damage comes through here, as soon as Honda shoots toward him, other players have their mind on that as well. Honda! Fine stone! This is huge! Parajin tries to go for the reset, doesn't quite happen quite yet. He's very, very safe. The bullet drops thankfully saves his life, but Parajin is on a killing spree as Barod from the Mushroom House will be trying to find a way to move out of the area.
Honda has to make the way into the circle. Although he is able to get a couple of picks from the rooftop, it's not worth it in this individual event. You need the placement. You have to survive much longer. So he's pressured to move, but Barod will try and hold him back the best he can from a sniper's nest. No better angle advantage than the ones from above here. So Honda pressured to try and make something happen. He does have nades to maybe flush him out, create some sort of a space and opening for Honda to push on through, and he's managed to go one smoke at a time. Finds himself by the doorstep, greeting him by the Mushroom House. Honda is in safe sights. It is Barod now who is pressured to make something happen for himself, or he might just lose out on this sniper's nest. Circle has closed on even further. Even Barod cannot be comfortable here, but Honda is the one who's going on a hunt. Playing in front of downstairs. Barod hears the footsteps and the pins being pulled, but nothing lethal just yet. However, he's getting anxious about himself. Barod, eventually, one of these twos will have to hop on out into the open and become a living target. Barod, he's the first to go. Through the window, they scout out some of these rotations here, but with the blue coming in also close, Barod got the first move advantage. Honda in trouble and he will go down. Barod successfully outplay his way in that situation.
He had a lot more space to work with, especially since he left the area early. And on top of that, Honda was just stuck between the walls of the sniper's nest as well as the blue zone. So I don't blame him. He wasn't able to go for the reset either. Now we're down to top 3. Mela from the northern side rather. He does have a bit of a terrain, but going down here means that he's out there in the open. There's no grass cover. It's just the ground. As Barod has made it here, he also has a vehicle, and a very tanky one at that, so he can play around it. But Parajin, we've seen his power. We've seen how he's able to take 2 fights at the same time. Quick reflexes. Maybe it might be a second chicken dinner for him. But all 3 members, though, all that I know is that they're all pushed up against the blue zone. First shot, it's out. Barod goes down. Parajin very, very quick, but Mela gets it, bringing back another chicken dinner for the Thai contingency.
One after another, Thailand starts to rake in that golden chicken dinner in hopes to maybe bring back a medal for the country. Thailand Mela this time round, reflective of his teammate Schweppes earlier on today. Unfortunately, this chicken dinner is dispersed evenly across Thailand, which means not one of them is going to get the big enough lead to maybe close in onto Parajin, who's been absolutely consistent. Coming out in numbers second spot is Parajin, who has already so much points across the board.
Man, Mela. You can actually start to see him start to gain speed. Not necessarily the most flashiest player, not the most Kobe's, but he had his eyes on the prize, which was the chicken dinner, which was survivability, and knew which fights that he could win and which fights he had to give away. And I think that's the reason why he's able to make it out on top. Not as aggressive as Parajin, but at the same time, just as effective. Congratulations to Thailand for the second chicken dinner in a row from two different players. And now this is where things get very interesting, right? Because you have two players from Thailand with chicken dinners, two different ones. And sometimes when you are in the same team, you tend to get even more competitive. And if you saw just now, it was the Thai players that were taking out the Thais at the same time.
Yeah, Stone shot one of his friends right there and then, and well, got shot in the process, so at least Stone didn't get reward for such a maneuver itself. But unfortunate for Thailand, because although the chicken dinner is going on the side of Thailand, it's no longer a team event. That point is being scattered across members after members. It's just, you're pretty much, you're never gonna grow the tallest tower if you're dispersing equally resources across the community, right? You need to take some for yourself, and that's what Parajin is doing. He's been greedy about it, and that's why he's reaching such great heights. Thailand, this is good news for them, but they have to get those chicken dinners onto one person for him to be able to close the gap for the number one spot.
It's gonna be very, very interesting if you think about it, especially for Thailand, because I mean, for them in particular, it was an upset that Thailand the main roster didn't manage to make it into the finals, and they didn't really manage to end with the medal and finish that they wanted to as well. So perhaps them getting to these solos might be the outcome that they needed. But at the same time, I feel like Vietnam has been such a hope killer for a lot of people, because I mean, yeah, they did deserve the medals that they got for squads, but at the same time, both teams getting second and third place, pushing out so many other teams who were always there. And this, on top of that, this is all very last minute. When you think that Malaysia should have gotten that third place, they come around and just catch you off guard. And so far, Parajin doesn't seem to be loosening his chokehold on his first place spot so far.
Yeah, still very, very deadly, and that's why it's telling on how great the region is from Vietnam, especially within esports. I mean, they were the host country on the 31st SEA Games. They got most of the gold medal in several different disciplines, and right now, although they might not have gold just yet, they could be getting one in this individual event itself.
Unfortunately for that particular match, Olio Snipes from Malaysia, while they did had good standings previously, they managed to make it. Joseph as well, and Marnat. So if you look at the bottom side here, it's honestly shocking. Again, players who did well previously might not make it well next one, and this is exactly it. Coming up into the top side here for 22 to 31. Brunei starting to, I would say, pick up steam. See Piasa already up with 4 rank points and 1 elimination, and so is his teammate Shako. Tofu as well, not bad at the same time. But when you look at the host country here, Cambodia, not bad at all. Looking at the overall standings here, Vietnam 68, over 10 points away from the Philippines, and with 10 points ahead of Vietnam too. This might just be Parajin's map. I mean, we still do have another, 4 maps to go? So this could just change, but it is quite a significant lead. And if Parajin keeps playing this way, I don't know, man. I think that Parajin might just leave everyone waiting in the dust.
So fortunately for everyone in second place and onwards, a chicken dinner is 20 points. So for the difference to be less than 20 points, you know it's still very doable. That's assuming Parajin doesn't get points of his own. So whenever Parajin is down for the count, that is go time for the rest of these teams to be to play their hearts out in hopes to topple the giant that is Vietnam. But least for them to say is that it's still very possible for anyone across the board to still compete for the #1 spot.
Even though you want to find Parajin early, he's just a little bit too slippery in my opinion. It's been very hard to catch him. He's just so fast with the rotations, and even if you put that pressure on him, he does this thing where he knows when exactly to prone, and he survives by the skin of his teeth, and it's happened way too many times. Now coming back into the overall standings here, if you look at the players here in the last part here, it's going to be Timor Leste, Myanmar, Cambodia, Philippines, Laos, Myanmar, Malaysia, as well as Brunei. But for the rest, they can rest pretty happy, because if you can see here, the ones who are in the second page, the first AR from 22nd 31 is just full of at least Timor Leste player, 2 Vietnamese players, 2 Laotians, as well as our Thai players. Now coming into the 32nd to 41, we can see Malaysia, Myanmar, Cambodia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. So I think that I'm really liking the fact that we're seeing a lot more Filipinos rise up here in the solos, especially I think it was Boroke, right? Who got the second place spot earlier, and Barod, who managed to get the second place spot, and he's doing very, very well. He just really just rose up to the top.
Yeah, especially that clutch moment in which Laos tried to contest from the sniper's nest itself. Great stuff coming out from him. Unfortunately, Rotello, the DBS god, or at least bestowed upon thee by Tash Bunny, wasn't able to show us what's up here, as the member from Thailand, Schweppes, outplayed him in that maneuver. But definitely signs of life from Philippines. Definitely something to look out for. Laos as well did remarkably well. Now the only question goes down to that I have is this: how do you address Timor Leste people, right? It's like you call Laos Laotians. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
That's a thing? That's cool.
Yeah.
So what about Timor Leste? Do they have a specific name?
Timor Leste is something that's very foreign to me. This is my first time actually casting a game with Timor Leste players in it. Regardless, we are going to go for a quick break, and while we do that, we're going to Google what we call Timor Leste players. Tash and Keith, we'll see you guys in a little while.
Timor Leste.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Well, 2 Thailand players were able to get back-to-back chicken dinners, but it is Vietnam who is currently holding the helm when it comes to the overall lead here. Parajin not looking to release his chokehold on the first place spot anytime soon. Tash Bunny here alongside Keith, your casters today for the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile. Now we're gonna go to Sanhok, where things are gonna get very interesting, where maybe the pace might be faster, maybe it'll be about more bloodbath because the map is a lot more small.
And that, I thank the gods. In fact, right now, you're going to hear it for the first time in PUBG Mobile. I want all to be Sanhok maps. I want more Sanhok maps in this game. Here, especially the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile, specifically the individual event. Why? Because we need to encourage these players to play a bit more aggressively. It doesn't help that the point system rewards those who's turtling through like snakes and only coming out towards the last few circles. No, we gotta change the whole thing. We gotta spice individual up. I refuse to believe PUBG Mobile was intended to be the way it is in this individual map.
Imagine if they put the point system as 1 elimination for 5 points.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Or like 1 elimination, 2 points is also really good, regardless. I mean, 5 will be the best, honestly, but yeah. Anyways, I mean, when we look at the top performing players here, a lot of the eliminations do come from, unfortunately, the final circle. A lot of them were, I think if you look at the overall points, like I think in terms of patterns for each map, players who are at the bottom of the ladder are the ones who leave with 0, usually are the ones who lose their early fights getting into the circle. Regardless, Mela and Parajin, these are the 2 players you want to look at the head-to-head. Look how close they are in terms of eliminations and damage dealt. But for Parajin, his total points are obviously going to be ahead, because I think for Parajin, all the maps he has played today, he has had a top 3 finish. And it's insane how he's able to play as aggressively and as and have really high survivability. How is he doing this?
Yeah, this man, he is on a different level. I think his understanding on the game is trumps everyone else within this lobby itself, because you see him trying to take all these advantageous spots like high ground. It's almost like a rinse and repeat formula, right? Like you see Parajin will contest the high ground because he knows it sets him up for a better position. Meanwhile, every other player in this individual event would not make such a decision. They would rather sneak their way through if they can, regardless of high ground or the low ground, as long as they're undetected. And towards the later game, they will almost always go down to the likes of Parajin, who pretty much nearly have it all. Right? But Parajin, how he understands his game is just on a different level. We're seeing as though that he can back-to-back making it within the top 3 finish.
He's very quick. I mean, when it comes to getting vehicles, when it comes to, as you said before, high ground terrains. The wait and see method that he does is also really good, but it's a lot more aggressive. It's very quick on the ball. He'll wait for a little while, get the information that he needs in terms of player positioning, and then he figures out, okay, which player do I want to go first? It's as though he was already calculating in his mind the different possibilities of what the consequences of each of his action would be. Because just now, I think in map 2, I believe it was, he was looking at 3 different players and he had marked them. I noticed that he had marked them because he put his crosshair on them, but he did not shoot. And he only shot 1 player who was being shot at by a different team and stole that point away before repositioning and moving toward the player who's closest to him. So his ability to understand that he can take fights and isolate these fights are just really good as how he wants to know. I mean, to work within his capabilities as a pro player.
Yeah, the guy's just absolutely insane. I think Vietnam in general are just built different. Whenever you see across the board the kill points, it's almost always a Vietnamese flag shooting down onto the enemies, right? It's either Parajin or Quang Ji or Gosu. Like, to know how successful a team is a simple exercise. If by the end of the tournament, the name sticks out in your head, then you know you must have repeated his name so many times because he's made it within a highlight in your mind. He's positioned there.
And for Timor Leste, I mean, William has had some good runs, no? Surprised to see him really make it by, considering the fact that for Timor Leste, a team that I would say, rarely see in the squads, doing pretty good here up in solos. By the way, we found out what we call Timor Leste players earlier during the break. What was it again? Timor Leste?
East Timorians, is it?
Yes, East Timorians. That's right. Very interesting way. No, Timor Eastians. You know
Timor
what?
East. Wait, sorry, what? Timor East.
I'm gonna have to figure it out again.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna have to figure it out again, man. But honestly, seeing them come on top is honestly very fun to watch. It's just a whole different level on what we can expect from these players. But coming back into that, if you could have any player who really pops off. I mean, I asked this so many times, like an underdog story, if you may. Which underdog story from which player from which country do you want that story to be?
I've got favorites, man. I'd like to see Thailand, and right now they kind of fit the bill
That's
for
not
underdogs
an
because
underdog story.
they haven't been performing, so that makes them an underdog, doesn't it?
No, an underdog story is a team that's new, struggling, relatively unknown, making it up to the top, man. Oh my god, help me, chat.
Okay, so an underdog's are relatively new. I think Myanmar deserves it. Myanmar's quite the underdog, yeah.
It's true. I'm gonna have to agree with you. I am very, very gonna have to agree with you. They are pretty good. They have a really good run. Here we go. East Timorese. There we go. That will be the name.
East Timorese. It's like Maurice. That's a name on its own. So Timor Leste has got two names within one. What's the word? Kata nama khas. What do you call that?
Verb? Noun?
Khas? No, it's a special name. Well, whatever it is, right? I digress. Oh no! So my follow up to the question on the underdog was that, so if Myanmar is considered an underdog in your books, did you also know that they are considered the powerhouses in the wildcard region now? Like it's always them. What was the team that came in? Genesis was also from Myanmar.
Oh yeah, they had a really good run. Yangon
Galacticos, Myanmar as well.
I love talking with Yangon Galacticos team. It's always very fun interviewing them. That's another team I really enjoyed interviewing. From Cambodia, Zero from Angkor
Pubg.
Yeah, he is funny. I don't know if you guys know. I think Cambodians who watch this should know who he is. Very funny person. He's my best friend, man.
Yeah, so fun fact about like Cambodia, right? Angkor Pubg or APG used to be like the powerhouses after Orange Esports. When Orange Esports wasn't a thing, APG had like a good reign. But right now, I'm seeing all these new teams finally formed together by a mix of new talents and veterans, and they're blowing the waters out of these so-called established members.
There's a flight path for the map that you have been really excited to watch. Back to Sanhok. Here we go. We're seeing everyone just drop off to each player. I'm really excited to see which area of the map will be the hotspot for the drops. Usually, if we look at, I would say, squads, either bootcamp or paradise resorts that has been the area of concentration. But the Philippines and Malaysia won all the way up to the southern side, and now Laos back out very quick for this first fight with Pov. Pov holding on the line, sprays out from the door. All he has is just a mini Uzi. He can play this corner if he wants to, and he wins it. That's the power of the Uzi so very early.
Extreme fire rate. I don't even remember how many bullets goes out in a single click here, in a single second. but they will demolish doors just like that, especially when it's made of wood, like the ones we have right now. But Mascardo dancing with the devil here. It's a member from Indonesia, Leon's. He's trying to make it for his B line, but they're playing Ring Around a Rosie at this point. Someone has to sit down once the music stops. But right now, they will keep going and twirling for as long as they should. Or should. Leon's decides to wait by the corner there, thinking outside of the box, but then the dance continues for these two. Mascardo finds his way back end, but the warning shot is there. Does not want to overpeak. He goes in with the jump, but no one in front of him. And they will continue this dance of affection until eventually Mascardo will be the one who pays the price. Leon's. He made Mascardo dance for so long. Eventually, he will come out on top.
Tony K finds a kill of his own here. A very strong start for this Thai player. I think Tony K as well. He wants to make his mark now that Mela has gotten that chicken dinner alongside Schweppes, I believe. But for Boychill, him and the top will be trading out some throwables here. Just his mind, repositions. Not sure where exactly the molly landed. The top putting in the bullets. Thankfully none will be hitting Boychill quite yet. Only a level 1 vest that he has here, and ooh, fortunately the top survives by the skin of his teeth. A nade thrown out here, does it hit is the question. Oof. Thankfully the top of that rock saves his life. A spray, if you may. Boychill, we've seen some really epic moments to come through, and here's one of them, added to the reel.
Out of all the Thailand players, Tony K needs to get this chicken dinner. Wow. Talking about what he needs to do, and does it look possible? Well, Tony K is well within a circle. He did come from the vicinity of paradise, but that right there, Stone. Now this is the Thailand team I remember, the ones who's not afraid to take a boat into open waters. In the oceans he will go as the master of the ship here. Stone finds himself in international waters where he will not be touched. Meanwhile, Pov going up against Ichi from Myanmar. We just talked about how Myanmar is the powerhouse here in the wildcard region. It's going up against Cambodia. For the time being, toss the grenade, breaks through that door with the Molotov, but does not connect just yet. Schweppes, meanwhile, in the same time, gets on to snipe. Tony K will have Lambor in sight. Can he look to outplay the situation? Right nearby, actually, Tony K with Pov and Ichi, but no longer Pov as he's down 7 feet in the ground.
Joshua. We haven't seen moments from Joshua quite yet, but he has been doing pretty well for himself in terms of surviving to the mid-game. Marnat as well, when you think about it. Now, coming into this game here, I think that Skynin has had a pretty good run, but sometimes it's just that one small mistake for Skynin that really takes him out. You see a huge nade come through from him and then, whoa, Skynin impressive. And then before he could do anything else because he wasn't aware of his surroundings, he goes down. Regardless, as I was just talking about, Thailand got Tunny taken out already. Snipes as well, if you look at that. I think there's already been 2 very unfortunate rounds for Snipes because in the previous round he was gone too soon. And now, I think the same thing applies. Regardless, Schweppes in trouble, so very low. Frankie putting in that pressure. But he answers. Fortunately, none of the bullets from both players will be clipping just yet. Not sure if he's gonna be up. He does manage to get a heal. Nice. Ooh, DBS! I was about to say that Frankie has this in the bag because of the high ground, but I wasn't expecting that DBS this early.
Man, Schweppes time and time again just outplaying everyone. He did that within his first chicken dinner where he outplayed the likes of Satar. He outplayed Rochelle. And now he's outplaying Frankie of all people. Where was this team when we needed to see them perform during the groups?
Ichi. I think Redface as well hasn't had the best runs. I think Redface has been going out too soon very early as well.
And I feel like he's been running into a lot of Myanmar players. Hold that thought though. Kwang cooking up that nade. Finds Leon's movie does it, opens the door, but the volley comes through, but he rushes out forward. But Kwang with that prone, are you kidding me? These last minute prones for the Vietnamese players are just so lethal. Mela playing with this very impossible angle. An elevated hold to the area, and Pubg spots him by the corner of his eye. Nice little U-turn from both sides. He has a DBS, and Mela is playing this very, very smart because he knows that DBS needs a direct hit to the face. And if he plays with these corners or these angles, it can work out. One hit by Pubg is enough. He's so low. Mela, he wants to be able to survive. A spray out from the door side. Not happening quite yet. Pubg tries to make it happen once again. And he moves. He wants to go for a reset. Perhaps a nade. But it does give a little bit of breathing room to Mela. He closes the door. Ooh, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Mela is just so quick on the ball in answering these rotations by Pubg. He's trying so hard to find this breathing room to reset. He opens the door one more time. Peeps in from the other side. And whoa! Mela gets it in the end.
This is why I always hyped up the Thailand squad, man. Look at it. Push comes to shove. They almost always turn the tide onto themselves, but far too late. Well, let's not live in regrets right now. They have a chance to make a redemption for themselves. So is Joshua. Still not too late to change an IG into something a little bit more sticky than Joshua. Oh, well, Chewy will get onto Marnay. So Joshua rushes in, but the spoils has already been claimed.
Chewy from Brunei. I think he's been struggling, honestly, trying to find his position in the game. He hasn't been able to get into the circle, and whenever he takes his fights, he's always been third-partied. And honestly, he's been so unlucky. I think it's a lot harder this time as well when you play on solos. Sanhok especially, I think, is a very difficult map to navigate. I think for solos it's alright. For squads might be a little harder. But he's still marking Joshua. Now for Kaya this time around, going the safer route. You remember that he managed to open the day with a chicken dinner from Cambodia. But consistency-wise, surviving toward the middle of the game was alright, but I think for him, he wants to be able to hit the top 5 again. Now it's a circle pulling up north. Ouch, this is a very painful circle, but for us though, yay!
So for Kaya, that one mistake where he got down too soon has lost him the #1 spot. I think he understands the assignment. He knows what needs to be done. As boring as it may be, he will be proning there for the time being. Just gonna ensure that they get placement points. Keep him well within the game. Nang Axe, unfortunately, cannot do the same as he is now bowed out and out. Brunei Darussalam.
It's a big win for Tofu. Gets a vehicle as well. Good reposition. It's a pretty tanky one, but not the fastest. So he has that chance of being headshotted. But it doesn't really matter to him. Nice compound, a vehicle in the Vixen skull. That's huge. Wow, Joshua just zoom in, but Vikoi. Fortunately, this time around, his sprays not enough to hit him. But for Joshua, there we go, he falls off. No, come on! You can't have a Fast and Furious moment and fall onto yourself. What happened there?
He is definitely making a mark to every other Joshua's out there in the world. Not the great one to etch the name with, but with that pre-fire.
I'm guessing he thinks there's someone underneath the building. Can you wallbang the ground of that house is the question.
I doubt it. Meanwhile, Chewy now playing by the hillside here. I think Chewy's doing okay for himself. He was able to fend the enemy off, getting 1 kill. I've forgotten onto whom. But Chewy has gotten some points across the board. 2, in fact, elimination already. But Parajin spots out Rosello. Finally, this is where he starts collecting all these eliminations. Paragin, he may be a slow starter, but he's a train that doesn't stop once he's there. This is going to snowball his way in. Has the vehicle as well to rotate into the circle if he wants to. However, that would be a dangerous feat, as a vehicle is more telling than any guns could. And now Chewy, side by side with one of the Malaysians, decides to increase the gap between the two of them. Runs uphill.
Barrow's so very low. We were just talking about how he had some pretty insane pop-off moments. This time around, can he manage to do that is the question. He gets the heal. He knows that Zai is close by. Jumps out of the vicinity. I think Barrow works so much better in open areas, honestly. He's so smart on how exactly he plays with that. But in this vicinity, getting into the circle and crossing the blue zone can be very, very difficult. Not sure if Zai is looking to chase, honestly. But he is looking to pick up some loot. We saw Chewy finds a member of Malaysia. Honestly, whenever we see a big name that we know in terms of firepower go down, it's always a good thing for everyone in the lobby, because they know, like, okay, this player's firepower with high firepower is out, can breathe a little bit sigh of relief. Now, as the players dwindle in the lobby, it seems like every single team is not necessarily surviving, and what a nade by Tony K, and he stops Parajin's rampage. He must be so happy right now.
This is go time for Tony K. Look, he's in 4th place. If he gets a chicken dinner for 5-6, sure, he would still be behind by like about 5 points, 6 points, but he can totally make that one up with the number of kills.
Damn good as well. I mean, damn good has been going out too soon, but haven't been really seeing those pop-off moments like he does in squads. And I think some players do better in squads, and I think damn good is just definitely one of those players where he's able to move his teammates like chess pieces. But in solos, a lot of factors are out of your control. That's what makes it a little bit more difficult to navigate. Regardless, as it comes to the western side of Tan Mo here, William holding the very edge of the island. Hopefully the circle pulls his way.
Oh.
Good enough. Good enough. But look at Milla, smack dab in the circle. So is Schweppes.
Stone too. Still inside the middle portion, northern end. It seems like all these Thailand teams have got roughly the same ideas, and they're gonna play center circle onwards. Right now, Skynin might come in contact against Stone. Not the guy you would want to come into a 1v1 with. I've seen him 1v3 before. Actually, that just goes across all Thailand members and Vietnam. So, Skynin may be wise to keep that gun upholstered for the time being, but perspective of Thailand teams, Tony K, woo, by the skin of it, he makes it out. We'll have the chance to maybe get on with the band-aid, seeing as though he is well within the circle. No pressure to leave that compound anytime soon. It is Redface who would eventually be under pressure to make a move towards him. So Tony K, so close, nearly got down and out with, but will stand and fight again throughout this entire circle duration. Tofu on the back end has got Evo X. If he's not careful or wary enough, could be free pickings for Timor Leste's Evo X. And Stone still on a standstill against Skynin, not wanting to make unnecessary pushes through, but not the same can be said about Redface, who's already infiltrated the likes of Tony K's compound. He will have the nades that's pushed on forward. Redface took the brunt of that damage. I'm pretty sure with a hit counter that would have been more obvious than none. But he now seeks refuge in a different house with the nades just clipping him from the outside. My god, Tony K, how does he know that would connect?
Man, this is on.
His eyes on Cambodia. Joseph, I can practically feel the crowd just yelling, Joseph! Season's looking at you! But no members are moving quite yet. Everyone's on the outside. Season can be the person to farm all of these players rushing into the circle.
Oh.
Shots at him, he eats out a lot of damage. He has to be careful. A quick reposition is all that he needs. Jumps out of the building. And now, I see that Chewy is in trouble. Found out by newbies. Oh man, Brunei seems to always annihilate Brunei. This is not what we want to see. Season still managed to get inside the compound. Joseph has not moved a single inch, but does get caught out in the end. A nicer pick there for the Philippines. And now he sets his sights to another player.
That could have gone bad for Season. He lobbed the nade, panic, I guess, after getting shot. The nade bounced back into his own compound. That's why he had to jump all the way out just to stay alive. But thankfully he came in quick, got that points onto his end. But again, we see the power of Vietnam and how steady they hold their aim, doing absolutely nothing. There's a saying, to do something is easier than to do absolutely nothing, despite all the chaos that's happening, right? If you hear footsteps, you hear people walking about, you see a member in front of your eyes, sometimes holding that breath could get you out of the sticky situation as compared to taking that shot. But in this sort of situation or circumstances, you kind of have to risk it a little bit to get some of the biscuits.
Here's William. This motorcycle was not the best vehicle to use, and Echo will take one more point in the back. Asido finds Echo in return. So that's the return fire to come forward. It's very difficult to get a pick and get away with it, especially in this particular terrain and circle. Meanwhile, Mela still maintaining that momentum from the previous match. Thailand still 4 players up and running as Satar runs for a DPS from Tony K. Might be a little bit too much to handle, but Satar makes it work, and Tony K's dream stops at least for a little while on this map. Down to last 9 members here alive as Thailand tries to keep the momentum running. Shrubs for top side. The aggression comes through. DBS play. Can it come online is the question. The reload, a little bit too much. Seesaw, the zigzag is just like crazy. You can see the C-ball contingency just screaming right now as Seesaw so far away outside the circle. And so is Satar. Assassins close by at the same time. But look at where Cambodia, Thailand, and TLS are all the way to the northern side. And again, the fights are happening for this final compound that's barely inside of the circle. Stoned, breaching the area already. I'm not sure if he's managed to get that kill.
I'm pretty sure he had to make it in, but man, that was disappointing from Schweppes. He panicked almost a little too much. The first time he clutched things out, I guess he had some sort of a heart attack post-game. And so he just can't take too many of these heart attacks. It seemed like he panicked all too much. No composure. He was spraying and praying that the shotgun finally lands onto Sison, and it never did. So the story will go on, but not with Schweppes or Tony K. Mela might still have a chance here to close in the gap, or Stone can pull himself up into competitive level here. There are still 4 more games to be played, so still a plenty to make out of it. A total of 80 points to be able to be won should a chicken dinner is permitted. But right now Satar making a move up onto Mela, who has the high ground. Assassin's Axe as well. Eye set onto the smoke. Can someone give himself an information that Satar is within this area, but then gets picked out a little bit. Now it is up to Mela to pretty much go in and clean the job here as Assassin seeks refuge behind this vehicle. Decoy shots him from afar and will end Assassins before further ado.
Mela and Satar. Satar did drop out 20k, so Mela is aware of where he might be. This terrain might work out in his favor, but I think Satar might know. Oh, he wasn't angry. Spots him out. Beautifully done, Satar! The The high ground gave him all the advantage in the world. This is Indonesia's golden chance to come up on top with a chicken dinner. Stoned, not able to spot him out quite yet. Season on top side of the area. Satar, not sure what happened with that grenade there. Was it Season who threw that out is the question. But Satar does go down to Season. And Stone was very quick to take an opportunity off that. And so is Evox from Timor Leste. Timor Leste now the final two. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Vikoi still very much alive, but he has nothing on him. No shields, no helmet, no utility. 40 bullets to his name. Very different in contrast to Evox, as both teams try to snake their way into the circle. But with all of this win conditions heavily skewed toward Evox's side, can he actually clinch it? Because I've seen some insane moments come here, especially for Vikoi. Time slowly crawling. And everyone, the viewers from Vietnam and Timor-Leste, holds their breath to see who comes up on top. This terrain, a little bit better for the side of Evox, but Vikoi, a little bit better on being a good shot.
How much bullet can you tank? It comes down to it for Timor-Leste. If he can, with the level 2 armor, his survivability is much higher, and he also has got all the meds in the world. Vikoi has got none. If Evox can spot out the bullet direction shot by Vikoi, there is perhaps chance for him to immediately go in to respawn, seeing as though he is kitted up for survivability. Right now, it goes down to the wire. One step at a time. These snakes trying to cross path. I think they might have heard a little rustle in the grass here. And Vikoi, he'll try and play behind the rocks for the time being, similarly to Evox, who will play by the edge of this zone, forced into the likes of Vikoi. Time is not on Evox's side, but Vikoi can play to play the slow game, as he is within the center. Oh, gets clipped there. That's a hit marker. And revealed off that information, I'm pretty sure Evox has got a clue. Vikoi is trying to see him with the third-person view, and he will! My God, Vietnam just does it once again. This team is just absolutely relentless. Taking it away from Timor-Leste, who got so close, but there was a little bit of a spoiler right there. It seems that they might have still gotten. No, they did not. Vikoi, winner chicken dinner. My God, he had nothing, but he made everything out of it.
He honestly so good with his timing. The nade hit, and all he had to do was wait. And I think that it was just by chance that he got his timing right. He tried to make sure that he was close enough to just spray out. And I think Timor-Leste was not expecting him to just swing out that way. It worked out so well in our favor. It was a very high-risk play, but it gave him all the rewards in the world. And Vietnam solidifying their players in terms of being a solo queue powerhouse on the server. Looking at Parajin, looking at Kwang, looking at Vikoi now. And it's definitely something that a lot of the other countries here in Southeast Asia have to pay attention to.
Very unfortunate for Timor-Leste. It seems like they had every advantage in the world. They just never capitalized on it. He had so much nades. Where would the rain? Just throw a bunch, see if it hits. It did. So he kind of got an idea on where the position of Vikoi was. But he didn't really capitalize on that situation. He just continued crawling, hoping that Vikoi does not know where he is.
Yeah, regardless. A bit of a waste, but definitely a big win for Timor-Leste. Regardless, they were struggling to find their place here in PUBG Mobile. Squads or even solos. And now finally someone getting second spot with that amount of eliminations, I think is definitely something to be celebrated. Now, as the points are being counted, Keith, do you have any exciting pop-up moments that you want to share that you like to see in that particular match just now?
I'd like to see Evox play that differently. That's all. Because I think much of the highlights goes on to those two teams in final circle, right? You could say, Thailand was there and so on and so forth, but they're doing the best they could within that situation. It was nothing that could have been played out differently. But when it comes to a 1v1 scenario, there's so much in your control, and it was just a little bit uncapitalized. So here they are across the board, the match standings. Vkoi taking home total of 24 points, 20 from the winner chicken dinner, and unfortunately for Evox, only 2 eliminations. He could have gotten the third and an additional 20 points, but that he will have to make do with 18 for the time being, tying that one up with Sison from the Philippines, who has outplayed the likes of Thailand time and time again in that one match alone. Really showing what the Pacific Islanders could do.
Man, what a way to end things. And honestly, we're starting to see a lot of players, and this is what I was talking about in terms of like player fatigue. I'm wondering how many players can keep up this momentum and not get tired. Some players, the longer they play, the better it is. Some players, they can only do 2-3 matches before they finally get a little bit more tired. And given the fact that today has 8 games, I kind of feel for them, honestly, because it can be very mentally taxing. Frankie didn't manage to get far this time around. Got Tuni as well. Olio, Mika, these are players that we expect to maybe at least consistently make the top 20. But in this situation, it's a very tall order because it's so difficult to figure out the flight path, the circles, as well as who you're going to be running into. As every single player, I mean, when you talk about squads, it's a little bit more predictable, right? In terms of drop spots, locations, and how they do takes. But it's still, there are still that element of unpredictability. But in a situation where you have no clue what to expect from every single player, that's even more difficult.
I mean, Frankie, hats off to him. He understood the assignment. He was just standing there, playing it as quiet as possible, trying to get into the late game. But Tony K spots him out, and with a nade, takes him out. Right now, Parajin maintains dominance at 71 total points, despite going out so fast, because no one else got it closer. And Barrow drifting apart here from 10 points different or 15 points different. Now more than 20 points different gap from the number 1 spot. Sitar's trying to close in with a 55, with the rest of Thailand at number 4, 6, and 7, with only Tony K at the 50th mark.
Man, Satan really just climbed up to 3rd place. This is interesting. Look at how from the 1st till 8th place is all just Vietnam and Thailand before Laos finally comes inside. And then it's just so competitive here between these two countries. Honestly, imagine if one day we took all the pro players from Vietnam and Thailand and just put them in as solos. I wonder how fast-paced and aggressive that would be.
You know what would be a good format? A tournament once every year where you draft a team from each role from different country itself. So you need a rusher from Indonesia, a scout from Malaysia, you know, someone from the wild cards, and force them to like work together in an annual event.
Oh yeah, that would be fun. You force them to play out of their comfort zone, out of the usual style of play, and also force them to make more friends.
Yeah, at the same time, you're handing over some of that exposure towards countries like the wildcard region and get everyone up to par. Which sounds stupid, I know people in a winning team would say, yeah, but why would we want to do that? Why would we not want to win this so dominantly the next year? And I get it in that aspect, but it sounds like a fun IP if that were to happen.
Yeah, it really is. You know what else will be fun? I think that we're starting to see that already, honestly. I mean, when we look at a lot of organizations here through Southeast Asia, we're starting to see mixed rosters come through. Like, I think it started off with teams going purely by, I think, players in their country itself. But we're starting to see, you know, some players taken out of the country and put into other regions. But let's have a look at the interview where we'll be talking to our second Vietnamese player who got the chicken dinner.
compared to last year with your first chicken dinner and on your way back to get another medal?
Chào mừng trên sân khấu tại đây là Việt đến từ Việt Nam 1, là cựu huy chương vàng của đợt SEA Games 31 Pubg Esports. Với cái thành tích chicken dinner lần này, tôi muốn biết là bạn với cái chicken dinner đầu tiên này bạn cảm thấy như thế nào sau khi bạn đã được cái huy chương vàng vào năm ngoái, vào đợt trước?
Em cảm thấy vòng bo hơi khó một chút so với vòng bo năm ngoái.
The zone is a little bit difficult today, but I managed.
Okay, so he said it's a little bit difficult, but he managed. វារៀងពិបាកខ្លាំងបន្តិចសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតនេះ ប៉ុន្តែគាត់នឹងព្យាយាមអស់ពីសមត្ថភាព What is different between SEA Games 31st and SEA Games 32nd that makes it more difficult for you this time?
Điều gì đã khiến cho cái trận 32 SEA Games 32 lần này khó hơn trận 31 lần trước?
Chắc là do giờ là đối thủ nào cũng mạnh ngang nhau và hên xui ở vòng bo rồi ạ.
The zone is a little bit more difficult, and the components are very strong. They have very good strategy.
Definitely, after you got the gold medal, people has been preparing just for you, especially. màគាត់បាននិយាយដែរថាជាមួយនឹង zone គឺវារៀងពិបាកសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតនេះហើយណាមួយកីឡាករដែលបានចូលរួមគឺមានសមត្ថភាពខ្ពស់ជាងមុន So at the very last moment it was very intense for you because you did not have any first aid, band-aid or med kit at all. So what was happening through your mind? Were you confident you will get the chicken or were you just hoping for the best?
Vào những phút cuối của trận đấu thì mình không có trang bị hay là máu gì hết, thì mình cảm thấy như thế nào về trận đấu vừa rồi, có hồi hộp và mình có cảm thấy đủ tự tin để mà đạt được cái chicken dinner hay không vào lúc mà bạn đang đấu?
Sau khi vào được căn tròi thì em không có gì cả, không có băng đít, không có giáp và máu, thì em cứ nằm đấy đuổi các đối thủ đi ngang qua thôi và đợi vòng bo thôi. May quá bo đội tới thì em giành được.
There are many factors at play, and I can't deny their luck. And I definitely was very nervous about my situation back then. But I was patient, and I just thought I had to give my all, and that's how I got the chicken dinner.
បាទអញ្ចឹងគាត់ដឹងថាគាត់លេងនៅក្នុងទីតាំងដែលអត់មានឈាមអត់មានអីទាំងអស់ប៉ុន្តែដូចគ្នានេះគាត់មានការជឿជាក់ក៏ដូចជាលេងជាមួយនឹងចិត្តអំណត់ធ្មត់បាទរហូតដល់ទទួលបាន chicken dinner. So we know now holding the first place currently is your fellow countryman Parajin. I'm sure you're here not just for bronze or silver. I'm sure you're aiming for gold. Anything you want to say to Parajin?
Trận trước đây là có Parajin cũng được một cái chicken dinner như vậy thì em sẽ chắc chắn là mình không có đến đây để đạt được cái huy chương đồng như vậy thì Vi có lời nhắn nhủ nào đến Parajin đến từ Việt Nam 2 hay không?
Em chúc Parajin luôn tự tin chiến đấu hết mình vì là cờ tổ quốc.
No matter who wins, we Vietnamese are winning. So I definitely want to wish Parajin the best luck for the final prizes.
បាទអញ្ចឹងគាត់ជូនពរទៅកាន់ Parajin ទោះបីយ៉ាងណាក៏ដោយឲ្យតែឈ្នះគឺបាទវៀតណាមគាត់នឹងយកជាមួយនឹងមេដាយបាទជូនពរទៅ Parajin ដូចគ្នា Well, that was a very entertaining game and we look forward. Hopefully we will see a back-to-back gold medalist champion. Indonesia almost made it, but
and there we have it. What we see here, we wanted to see back-to-back, and we may just with that, but a little bit too soon to put that assumption up because there are some teams do well the longer you're marinated. And talking about Thailand, and I'm also talking about Malaysia. Regardless, I want to see what happens the next map as we go toward the halfway mark. We're gonna go to our 5th map, correct?
That is correct. Correct. And right now everything is still in play. Why? Because we have to look at each games differently. One game, the maximum potential points, even if it's 0 elimination, is still 20 points. which is the gap currently from number 1 to number 2. And so they're only one game apart from taking over the number 1 spot for Indonesia. For the rest of the world, Thailand, a couple of games can easily have done it, but they have to show some sort of consistency within this execution to pretty much seal the deal and bang that nail into the coffin.
Yeah, speaking of nail in the coffin, it is a very hard nail to bang because, as I said before, this is solos. And for the next map to be prepped, we're going to have a quick break. After this, more PUBG Mobile solos for the 30-second SEA Games.
Hello, survivors! The 30-second SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event PUBG Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each PUBG Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 40th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
The countdown of maps begins from this point forward. 3 more maps to be played, counting down 3, 2, 1, starting off with Miramar, which means we're shifting our eyes to bigger, better things. Bigger chances, bigger victory in the top 1 position, and a bigger map to play things out from. I'm excited. This is the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports. You're joining me, Keith, and alongside the very adorable Tash Bunny, who apparently has a rabbit tail no one has ever seen before.
Where did that come from? Anyways, as we come into the 6th match here, Miramar, we always know that this map has been a little bit slow in terms of I would say, the rotations and the timing. This is a map where I would say a lot of protection is key. And I'm really excited to see what would be the outcome. I mean, we all have seen how the top spots are just purely dominated by Thailand and Vietnam. Really hoping to see the other teams really catch up if possible. And I have seen the effort to come through to that. It's just the problem is a lot of players are getting, I would say in terms of firepower, instead in terms of aim duels, a lot of these one-on-one fights just heavily are skewed toward the Thai and the Vietnamese teams. They're just really good at their positioning, timing, and even, hell, we talk about proning, right? How many times in a row have we seen the Thai and the Vietnamese teams prone at the very last second and get away with it?
Like too many times. It's almost scary to try and take them on 1v1 now. All these teams, Thai and Vietnam, even Indonesia, if they were to come in a 1v1 fashion, I think it's a healthy assumption to get into this engagement saying, hey, there's a DBS somewhere in there. Don't overcommit. Maybe we'll just toss nades to make sure we get the kill. Because we've seen time and time again where so many supposedly winning battles turn very sour. And it goes down to the raw mechanical skills from the players within these regions.
Here we are. I think for a lot of teams here, they really want to find a way to make it up to the top of the standings. I mean, yes, there are 3 medals to do away with, but you don't want one country to grab all 3. You want to have your country represented up there in the top spots too. Regardless of the outcome, even though it is very like pressure cooker moment, very, very scary, but at the same time, it feels like a lot of these players are in such good spirits. Every time a player wins, there's always a congratulations. It's just real great sportsmanship coming through here from all these players. Very, very young and already so very, I would say, ethical in terms of how exactly they approach competition in the nature of this game. And I like the fact that, you know, these players, these young men are being taught so early on how exactly to navigate these very high pressure situations. But the only thing that will make it better is that one day, or perhaps one day, we might see ladies played in this individual event as well.
I'd like to see that. It's definitely, for me, it's a better view than looking at dudes. So I'm full-fledged behind that vote right there, the hand-in vote. But let's take a dive into Miramar. As you mentioned before, it is going to be slightly bigger. It's not slightly. I think it's about 2 folds the size of Sanhok. Sanhok is a 4x4, with Miramar being an 8x8.
Double.
It's a long stretch, and we might see things turned in for a little bit of a snooze fest for at least the first 15 minutes of the game. But every now and then there are some very crucial skirmishes that do occasionally take place for compounds that are shared between some of these. I guess one thing that we fail to recognize is that in a team event, Thailand or some of these teams are so used to a certain drop spot that they might just maintain with that drop spot should they go in an individual match, and which means they might have to shoot out their brothers for them to come out victorious. Nevertheless, that's all said in theory. Right now, let's put it to the test here. Practicality is key. Match number 6, we take a flight across Impala, overseeing Los Leones, La Bandida, and La Driela. Slightly towards... I know, I kind of fumbled it in the pronunciation. If you're Spanish, don't kill me for it.
It's actually...
Yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say it's quite complicated to pronounce it, but once you do, it's very, very nice to say.
How do you say Puerto Paraíso?
Puerto Paraíso.
You
There
did it
we
with
go.
an accent too. It's kind of race. Cancel her now.
Wow, I actually turned on Google, what's that called? The pronunciation website just to get it right. That's how much I wanted to get it right.
Okay.
Regardless, coming into this game, I'm really curious to see what the circle will be pulling here. And Philippines again, you are on spot for this. Philippines love the Southern Islands. I am so surprised. I've casted so many sea tournaments. Never seen Philippines, anyone go down there yet. But circle will be up to the Prater Fields here. I think a lot of you can see Backup actually change course as he's dropping. He's like, whoop, we're going south. Nope, it's north. Okay, well, turning around here. Turning around right now.
But they're a
Dude,
bit too late.
Rosemary had a double barrel so quickly. And Kaya was just a handgun. Nice.
You know what they say, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. And if you have got nothing but fists to fight off from, that handgun is just as good as a DBS. Right now, over in Pecado, it seems like Umabu will seek refuge for the time being, burrowed down there in the Southern Islands, or at least nearby the Southern Islands. He did not choose to cross the borders, so he'll maintain in the main islands itself. But now Snipes, and Jumper, them together that make Sniper, will have to take each other out. At the same time, 20 already guns out onto Rosello. So a lot of these Filipinos seemingly under pressure despite having such an odd jump spot. Jumper right now has gotten probably sounds on the footsteps that Snipes is currently emitting. Whoa, with the jump along, surely that's a big giveaway. Jumper has got to show us on his prowess within the CQC situation. How does he outsmarts the like of Snipes? Now they come from the same org, so they do have, they play within the same org before, so they should be able to understand each other's movement, but Jumper seems a little bit hesitant to take that shot.
He's just holding. Remember, just I think it was yesterday, how Jumper, even though he got tagged out by a nade, he just sat there. He didn't even move. But Snipes, honestly, very bold play. Just leave the area and not take this fight. Like this wait and see situation, Frankie shot already out from the top side of the terrain, and Frankie says, "Don't shoot me, sir. I will come for you. And I will kill you." Undeterred at all. Fortunately, his motorcycle will be rolling down the hill. Oh, actually, it was Seesaw that shot at him. He has his sights on that compound. Rosello as well. I think that for me personally, after seeing him do those insane jump shots, I want to see it, but he hasn't had that chance quite yet. We want to see him take a 1v2 or a 1v1 jump shot to the face, really just jump on top of the charts for the Filipino SEA Games. Regardless,
You know
your
what
smile.
what
Sorry,
I'm
go ahead.
afraid of?
Mm-hmm.
Because that moment there, Jumper and Snipes, he didn't take a shot. We've seen this happen before. People are going to call out for teaming up.
I don't
There was
think
no-
they know, because they are actually sat together so far away. You saw that he was prepping the nade, but they don't want to fight so very early, because the only thing Jumper had in his hand was just a singular nade. So that's
No,
why
for
Jumper
sure.
hid. Yeah.
I'm on your side, right? Like, I believe you. I don't think they're the kind of players who would do such a thing. But other viewers might have a different conclusion, and this may that stint right there might make things messy, is all I'm saying.
Or Cambodia. Nang X. It always feels like Cambodia and and Myanmar seems to meet up in terms of rotations. I might think that, sometimes you think that, oh, okay, since it's solos, the rotations might not still be the same, but when you practice so much, when you play the same rotations over and over again for a particular map, it is bound to happen that you drop in the same spot, you rotate the same ways. For Piasao, he's had some really insane moments, very aggressive player, and I would like to say that out of all the Bruneian teams, Piasao has been very, very proactive in terms of how exactly he plays. And here he is pushing out here, catches someone off guard. Both teams clipped very low. Takes a breather, reset. Piazza very quick on that. He has a lot of utilities. He has a level 2 helmet, level 3 shield. A little bit of an advantage. He also has pills here. He has that edge, but not too sure what to expect if he wasn't able to spray properly. Tries to surprise each other from the other side. DBS shot. And understanding this, Piazza really going up to the top side of the area, not allowing him to play the way he wants. So a jump shot forward, but Smile just faster. Great anticipation. And what a heartbreak from the Bruneian player.
Smile again, Myanmar. Always coming in with all these upsets. Although Brunei is not expected to be, a better performing team historically against Myanmar, because I don't think they really have history against each other. Only recently Brunei got included within the Pro Series. I think Wildcard now encompasses a Bruneian slot, and that's good news for them, but they have to make sure it's worth the keeps. They have to strive towards showing the people upstairs that they're worth the investment forward as a region. But we digress right now. Rosemary kind of had a trajectory onto back out, although he can't see him. Might have caught him in a crossing into this building itself. Talking about it, the Indonesians, the red face again. A man who's got featured so many times. The guy who did the impossible play of 1v3 seems to be a little bit more passive when it comes to the individual event. Shako up against Lambor. Spots him out. Has got the rough idea, but the nades fall on back onto him. Lambor evading all these grenades so effortlessly and transitioning it into a push onto the high ground. Surely Shako, I don't think he notices this. In fact, he does not. So Lambor could just find a way into the flank side of Shako and take him out before he realizes. Shako is damaged though. So he has seen better days. Lambor not a scratch just yet. Unless that was a grenade prematurely popped onto the side of Shako itself. I don't know how to explain the trauma he's inflicted.
Oh my god. You made it sound so traumatic, sir! Regardless for Shako. Will be proning forward into the circle, and so will the guy on the other side of the area. This is an El Pozo area coming forward here. Thailand. You see Schweppes on the high grounds as well. But Laos in the very middle. I'm pretty sure that everyone is just fighting for that real estate areas, the compounds. I'm surprised that there's not more people in this particular area as well, because while it is a big area, it's an area where there are a lot of multiple compounds. And you have seen the apartments in Los Leones, right? Where the circle ends the urban warfare. You'll sometimes see so many players in one singular apartment in 4 different floors. And that's a lot more scary. But that's squads though. Regardless, Tony K throws that nade. And Kobe! Perfectly done. He gets a little bit of a delivery of resources. I see Pubg as well. Getting Rosemary and Barrowed finding Vikoy. 2 big picks for the Filipino team. As Tini. And this is why it's so scary in solos. Because every time you hear the sounds of shooting, your attention goes there. And then if your attention goes there, you start to wonder how many more people is watching this area that I am. How many areas do these players who are in that area have to worry about? But Tony K this time around, just as he just finished one fight, he goes into another. Here is Leon's. He's so low. Runs away. But the shots from him, a little bit too much. Gets him as he was trying to go for the reset on the upper area of the building.
Tony K just insanely confident as a player here. Already rushing into 2 kills. And he's barely moved the compound yet. Still in which he started off that hit counter. Setting himself up for success. Already 3rd place. Still about 20 points difference though from closing up the gap against Parajin. So he has to make this one work. Paragin going down right now could very well open doors, and so he has to look out for that well within the hit counter that ever so slightly appears in the top left side of the screen. Meanwhile, the rest of Thailand again doing similar things, occupying center of the circle, set themselves up for the late game fight. But as I said, that God Turney gets knocked down by the top. Paragin finally out. Once again, a bad game for the guy. Opening doors here. Barrow, Tony K, this is go time for the likes of you. Satar in as well.
Still waiting as the circle will keep pulling up toward the northern side. Crater area will be where all the players are going to be. Olio this time around puts in the damage. First to make that contact, but not enough to take him down. Fortunately, the bullet drop in this game can be pretty unforgivable. Let's get another big hit, but not enough to blow him up in his tracks. He is unbothered. He's just going away wherever he wants to go. Now the top 16 this time around, Mika dropped down all the way to 16th place. Earlier, we saw he was all the way on the top 5. It's a very unfortunate situation, but I think he's trying to make redemptions or here. He already has one pick-off. So all he has to do is just survive. Honestly, in this situation, the survivability can be the name of the game. Given the fact that how many points you get just for getting the top, I think it's top 20 or even top 10. Sprays out to Timor Leste. Not happening. No picks. Loki and Nang X in a stalemate. Could be throwing out some nades. Nang X very smart, dropping out of the house. Fortunately, Cambodia takes a lot of damage. Goes for the heals. Loki trying to play it very smart. A wraparound, if you may. Goes to go on the other side. Sprays out. Nang X is doing more damage. Loki can push up if he wants to, but he's playing it very smart. Trying not to be a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too greedy. I think he's noticed that there might be players close by. Both of them timing not syncing up in terms of their sprays. And this time around, Loki says it's best perhaps to just hold. He only has 13 bullets in the barrel. Has to be careful. Not happening. Reload once again. What is going on, honestly? Finally gets it from a tiny corner of that angle.
These jiggle peaks, man. I don't even know how they can sync this one up. But Skynin, he is literally on top of the skies right now. Heads in the clouds. Will be shooting down onto Mela, who's got a shed but no roof. So not much of a cover there from the high heavens. But you do have Jumper, who is tracking the likes of Skynin on the very top. Meanwhile, Olayo sprays onto Loki. Loki will find his way in. No casualties just there and that. But Skynin finally getting retaliated here. Takes a little bit of damage. Half HP now. But the message has been sent. Jumper also on top of the hills. Just hopefully he doesn't decide to go and default into jumping as the name goes. Nearby newbie. He's trying to clutch things out against the top. Proning in the ground. He's taken the book out of Vietnam. But does not secure any kills just yet. Both of them priming up nades. Toss the first one out. It will clip onto newbies but not onto the top. Newbies will look to go in with the heals. Unless the top can say something about it, he has to go in for the push. Acknowledging the DBS though, in hand, might not be the simplest or the easiest feat to do. But newbies will remain second floor. Grabs out the DBS. The top will have to rise onto the top floor in order to contest this. He saw most likely gets the hit counter. Surely he has an idea. Come on, newbies. He has to make the push. With the Molotov shooting over a little bit too much. He hears them lugging those shells. And oh, newbies OP. Gives out a warning shot. Missed it by that much. Could have been the hit. The top has to be wary right now. This stalemate is going to draw much longer than comfortable. But another player as well within this vicinity. Pubg can look to make the poking interference as well if they don't wrap this one quick. And the top is the one up onto the stairs without hesitation, gets that kill inside, rolls over Echo in the process.
Man, it felt like Echo was a little bit too ambitious there. He thought that he could get him before he gets rolled over. Unfortunately, he whiffs that. So, it's out of the game so far. Regardless, Barod, I would say it's Philippines. One of Philippines' favorite players. Damn good. Not too sure what happened there. Unfortunately, had blown himself up. Probably by accident. You know, you can add it to the list of dumb ways to die in PUBG Mobile. I want to make a whole list of that. Dumb ways to die. What's the dumbest way you have died in this game?
That I have died in the game? No, I've died very vanilla. But
no fun ways.
No dumb ways. The dumb ways still for me is exploding a vehicle and that projectile can register as a rollover. Still my favorite way to die.
One time, I was trying to hide at the bottom of a high ground area. I heard a car coming, so I thought, okay, no worries, I'll just have to shoot them down. This car lands straight on top of me. I don't know how that happens, but I died. Not the best way to go. I think the sentiment is shared by Shaco.
Talking about going off though, Tony K is not there, and Malay Amuku joins them with in the graves, and now we're down to just a couple of nations left up upon the board here. Playing by the edge, Laos, Thinny. I'd like to say that he's spread too thin, but he's got nothing much to begin with, seeing as though they're playing in an individual event. No backup, no nothing. All but utilities under this belt, and he's about to use his already limited supplies. He does have smokes though, but surely trying to make a push forward is not the smartest of move. Circle has closed on further into the hills by Crater Fields. Micah on the top end, Satar to join on with, Schweppes and Chewy as well. But now Redface has got his eyes focused onto Thinny. That nade nearly takes him out. Bruises him from the rear end. Maybe this could be his chance to try and make a getaway or even regenerate to take this fight in a more favorable position. But right now, both players will have to address each other for the longest of time because no one is walking out of this unscathed.
We saw a pick already from the other side of the map. Already. High ground area held in his favor. All he has to do is just spray out for these two teams. Redface fortunately does have a vehicle. He can go for reposition. Nice push forward for Redface. Shoots out to the other side. Redface does eat up a lot of damage from Thinny. Thinny, what are you gonna do? A jump shot forward. Redface barely misses that, unfortunately! But that shotgun doing wonders for this guy. As Season running away for his life. The top is just putting in a lot of damage into that. Just how Thinny's fight did not end. We saw him get picked off by another player already. And Boychill as well does pick another elimination point in the bag. Boychill, he's so very aware, marked the players from the Philippines, the compounds where they're gonna be in. So before he decides to actually take these fights, he has to try and get these isolations. He hears the vehicles coming in from the Vietnam player. He doesn't shoot out toward them quite yet. And in these fields, this is going to be very complicated because it's so very terraneous. And not only is it terraneous, it also has a little bit of cover, and it's so hard to clear these areas, especially behind the rocks. You don't want to be caught off guard as you're in the mid of rotation, especially against a DBS.
Right now, Sison, we're staring at him in a very peculiar situation. We'll have a loot crate or a loot death box here to pick up from, but Jumper maintains his position up on the high hills. Skynin just across. If anyone's going to take him down, it is him. Meanwhile, Teaser under gunfire. Some hit counters right there. Stone gets taken out by Puff Puff. Teaser under gunfire. But it is Skynin who's giving him a little bit of the tease on what is to come. And that is a lobby placement, a lobby finisher as Chewy tries to shoot within the general directions as well. Smoke is shooting in the blanks, seeing what clicks. I'm pretty sure he saw that. There was a walkthrough done by Teaser, but hasn't been punished just yet. Now Lombor making the drive up. Skynin will have to address. Yeah, he's on a 90-degree angle here. It's an easy pickings for Skynin, but Skynin has to be careful not to slip, because that would be a death fall for him.
Definitely king of the hill. The top. Ooh, comes out on top. Mela goes down. Skynin nearly stealing him away as well. Cooks the nade, a little extra, throw it out a little bit far out. I don't think it's gonna be hitting him. And the top safe and sound in the little corner there. At least he has smokes. We'll be able to go for that reset at the very least. Season close by to the Vietnamese member. Everyone's just playing very quietly on this high ground. Snipes passes by. Jumper knows. Probably has spot in the tippy toes of his feet. Hasn't shot out quite yet. You don't want to reveal your positioning so early to everyone in the vicinity of the area. There he goes. He spots out Snipes. Holding. Trying to get a nice little angle to come through. Snipes just dancing the way. He's low, but not enough to really damage him. He wants to answer, but in this 90-degree angle, it's so hard to answer. As Joshua eats up that damage, Skynin once again making full use of this high ground terrain.
Jumper's finally looking to migrate his placement or his position up onto this post. Perhaps he might have to come in contact with Skynin just to capitalize on the very favorable position Skynin has been benefiting from. Right now, Chewy, he's got another team to address. That's Joseph from Cambodia. Under cover of smokes, Paw finally goes down. Back out takes him out from Laos. But Chewy will maintain this status quo for the time being. Skynin right now in the middle of the circles.
Here's the sound of gunfire. But Skynin, because he's smack dab in the middle circle, he doesn't have to move. He doesn't have to actively shoot out either. Because the amount of points you get just for getting the chicken dinner is just massive. Northern side of the fields here, it's gonna be Joseph sharing an area with Chewy. It feels very prolonged here between these two because Chewy did manage to get a pick. And then there was a bit of a skirmish and then Teaser came around and then suddenly they're like, okay, I think we gotta break this off. Unless you want both of us to go down together. Malaysia this time, they're having a pretty good round if you think about it. 3 still very much alive. And Boy Chill does find Barrowed in the end. Not to worry too much about those jump shots, at least for this particular round. I like the fact where Mika and Satar are just hugging the general area. There we go. Mika will be the one with the opening. Mika so very low, running for his life. At least he does get a pick off out of it, but he has to be quick to go for that reset. Tofu wraps up the nade. Mika managing to heal up. Will be hugging the side of the terrain. Honestly, a very, very smart move. A good reposition as well.
Thank God the drop did not land on top of the hills in which Skynin was at. Otherwise, that's so much favoritism coming from the gods of Pubg Mobile. I figured when I looked at the map, he was in very near reach, but when it comes down to in actuality, the loot crate's all the way down there. So that means Skynin will still be depleted of supplies for the time being. Tofu will have to be forced outwards as the circle does favor the likes of Skynin and his high grounds instead. But they will make it, to make the step downwards isn't an easy path. It's a challenge of its own. And he might suffer a fatal fall if he were to try that attempt. Meanwhile, I think Skynin and the rest of them, yeah, they're still well within the circle. But there's a bunch of players playing on that high ground as well, and it goes down to who's the king on the hill and who can hold it in place.
Jumper eating up a lot of damage. It's gonna be Snipes shooting at him. Malaysian players have been running into each other quite a lot in these solo matches. Backout has a vehicle at least. Can quickly move away through the terrain. Can see that some members on the teams have their eye on him. DPS from Teaser. Jumper, is he able to hold on? Is the question. No. A little bit too strong with that weapon. Despite the high ground advantage, if he's able to get that quick hit to the head, that's it.
still making it into the top 15. Joseph does find Chewy the other day. They were in this Mexican standoff for quite a while. Joseph nearly goes down to Tofu. Tofu spotting him out. With the airdrop gives him a lot of value. Micro angle to work with. Very, very tiny. And Joseph is not moving a single inch. For Tofu, he's trying so hard not to use the globals if he can, because he doesn't want to use it so early. But I think in this situation, you might as well just utilize it. Here we go. Goes up. It's a little bit too close. Does it actually get the hit that he wants to? Goes down a smoke. Whew, Joseph managed to heal right in the nick of time. Talk about timing.
He will get a bunch of supplies back, Tofu, so it is him who benefits ultimately within this engagement. Joseph had the same idea to maybe stock up on things, but haven't really gotten the chance to do so. Meanwhile, Micah trying to ring around a Rosie with one member here from the Philippines. Indonesia. Actually, it is Philippines. That was Sison. Down and out. The man who clutched so many moments previously will have to make way for the Malaysian squad. And Skyden, in the attempt to go down, he fell off the cliff. He's eliminated, and that would be Cambodia. Only member eliminated alongside with him, Joseph. Now down to Malaysia, Vietnam.
Top 3 with 2 Malaysians up there. This is the moment the Malaysians are waiting for. Mika, however, does not have the high ground advantage. But if the circle does pull toward him, it might be the best situation he can ask for, because moving down in that terrain is going to be very painful. It's going to be out there in the open. It's going to be so hard to really play with that terrain, especially how steep it is. But only if that circle does favor him. And if it doesn't, well, Mika, if he survives this, hats off to him. Because it looks like it's going to be really hard trying to climb up forward. As Snipes trying to go and survey the area. They do have vehicles, but Lambor's vehicle has been exploded. So for him to reposition is going to be a bit annoying, but not impossible. And Mika, I see what he's doing here. He's looking to find a different way to go up the terrain. I like that. I like that.
Right now, I think if you're Mika, you want to stick as close as possible towards this monolith right smack dab in the center. A sandy iceberg, if you may. It's just in the event that some of these players make it to the high ground, he will be within shooting range unless he sticks on close and turn this into a 90-degree peak fall. But Snipes, though, might show himself a little bit too much here. If he follows the grain of this entire structure, he would most probably show himself at the end. But right now, Lambor has got 14 meds, about 4 first aids. And Mika, only has 15 of the band-aids to play around with. So healing game is not his option. He has to go out and try and look for the hunt. The circle is already at its final laps. It will close on further, but Snipes has got the grenade all prepped up, ready to toss on forward in case of an over advancement, and it is Mika that falls down, surely. Snipes still remaining within the game here, has got the first aid, will use it. Lambor, desperate to make the push. He's heard them gunfires. Now it's a matter of who peeks who first, and Snipes gets peeked on. Vietnam once again with sheer patience themselves. Another chicken dinner down to that country.
Man, oh man, Vietnam, the wait and see method working so very well. Lombard just holding down the line. We already saw that he was clapping. He already knew what to anticipate. Come on here. He already spoiled that for himself. He was understanding that the way he should play is to wait for the other 2 members to fight each other, and that's exactly what happened. As soon as he knew that one member had been eliminated, it was time for him to shine, because there was a high chance that this player would have already been wounded or depleted of resources. And Vietnam still showing that they are able to really just roll it down and just get as many chicken dinners as possible. It may not be the player that got it in the first round, But it will be changing hands, and it does show the quality and the strength of the Vietnamese players, and he's looking so very relieved.
It's insane. I think he knew the worst case scenario already. He was ready to wait there in the top 3 position because, for one, for you to decide to not make a push means you can afford just standing still and dying into the blue. Unless he's got a better position within the circle, he does not have the luxury. But also, I think Mika was pushed on with the sheer fact that he does not have much of a healing utilities left within a bag, so he has to make something drastic real quick, and he went out with the push. Just unfortunate, it had to be a Malaysia versus Malaysia.
Yeah, he didn't really have a lot of utilities. On top of that, he didn't have the right positioning. Like, you know, he had to push up. He was on the low ground advantage, also at the very corner of the circle. He had to take up space. He had to find an entry point. And it was just so unlucky that his entry point that he rotated into kind of led him towards Snipes. And this is kind of funny when you think about it, because in the beginning, the two players did meet up so very early before both players were able to get the loot. We saw that Mika was Jumper was about to throw in that nade, and then the ending being Malaysia once more. Kind of bittersweet. Regardless, we are having the SEA Games party via PUBG Mobile here, where if you play together, you get more discounts. And look at that. It's a very cute little, I would say, outfit, and you get it for 10% off. Worth it, I think, because I love the colors.
Yeah, and what's more important is the cosmetic potential that you can earn. That hair, a bit of a reggae style dreadlocks going on, bleached in its fullest, shorts in PUBG, and a skin for the gun, and of course this cute little rabbit, which I believe Tash Bunny would love to earn for the pan in her
Yeah,
own
I would
account.
like to have that. I also have the fairy wings for my bag, so I was very excited about that. I also have the Easter themed bag too, so yeah, call me a cosmetics collector because I love cosmetics in the game. Whether or not I'm good, well, I'll leave that up to your imagination.
Doesn't matter if you look good. I mean, if you've got all the cosmetics, people fear you by default, right? Because they always assume if you have all those unlocked means you're just out there. But talking about players that are up there right now in the match standings, it goes onto the side of Vietnam Lambor with 24 total points, only 4 in the bag. But like as you said, the look-see method panned out well within this individual event, and its point system. Malaysia got in second and third, 18 of each in terms of the total point. Back to back again with Cambodia, 17 to the 15. And Brunei finally signs a life, but really it's just one elimination, and in position points that matters here, bringing them about 14 points in total. The rest goes as per on the screen, but unfortunately the likes of Thailand and the teams and the player that was supposed to overtake the #1 spot unfortunately did not have a good game.
Man, so unlucky. Teaser though having his moment here in the side 9th spot, so that is something to celebrate. But Indonesia so far hasn't had that great of a, I would say, an ending, and to ending in the top 10. Satar, Joshua, and Redface. At least this time around it is on the first page, but it's honestly so surprising because when we talk about, like, you know, the squads, Indonesia was so very dominating, followed by the Vietnamese. But for solos though, it looks like the Vietnamese and the Thais seem to have it a little better. Coming into the 22nd to 31, you can see here, let's see the Shackle from Brunei, at least getting the 31st spot. We also are seeing more Thai players on this page. For 32 to 41, the majority are going to be from Timor Leste, and for 42-51, the majority, it's honestly a mix at this point. Seeing Rosello and Rosemary there though is a little bit concerning to me. 52 till 60 is where you want to really pay attention, because this is the page where no one gets a single point. You can see how, even though it was a very slow map, these are just small skirmishes in the beginning where everyone dropped, because the flight path was toward the south and the circle was pulled up toward the north. So there was a lot of fighting coming through as everyone kind of rotated back in terms of dropping.
Yeah, but take a look at the overall standings. Barone, Philippines now inching closer to the #1 spot. At number 2, 67 points, less than 10 points away to kind of contest the likes of Parajin, who's been holding dominant for at least 3 games now. Having 2 bad games really took an impact onto him, and right now the rest of the teams can look to take over. Satar as well in great running. Tony K might have to work a little bit harder as he has bowed out so soon, so many times, and so he's still within the 50th pointer. But for the rest down here, I think they will be playing kingmakers at this rate. Who each and any one of these individuals eliminates onto the top end could very well impact the number 1 spot finish.
Whew. The way to end the day, if you think about it, we have 2 maps to go. There are a lot of hopes and dreams riding on this final medal. If I am aware of the SEA Games tour have ended for esports, this is the final one. So a lot of teams, these are their last chance situations to back on the line to get that final member to come this final come forward. And for those teams who hasn't landed a medal yet, they do want to.
They can only do so much, but now that we're down to like the last 2 games within the tournament, they have to be realistic and look at the board, right? But first, we have an interview with the winner. Why don't we listen to that one first?
Now you are just a mere 20 points away from gold medalists. What are you aiming for in this tournament?
Đứng trên sân khấu hiện nay là bạn Lamborghini đến từ Việt Nam 1. Thì hiện tại bạn đang cách top 1 khoảng khá là gần. Thì bạn có cái mục đích, có cái mục tiêu nào đến với cái huy chương vàng sắp tới?
Em chỉ cố gắng hết mình, còn mục tiêu thì em cố gắng top 4 đó.
He said that he will try his best to get the highest ranking. So his target is top 4 on the ranking.
Or top 4, but it looks like you're aiming for gold already. With only 20 points, we have 2 games more. But I want to ask you, there were 3 people left. The other 2 was checking everywhere, but you stood there, you started clapping, and then you got a chicken dinner. Did you know you have the better position to get the chicken dinner?
Ở trong vòng bỏ cuối thì chỉ còn lại 2 player khác đến từ Malaysia. Thì ở cái tình huống đó thì bạn có cái quyết định như thế nào khi mà tấn công đối phương?
Tiếng đó chắc em top 1 rồi nên chỉ vui thôi.
In this situation, he sure that he will get the top 1, so he just happy and no worry about.
He already knows he will get that chicken dinner, and yes, he did. 2 more games. Before that, you have 2 more games. What do you want to say to your supporter, your fans, and of course, your family back home?
Chỉ còn 2 trận nữa là sẽ có kết quả quyết định cuối cùng cho huy chương vàng. Thì bạn có muốn nói điều gì đến các fan hâm mộ cũng như là người nhà của mình không ạ?
Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ em trong thời gian qua. Cảm ơn.
He said that he want to thank to Vietnam fan and his family who cheering his from Vietnam.
បានចុះជាមួយនឹងការជឿជាក់របស់ Lamborghini ដែលគាត់ដឹងថាគាត់នឹងទទួលបាន Chicken Dinner ប៉ុន្តែ2 game ចុងក្រោយនេះគាត់សូមអរគុណទៅកាន់អ្នកគាំទ្ររបស់គាត់បាននៅទីនេះផ្ទាល់ក៏ដូចជាបាននៅវៀតណាមផ្ទាល់តែម្ដង That was a very entertaining performance. 2 more games. The game is very close. I'm sure it will be a very dramatic ending. We look forward to see more of your performance. Back to our casters.
Vietnam solidifying their lead here. No, I mean, even in solos, it doesn't really matter who makes it out top. So long as it's Vietnam, I think all the players are going to be very, very happy. But for Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, and Timor Leste, as well as the Philippines, they have quite a tall order when it comes to making it up there to the top 3. I know that anything can happen in this game, but consistency is just very scary for the teams. Regardless, let's go have a quick break after this. The last 2 maps for the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Solos.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country.
Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
The day has been extremely long and we're down to our final 2 maps here on the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Solo League. Tashmani here alongside Keith, your casters today. As we are headed toward the end of the day here, Keith, which map do you think is going to be the most explosive?
I think the most explosive would have to be Sanhok, especially in an individual event. At least Sanhok, with its lack thereof in size, it forces people to pretty much get into confrontation much sooner within the game. So obviously the least contrary to that, the least eventful would be Miramar, which thank God we've gone past by. Now we'll see the balance of 2 worlds going down into the next 2 Erangels of the tournament. This should be a balance of a bit more tactical and also aggressive playstyle, but seeing as though it is the individual event, I'm not sure what to expect, to be honest.
Honestly, me too. As soon as I found out there was a PUBG Mobile Solos, my brain just went, I don't know what to expect. Because usually when you watch solos, it's very hard to pinpoint who exactly is popping off because everything is happening throughout the map as well. Mechanically wise, the only thing I can see is just very minute between a lot of these players, because end of the day, these players has always been very, very strong representing their region. Now coming into this, don't forget guys to get the SEA Games Party Bundle. Play together to get more discounts, up to 10% off, for you to show off your swag here that you were one of the witnesses for the 32nd SEA Games.
Yeah, you have cosmetic from head to toes, quite literally here, with the dreadlocks, cool, hyper, sporty outfit somewhat, and a pan with Tash Bunny's face on it. So if you're a fan of hers, down in the comments, get yourself this pan right here and out. Send a screenshot, hashtag it, Bunny Pan.
What?
I made that up.
Oh,
I don't know, man. I'm so dried right now. Nothing that comes out of my mind makes sense.
Yeah, it has been a very long day. So usually Keith and I, for a lot of our leagues here, maximum that we have done is 6 maps. So we are really being pushed here to the limit on this final day, going up to 8 maps. And coming into this, I'm really excited to see who exactly will be crowned. I think a lot of players, they really want to be able to not only show off that they are able to be one of the best here in SEA, but also to show off their individual skills. Because I was asking you yesterday, what are the premise of players being chosen into a team? How does a team qualify for, qualify or get picked up by an organization to, to perform? Because, I mean, like if these players have played in tournaments, that's understandable. But what about players who are relatively unknown? How do they get picked up by organizations?
I think that one goes down to talent scouts, not really per se, but I'm pretty sure they have their own community level. I know at least for Malaysia, that's how it works, right? There's a community league in which these players will form teams together and play from, and from there, a lot of organizations has got eyes to see the next big talent to come out from the community stage, pull them into the pro scene, and they become the next generation superstars within esports. Oh, I must also correct myself here, because the last time I used the word superstars in Cambodia, I got in trouble, because to them superstar really means diva, like in the unlikable manner. So I apologize for saying it.
What?
Yeah, believe it or not.
Okay. Oh, I didn't even know. I like looking at these players here. I think that you can see that all of them are just anticipating that moment they drop into the game. It's a lot scarier when you are competing on your own compared to with your team, right? On top of that, you have no idea what to expect.
You can't expect. That's the beauty of like individual sport, right? With teams, you can pretty much say, hey, there's a team in this direction. I don't know, west. Give a number, west 60 knots, whatever, right? You communicate with each other. They've got your back, you've got them. With an individual sport, anyone else within this map, is going to stab you in the back. So that creates another separation anxiety for these players out here. Although they are seated as trios, left and right are not players that they can depend on to pretty much help them earn that chicken dinner. They're all there to pull you down, and that's depressing as it is.
There's a lot going on through these players' minds. Honestly, this guy beside this fan, he has prime location in this era. We know that era is very warm. Him getting that big fan beside him, I want to be him right now. This heat in Malaysia, brutal. And I think that this heat wave throughout Southeast Asia has been very brutal. The random rainstorms, guys, please remember to stay indoors and drink water when you can. Stay hydrated. This is a very difficult moment for all of us.
They're down to the second bottle already, and that bottle is much more chilled than the option they have on the table. So even themselves, they're asking for the cool ones straight out of the fridge. Give it to them in ice.
Malaysia hasn't quite been able to clinch that chicken dinner quite yet. Comes close. Snipes, right? Very, very close. And I think that this is a sentiment echoed by a lot of Malaysians here, is that they're not able to breach that. I would say that sometimes they make it over the hill, and most times they don't. So I want to see consistency where they're able to breach the hill. They don't necessarily have to win, but consistency in terms of survivability and getting, and just, you know, I would just say survivability, not even eliminations, because a lot of these players are only getting eliminations toward the end of the game. So staying alive might be the best course of action. But there are some teams from Malaysia, like we saw what happened with Snipes, we saw what happened with the Damrud, we saw what happened with Olio. They tried to play aggressive a little bit too early, gets knocked out early, and unfortunately not able to go for those rank points. So perhaps staying the wait and see method that is clearly used by the Vietnamese is just a little bit too much. And Parajin's just smiling here. He's like, I can already feel the gold medal in my hands. Look at that, look at that.
If nobody pretty much surpass him, or at least get into par with him by this match, his gold medal is already solid. And the man's sick too. He's doing this sick. Imagine if we had him in full force. He dropped it, but hey, 3-second rules. It doesn't matter under all these heat and conditions. You gobble up that paracetamol.
I'm honestly just wondering what's going through these players' minds, especially for the ones who are just a little bit too far behind here and know that they can't keep up. What else can they do? You just really gotta give it to these players, and this is the reason why I'm not a pro player, right? Because sometimes I can get, when I'm too far behind in a tournament or a competition, I know I can't keep up, there is that part of you will just say, I just don't want to do this anymore. It's so demotivating. But these players, just seeing it through till the end, amazing stuff coming from them in terms of sportsmanship.
It's exactly what people say, right? When your passion becomes your career, suddenly a little bit of the magic will die off. And I think they're feeling it right now. Some of these faces, they don't even exude or radiate fun at this rate. It's more responsibilities we gotta get over, get through it before we call it a day. And right now, they only need to stretch it for 2 more maps more until they're finally free and relieved from this event and can finally make friends and possibly even explore the rest of Cambodia for themselves. But they have got to hone in, laser focused on this next 2 map to give it their best shot and bring the glory back to their country.
I wonder, I mean, like, I know that they do have double earphones worn, right? The in-ear plus the noise-canceling headphones. I'm wondering, in some situations, can they actually hear the roar of the crowd at the very least? Not to say it gives them the information, but little bit of the white noise of the crowd's roaring. I'm wondering if they're able to hear that, because I think that's one of the best situations about being in LAN. At the same time, I mean, since these players on this side, they don't have a crowd. What about on the stage? Can they actually see the crowd on ground? I would love to see like an overall look of how the stage looks like.
I think that's the unfortunate part, right? Like, we talk about home ground buffs, but that really comes in from the roar of the crowds themselves. I don't think they get it here. I think this is held in a different venue, but projected to a viewing party, because I've seen members who used to be, who still are friends of mine, hold near and dear. Our previous coach was in his Insta story, and it looks like a separate place all in all. It's there. What the crowd is looking at is a screen positioned someplace else in different parts of the venue.
Be kind of dope if it was actually a real stage. I mean, we were just talking about it a few days ago, right? About how cool the venue would look when you have all the player booths on the stage itself to be able to see their reactions in real time. But speaking of real time here, it's high time we fly into Erangel once again. Our 7th match of the day for the individual event for the Cambodia 2023 SEA Games. Southern SMB all the way up to Georgia Paul. Skewed to the left side, and honestly, let's be real, the circle is going to come out to the right side. I can already call it at this point.
It doesn't take you by surprise, and just when you think it's going there, because Erangel's now programmed to be unpredictable, if you expect it to go towards the right side, it will land right on top of Gatka, the most obvious of circle.
It's really interesting though. I would love to see a Rozhok circle, in my opinion. I mean, we saw Severny already circle there. We saw a lot of SMB circles. We saw Fairy Pier Primos circle. We've seen, what do you call that? Shelter Milta circle already as well. We saw Pochinki circle at one point. I don't think we've seen a Yasnaya circle quite yet. Close, but not really Yasnaya. It's a very interesting rotation if you think about it. But those were squads. I think it's a whole different story on how you want to rotate to these very, very complicated circles, especially for this particular map on solos. Already saw Mary. He's already very aware that Lambor is in the vicinity of the area. Does have a little bit of weapons. He has a little bit of a shield, but nothing too massive. But in this early stages, getting picks early can give you a lot of value because they don't have those shields, which means that the TTK is a lot faster. Just one shot, a few sprays is enough to really just knock you out to the lobby. Kaya this time will be side by side with Olio. I think for Olio, he hasn't found that consistency that he wants quite yet. One moment he's in the middle of the rankings, the next one he's just knocked out. Kaya as well, great start, but hasn't been able to hold on to his first page, I would say top 10 or top 16 handle. Regardless, no movements yet. But I think that Kaya, he is the better looter here. He is going to come out on top. And for Olio, he has to really figure out how he's able to move away and get better loot. Either he gets better loot or he's able to get away scot-free, but it's going to be complicated and it's going to be very, very hard because because if you can see what Kaya has, he does has a mid to long range weapon. So he's going to get sprayed if he makes sudden moves a little bit too early.
Right now on the leaderboards, Barod and Satar, they are the only two contesting the #1 spot because they are less than 20 points away from each other. The rest would need one good game and some more to be able to claim one for themselves. So if Parajin were to go down right now, it would be such a dire situation. Same can be said with Barod and Satar. But right now, Ichi seems the one who jumps into the line of fire, gets killed by Bochill in that spray, and Joseph from Cambodia will continue that rotation. The loot for more. Nang X to join in on the lobby already. Starting off to be quite the skirmish of a round.
A little bit more of a slower pace in the beginning. Sort of expecting a little bit more aggression. There we go. Just as I said, Umabu with the start and onto Frankie. That's big and that's huge. That's a lot of firepower out of the way as well. 111 here from Timor Leste. We've seen him on the desk earlier, I mean on his area. You can see that there was a little bit of frustration across his face. I think for Timor Leste, making it here and, you know, ending squads at the bottom of the ladder motivates them to do better. We do not have any Timor-Leste players, at least on the top 16 quite yet. But at least on the top 20, I believe there is one person. I believe it's William. And he has quite a number of eliminations. But Olio and Kaya still in this standoff, hasn't moved out quite yet. I'm not sure if Olio managed to loot up, but he's being very quiet. I think Kaya he has an idea, the general vicinity where Olio is, but he doesn't know if Olio has moved away just yet because Olio is still holding down the area that he was in, which is the second floor of the house. And looking at that, nope, he has not looted. He needs to wait. I think this wait and see method, again, it works out, but Mela all alone. I think he knows Season is here. He's already pulling out that nade. Yes, he does. Nice trajectory push, but I don't think it's going to be hitting him. But it does give him a little bit more space to go aggressive, and Boychill finds Honda. Wants to try going for the push. 1, 2, 3, throw in the nade. Surprise! He runs away for his life, shoots out on the other side. He already got the first contact onto the player. Nice shot to the face. And that's the power of this weapon. It's nasty.
Midway through the air, too. That's... that feels bad to go down. It was a perfect jump shot swing. I just got clipped there with a huge hitbox marker. He will have to go down. It's alright, you have one more game to be played for today. They're not playing, I mean, talking about those that were eliminated, they are not serious contenders to pretty much shake the top 5 position anyway. So for them to go down, I don't think you would stress them out that much. You got nothing to lose. Just like Zai, who's finding their way through these barren lands, just trying to get more, get a buggy as compared to a car. If you had the choice to choose, would you choose the buggy or the car?
Smile, camping. This could be a good thing for him. We love seeing camping when it's a team, but what about solo? I don't think we've spotted that out quite yet. Newbies holding this area inside of this tiny shack. Him and Puff. You know the meme, right? And they were roommates. That's exactly what they are. Oh my god. You need to be educated, sir. Need more time on the internet. It's alright. You can find it later. Tofu has had a pretty good run, if you remember in the last game. He was farming quite a number of eliminations. There's a vehicle in this house. Your shooter range. Don't really remember where the circle had pulled to quite yet, but Tofu, I don't know if he knows that he's not alone. Loki prowling on the outer area like a predator stalking its prey. I mean, to be fair, Tofu's name is a food. So, yeah. It's not funny, I'm sorry.
It's a food. He's soft, but structured at the same time. Not to say the same with Loki, because in Norse mythology, he's always been a bad guy, I guess we would say. Nah, it's not really bad. He's more like a badass, right? I tried to find a substitute for that, but it doesn't sound the same. So there he is, tossing a nade through, and just like a badass, he gets them by tossing a nade perfectly.
What a nade!
Yeah, got him on the tracks too, and now
Free
that car
car!
is his.
Free car, free resource delivery. And all he had to trade out of that is just some Molly. Hashtag worth it. Not sure if Myanmar has the same sentiment as Singapore, Malaysia in liking free stuff. Like a buy one, free one. But that's exactly how I feel as a Malaysian.
We love discounts. That is the truth.
Nah, I prefer free items more.
Yeah,
Well,
but
goes down.
buy one, free one is a discount, no?
I cannot mathematics. I see the word free, I go for it.
You're a victim of marketing messaging.
Yes.
Noted.
I don't know how you don't understand how my brain cells are just not connected.
All right, we need happy-go-lucky people like you. Otherwise,
Yes.
the world would be depressing.
Yes. Regardless, waiting for Mar not to have his pop-off moment, and everyone is rushing toward this side of the area. Shaco shoots out to Boychill. Loki will be shooting out toward Backout. Backout has had a lot of close encounters and still making out at the last moment possible, so I don't know, man. His name is Backout, so might be a good thing. Jumper now down and out of the game already. As Backout So happy to drive out there in the open. Surprised that Shako was able to move away, but it's going to be Boychill who had abandoned his vehicle. He does have a decent weapon for that mid to long range fights. I think he does have an idea on how exactly he wants to approach this fight. He is underneath the bridge and decides to go swimming. It is a very hot day after all. Don't blame you, Boychill. I would join you if I can. In real water, that is, not in the video game water.
I think he's perhaps trying to deny himself of drowning, maybe. I'm not sure. I actually can't brain that. My brain cells has been depleted as well. Let me see what rationale I can make here. A close onto shooting range. Everyone trying to make the migration onto islands north. William again, just showing out here, eliminating some of these members within the lobby, although it would not make a difference to his standings and position within this overall. But man, he's here denying the hopes and dreams of others. Similarly with Redface, he is a formidable player, but not competing to win for this overall so far, at the very least.
Here comes Kabik. Oh, he spots him out. Redface, this one nearly takes a Kwang, but will be answered. Mika just close by, hovering around like a shark. What is this long-range shot from across the map? And Kwang finds Mika. What a turn of events.
Mika's down. Unfortunate for him. There's no chance to contest for the number 1 spot anymore for Mika. But he could still very well close in the gap for the 2nd and 3rd. Kwang made it out of this situation alive. What seemed to be an open field, and Parajin is right there too. Circle has now closed in further upwards towards the western side, actually, clipping a portion of Georgia Paul itself. But besides that, it's barren lands for the rest of these teams down in the south. Would have to make the advancement into it. But how do you make a move when you got no information on where to go? It's all guessing games 50% of the time. And they have to make sure they don't get shot in the process.
Rana hasn't moved at all. He's held on to this area for quite some time now. I don't think he's gotten a single elimination quite yet, but Pov is on the proactive move to find anyone and anything that moves. Just annihilate them. Look at his average damage, 85 per round. That's all half a person, honestly. Joshua, I mentioned, let's find Zai. This is Joshua's moment to shine, finally. Mela does find 20. All these fights are still happening, skirmishes throughout the map, but these are finally the fights that we want to see. Very, very slow in the beginning. A lot of people hasn't been moving. Now, for Echo, he wants to take this fight against Boychill. Ooh, what a shot by Boychill! That's nasty! Just 2 shots are all he needs. And he runs away with this man's vehicle.
You point a gun at a person, and you ask for his wallet, and maybe his vehicle. And if he doesn't give, you take it anyway. Similarly, well, that's what's happening with Cambodia at the top side. I did see some sort of an engagement towards 2 members there. But now we shall focus our eyes onto Snipes, who's just listening to radio within the car itself. Porza decides to take this all-terrain vehicle in a more literal sense and go swimming with it. I don't think it's workable anymore. It's probably broken by now. But Shako will maintain within this mushroom house the sniper's nest, in which he may lay his eggs of patience while Pov drives by numerous teams here with Cambodia and 2 members of Thailand.
Takes a lot of damage already. His car on fire. Schweppes. What? That is nasty! And as he drops down, he denies that point at the very least. But Schweppes still goes on. Gosu comes out. What? Opportunistic, man, when you think about it. It's always been this way. One player snipes someone out. As they try to go for their loot and reposition, another one comes out for and says, surprise, I was here all along. Chain that over and over again.
Now Cambodia at the top. He is on top of a house here, but not really within the circle. So he's playing outside circle in as an advantage. I guess he's trying to be a little bit more survivable than playing inside of the circle. But we've seen time and time again, sometimes playing center circle grants you a little bit more survivability as compared to playing on the outside, because everyone else is battling on the outside.
Here comes today, but Kaya does find another pick there onto Umar Borosilo in trouble. The spray is cut out, and as well as that nade takes him out just like that. You know what? He actually knocked him down before his nade even hit him. That is aggression. Barod as well spots out Tony K. There is an answer to that, but Sattar just a little bit better with those shots. Unfortunately, Tony K was stolen away from the member of Indonesia. Barod throws out that nade as well. 2 more mollies as well as smokes, just to zone out everyone. So he's able to really reset how exactly he wants to reposition himself. But for Thailand, as he's not out yet, even though Tony K is out for the count but not stoned, he's still on a rampage. Speaking of rampage, Parajin here, already on his vehicle, moving away to the western side of the circle, looking to move into the middle. I think he spotted out someone in one area, decides to go for the long rotation instead. Snipes as well is still alive. A little bit too soon to go out in the previous map, and this might just be his redemption arc. Shackle gets spotted out by Pubg as well. Pubg throws out the nade, but doesn't hit him. But ooh, Parajin stopped by Skynin. What a turn of events.
I guess him trying to go and stop the likes of Skynin just turned for the worse here. Skynin is also up there within the leaderboards. Take a look at him. 2 kills already, 62. And in 4th place. 1 chicken dinner can keep him in the number one spot. Hence, the Cambodian crowd are super happy about that. But Pubg taking shots left, right, and center, and with the blue in place, he is sure to fall down, but not without any efforts. Trying to take down Damn Good in the process too. Damn Good will need to heal up, or he will burn well within the zone. Quang Ji has got the entire riverbanks in sight.
Damgood's still very much in the game. Thankfully, there was a little bit of a terrain that he could play with. Laporza is swimming. Saw him on the outer area. Did he just go down? Yes, he does. Goes down to the blue zone. Wasn't able to reset. No clue where the other members are. Would love to see a top side of the map to be able to see where everyone's locations are. Casido playing this terrain very, very well. Thankfully, did not get hit by that nade. Casido trying one more time to Evox, but Evox very careful this time around, understanding that they're on the remaining 16 players. As there are 16 players, the circle is very, very large still. There's still a lot of time to reposition to get them where they want to be. But it's hard to pinpoint when the area is just so open. And you know, with the DBS plays, a lot of players do not want to even move close to the circle. Look at that. Chewy jumps, then checks every single tree, every single rock, nothing unturned. Just find William. Trades out a few shots, cooking up that nade, throws it out. William does take a little bit of damage. DBS shot to the face one more time. Nice little spray. Chewy gets away with murder.
Myanmar, 1 second, finds himself within good situation here already within the circle. Meanwhile, Gosu takes down one of the members of Myanmar. Marnet will have to fall on with that spray, the trailing spray, spray and pray. Here, Gosu has to find a way out as he's not within circles. But he's got a rough idea on where that member is from Thailand. Stone gunning him down. Casting stones, you would say. Trying to seal his fate here. But Gosu is resilient. He won't go down, not without a count here. Playing within the same planes, both these players will have to make the rotation into circle. But Quan Ji also suppressing his fellow members back. As the last 2 Vietnamese squad here. Meanwhile, Joshua from Indonesia has yet to make an astounding impact for his name. Possibly can do so within this round alone. Gosu out in the car, but the suppressive shot from Quang Ji tries to pretty much hold him back, but Stone gets the knock onto Gosu itself. Quang Ji has got free reign into the circle. now Snipes taking this vehicle. We'll be driving around just about a bit. Does he spot out the members of Thailand? He can't confidently make the push inwards into the zone, not knowing where the rest of the members are, as everyone here is as good as the landmine. And Skynin, the man who eliminated the likes of Parajin, has given way to Barod to now surpass that in the number 1 position. 76 points across the board. Parajin kicking himself in the foot. But that mistake, that mishap right there has costed him dearly. No longer in the number 1 position. Will have to work extra hard comes the last match if he's about to bring another medal back home for Vietnam. As for now, Philippines maintain supreme. Sitar, the next successor to its bypassing the 2nd spot here. Skynin still in play.
Honestly, what a turn of events. Regardless, for the Philippines, I can tell that this is exactly what they wanted. They want to bring back another medal as well. If I'm not mistaken, they did get a medal for MLBB. This will be their 2nd one. Trades out there. It's going to be Malaysia. Snipes eating all that damage. Chewy, what a shot from Casido from across the map. Snipes nearly going down too. Thankfully, there was someone else to tank that damage for him. It could have been me moment for him. As he moves into the circle, this is a very, very tough side of the hill to work with. Circle pulling downwards, and you have to go down. So someone on the outside, they do have the high ground advantage, but they might be stopped from proceeding forward because of the terrain of the people inside the circle. But at the same time, the high ground advantage might give you a little bit of an edge when it comes to those eliminations. Casido hasn't moved at all. You can see that the first page players, where the players who are doing well, are already almost empty. Half the players are already out for the count. For Cambodia though, for Skynin, still maintaining consistency in terms of getting placement points with 2 picks in the pocket. This is huge. We saw how loud the crowd was yelling for him to bring back the gold. They weren't able to for the squad, so this might be a whole different story for individual play. Wong has been a dream killer here. Skynin gets 1 more. Finds Casido. Another threat removed. Another threat removed from stopping him getting the chicken dinner tonight. It is dinner time if you think about it. For all these players, they just want to be able to get a chicken dinner for dinner. That was kind of redundant, not gonna lie, I'm sorry.
I try not to think for dinner until after we finally wrap this one up. We have to earn our keeps here, each and every one of us, and the dinner tastes much better knowing that we've concluded a successful event. And Skynin knows this the most. This is his country after all, hosting the SEA Games, and Satas shooting onto the way of Snipes, but Snipes, having sniping in the name, he knows the tips and tricks to kind of avoid the long range distance but get shot in the mid range. But it's Satar getting shot down in gunfire. Skynin from the heavens here cannot seem to seal the deal that would be prompted his way right now. Skynin's position has been made. Kwang Ji, does he see anyone? Barod, a key player. Right now, 78 on the points. Sheer positioning placement alone. Mela, Joshua tries to go in with the 1v1. Joshua comes out alive, but still. Shots still getting fired. Bombarded. Barrage from the skies here. Immediately, Kwang Ji makes the rotation over. Could look to challenge. Joshua, he is flat on the ground. He's running within the smokes, but he's not looking back. Kwang Ji surely missed it by that much. Grazed him a little bit. Joshua will need to go in for the heals. He's immediately reacting so. The nade's been lopped on forward. Joshua makes a jump on over, but with the DBS, he is one to be fearful. Kwang Ji tries to do the same, but the explosion from the vehicle takes him out. All the Vietnamese prowess gone for the count. Barod alive and well, 79 points. Starting to set up that lead to maybe close in the next and final round with a gold medal finish. 2 members still in Indonesia. Satar can very well come in as an upset.
Holy moly, what an ending to that. The crowd was completely nuts. That's exactly why I love LANs. Regardless, as we hit the last 6 members, this is where things get so interesting, and I'm always so surprised at how fast the numbers dwindle down between Circle 3 to Circle 5. With only 30 seconds to go, players need to figure out how exactly they want to approach this middle side of the area. It's quite terraneous, but not the highest in terms of high grounds or even the low grounds. It's still quite elevated. There is an airdrop in the very middle of the area. There is some foliage cover. There are some trees. But as they slowly move to the circle, Skynin, this is one of his best performing games. He managed to get those crucial picks. He's not aggressively trying to go for those picks, but anyone that crosses him or might pose a threat to him, he will eliminate. And survivability-wise, that's been really helping him. Because 1, it allows him to refresh and reset in terms of his resources. Number 2, it gets a little bit of firepower out of the way, which makes sure that he's alive. And number 3, obviously, those points can really launch him up here. With 3 more points, it puts him still behind Parajin, but if he gets the placement points, I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to take the top spot. And for Cambodia, this might be the best thing they can ask for. You hear the sound of the nade? But not sure who started it. But the Stoned, with those 2 broken vehicles, technically, that's an advantage.
They've got covers to play in for days here, but Barode still don't want to make too much of a movement, still keeping that status quo at 0 eliminations. He knows the assessment is to get the placement points, how rewarding it is just to be in the number 1 position despite having 0 eliminations. Satar looking like the most likely victors. Yes, he does have some aggressive intuition to get him to get points onto his counters. Only 1 point apart, Satar is from Barode, and I believe with a couple more kills here, he can make up the difference. The moment he's got 4 in the bag, he will get a 20 full points regardless of how much he finished. Right now, Satar will be snaking his way in the grass. But Stoned is not having any of it. 1 sec. Has got to think for a second here because Stoned immediately pummeling him down with the nade, which will be lopped on forward after a couple of picks. Coupled that with a Molotov just to put, I guess, dirt on the wound here. Chasing 1 sec out of his position. Flush him into a more aggressive standpoint, but Stone, he's playing not behind covers, and Satar will take on Barode. So this is it. Satar will now bypass the number 1 position with that stint alone. Philippines, they were too passive for far too long and have given the way to the monster that is Satar to come in. Now in number 1 position, his job is just to exacerbate the lead that he already has. Kill everyone within this battlefield.
Stone quietly moving across the terrain. He understands that he doesn't have the high ground advantage. 1 sec using his vehicle for cover. Hasn't moved out, but I think the winner here will be Satar. Has high ground. Nade will be cooked up, but he has to be careful about Skynin. Because if say that Stoned or 1 sec does distract him, Skynin can immediately go from the other side and backstab. That's the power of that cross. But 1 sec can also be a problem to Skynin. Sprays into the bushes. A bit of a paranoid play, I have to say, from 1 sec, but nothing wrong with it. But at the same time, giving away his location might not be the best play. Satar still for the hold. He has 4 nades to work with. Level 3 helmet as well as a vest. Level 2. Very healthy and happy, but his average damage is pretty high. 214 means about, what, 2 players and a half, perhaps? So do not underestimate this man. His ability to take multiple people in a fight. Nade out behind a tree. Clears out at least 1 possible angle, and surprise, surprise, Skynin. He has been on a high when it comes to his game sense. Very quick on it. You can see that all the Cambodians are all on the edge of their seats. They want to see Cambodia take one chicken dinner back at the very least.
They're cheering on for Skynin, but also the Indonesians within the venue doing the same, as it is Satar who is coming and creeping closer towards Skynin. It's a matter on who catches who first, and we've seen this one before. A stalemate between three individuals. Satar is the one who is forced to make the move early. He's got his eyes across up against one sec, but this might just reveal his location against Skynin, who's holding the top side of these hills. Surely he has to look elsewhere. He gets it. Skynin gets the opening onto Satar. One sec tries to run in. Skynin's up on forward. He carries the flag of Cambodia for the chance at the number one spot. He's in 4th place, and right now might just come in 2nd here, or even the 1st, as Skynin takes home for his country a winner chicken dinner. My God, this kid.
You can see everyone was jumping up and down in their seats. They're so excited for this win. Everyone was cheering from beginning to end. Whenever Skynin got a pick, whenever the first place player or 2nd place player gets knocked out, everyone was just so happy. This is definitely worth celebrating, and this is the best feeling ever, knowing that you're able to achieve this in your own home country. Olympia Mall probably is shaking with the echoes of the viewers who are just so excited to be chanting out Skynin's name. And in this situation, when you are this close to the top gold medal finish, you might as well just go all the way. Do it for yourself and do it for Cambodia, and do it because you are there in your own home turf.
Happy to see this kid finally out there putting accolades onto his name. Even his coach came in and not give him a high five, but give him a pat on the cheeks. The guy's got a really cute chubby cheeks going on there. Reminds me of Theodore from the Chipmunk, but my God, he shoots unlike the cute little chipmunks. He's ferocious at it. Cambodia, this is it. Finally bring home a medal for the country, for the SEA Games. This is your time. You are the host. You can't walk away for nothing.
Regardless, a very, very slow pace throughout the entire map, if you've noticed. It wasn't as skirmishy as we start to see a shift in all the players' minds. And I understand that all these players would share the same sentiment in terms of getting survivability first, just because of how exactly they think about trying to approach getting those points. We're seeing a lot of teams starting to play very soft, very safely. We saw a lot of teams really in the rotations, not really shooting out at other teams and players. And Skynin with 27 points, honestly, one of the highest points we've seen so far. Follow it closely, not even close, by 9 points behind will be Satar. Stone with 17, 1 point behind, 1 sec with 16, tying it up with Joshua. Barod from the Philippines, unfortunately not even able to make it up on top. He did hold the top spot for a little while with 13. Mela, Kong, and Snipes, 12 each, 11 for Hasido and Gosu. Now 10 for Backout and Chewy, and Timor Leste alongside Myanmar, as well as another Timor Leste player, 8 each. 7-7 for Cambodia to the top, as well as Loki from Myanmar, and Laos, as well as Damgood from Malaysia, and Pubg from the Philippines with 6 points each.
My God, this kid brought in 7 eliminations. The standard was 9. The gold standard was 9. This guy got in close, and this performance alone, last I checked, before they confirmed the 7 kills, he was already at the number 4 position. Right now, I know for a fact that top 2, one of it will go over to Satar, but the question becomes, do Skynin fill in the secondary top 2 position, or will that still remain within Barod? This is exciting to say the least. I don't know what's going on, but here is the reveal. Cambodia currently at number 1. The home country goes wild, absolutely mad. 83 total points, only 1 point differing him from Satar. And in this next map, it is up to Cambodia to remain and guard the throne and bring home that medal.
But only 1 point behind is Satar and 2 points behind is Barod. Parajin, unfortunately, because he was knocked out so very early, his lead now toppled. And it was twice in a row that he was caught early. Snipes still maintaining his spot alongside Mela with 63, 5th and 6th place. As well as Stone and Tony K, 61 each. Liking the fact that Stone and Tony K, not only are they teammates, but they're also sharing the same amount of points, so that's quite amusing to me. Pong on 60 and 1 sec, 57. Mika still making it up there, clawing his way back into the first page. Only 2 points behind 1 sec with 55, 53 points for Schweppes and Chewy each. 52 for Lambor and Season. 49 for Joshua. And you can start to see the points slowly going down here. Forza with 48, Laos, Assassin with 46, 1 point behind is Vikoi. Back out with 45, tying together these two players. And Kaya, unfortunately, not able to maintain the lead despite the opening chicken dinner at the very last spot in the first page.
It's almost poetic, I can cry. Kaya to begin this entire run with a chicken dinner for Cambodia, and now things are set up for Skynin to end it with a Cambodian chicken dinner as well, potentially running away with the gold medal. Things can only go better for the Cambodians here. I think they're all in. This is it. Without the team event, unfortunately, the ending of the team event, Cambodia got nothing out of that one. Despite the double bronze medal finisher all the way to the 4th place finish. This is their chance to redeem themselves as the home country. And we all know Cambodia likes to decorate themselves with gold.
Man, what a turn of events, and definitely something that Cambodians are able to celebrate, and at very last minute too. So the question now is whether or not Skyden will be able to hold on to that first place spot as we hit the final map, which is about to happen very, very soon. Do you remember which map it is?
It's going to be yet again another Erangel map towards the end of the day, which means he could very well just simulate the whole thing and make it happen for Cambodia. Officially, I'm rooting for the underdogs now.
Me too. I'm really excited to see, especially because we want to see the celebrations happening in the stadium itself. This could be the bearer of good news. After not getting a medal for squads, I think this can be something that they really want to be able to replicate. Now, for number 2 and number 3 here, it's going to be very hard for a lot of the teams under number 8 to catch up with, given the fact that I would say the point differential is pretty high. But, you know, anything can happen in PUBG Mobile, especially for solos. Perhaps we'll see one player just get really lucky and be able to annihilate the whole lobby. Who knows at this point? But Satar as well came down from the middle side of the ladder, climbed his way to the top very, very last moment. So I want to see more of that.
Excited for that. I mean, it's 1 point different, but first, the winner chicken dinner interview is in play. Let's take a listen.
Game ចុងក្រោយ
មានចរាបអារម្មណ៍ថាសប្បាយចិត្តបង
រន្ធត់អត់
រន្ធត់ដែរបងកន្លែងមិញថាចាញ់គេតែស្ដាងឯងត្រូវក្បាល
Yes, Skynet said he is very happy, but he's also very intimidating because he didn't confidently know that he would win the fight, but he heard the headshot, and then he knew that was his fight, and GG to the opponent. ដូចគ្នាដែរឥឡូវនេះជាមួយនឹងមួយហ្គេមចុងក្រោយជាមួយនឹងឱកាសប្រជែងយកមេដាយមាសនៅក្នុងវិញ្ញាសាដែលពិបាកយកមេដាយជាងគេហើយ10ប្រទេសចូលរួមហើយការចូលរួមពី59នាក់ទៀតមានតែ4នាក់តែម្ដងរកបានមេដាយឥឡូវហ្នឹងគិតថាក្នុងអារម្មណ៍របស់យើងមិនដែរជាមួយនឹងហ្គេមចុងក្រោយហ្នឹងយើងនឹងមានកម្រងធ្វើមិនដែរ
សម្រាប់អារម្មណ៍ខ្ញុំឡើយនឹងពងឈរលេខ1អញ្ចឹងយើងរៀងធូរខ្លួនដែរតែយើងអត់ប្រហែលយើងនឹងព្យាយាមនៅខំប្រឹងហ្គេមក្រោយទៀតតែយើងមានកម្រងទៅឲ្យហ្គេមក្រោយហ្នឹងយើងនឹង
លាក់ទុកសិន Yes, he said in one of the toughest competition with 10 countries here, 59 players, and only 4 will walk away with the medals. He is very confident he's able to do it, but definitely he will try his best because anything can happen with the calibers of amazing players at the event right now. Okay, អញ្ចឹង Sky នេះតើមានអីចង់និយាយទៅកាន់អ្នកគាំទ្រដែលធ្វើការហូរកញ្ជ្រៀវជឿថាលឺចូលមកដល់ក្នុងទៀតទោះបីជាបាក់ពាក់ការក៏ដោយ
ក៏សូមអរគុណបងប្អូនដែលមកទស្សនាផ្ទាល់ហើយនឹងទស្សនាតាម live អរគុណច្រើនមែនទែនហើយខ្ញុំថាបងប្អូននឹងគាំទ្រធីមខ្មែរទាំងពីរធីមដល់ចប់អរគុណច្រើនបងប្អូន
Yes, he said thank you for supporting him. Either you're here at the event or you're supporting from home in Cambodia or in other countries. And he hopes that you will keep supporting all the Cambodian players and all the Cambodian teams until the end of the tournament. Thank you. That was a very amazing performance. It will be a very dramatic ending indeed. Stay tuned with the last games. For now, we will go back to our casters.
So a little fun fact about the guy, Skynin, he used to play under the team of mine, and if you notice, he struggles a little bit in speaking the language Khmer. Do you know why?
Why?
He, throughout his entire younghood, has been playing within Thailand. He's been playing in the Thailand server. He's had offers to play within the Thailand team. So many offers. He's that good, right? And that's why he speaks a little bit more of Thai than he would have been in his own mother tongues. But here he is, finally picking that one up. Glad with this guy again. I'm ecstatic for Skynin. Hope to see more of him. Hope to see him maintain his #1 spot here in the 32nd SEA Games. But for now, a quick break before we get into the final match. This is Tash Bunny, Keith joining you. We'll see you in just about a bit. Bye-bye.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each PUBG Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country.
Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
From squad qualifiers all the way to the finals of squads, And now we're down to the last map of the last day for the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile for the individual event, where these players will fight for the glory to be the best of the best here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, we have come down to this single day alone to finally put to rest the entire PUBG Mobile division for the 32nd SEA Games itself. This one day is the last day for some of these teams to get home, to bring home that extra medal or a brand new or the only medal towards the country that hasn't won it yet. And right now, looking very, very promising are two countries, Cambodia and Indonesia. Now, personally, I hope Cambodia gets it because Indonesia's gotten the gold already for the group event, but I don't know what Tash thinks.
Cambodia getting the gold is definitely on the menu, but I really want to see Timor Leste make it up here. Timor Leste, I want to see more from y'all. I want to see what makes y'all so unique to the fact that you guys deserve to have your own big stage and your own moment of glory. Regardless, we can only let these players speak for themselves and see what they're able to bring to the table. There are still a lot of situations where there are a few other teams can make it up alive on top, but before that, don't forget guys, we do have the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile SEA Games party. So if you guys are witnesses to the event, don't forget to get this bundles happening right now in the store. If you play together, you get more discounts and it's 10% off. I love the colors, I love the vibe, I love the jive of it. And also to show you guys, to show everyone that SEA Games Cambodia was absolutely a blast.
Yeah, do you support any sort of SEA Games initiative and effort here? Playing on it. Get some cosmetics. Get a pan with a bunny picture on it. And, well, let's take a look at some of the head-to-head of the players in the previous round. Skynin definitely making Kwang Ji, just by sheer stats alone, look less impressive than we know him to be. But of course, let's not count them out. We know that Vietnam, they're not man, they're machines at work. But Skynin, somehow, from the gods, he is listening to music right now. This is what he's always done. He's listening to it, singing to it, and getting ready for the game time itself. He's ready for the gold for Cambodia. This is something to be proud of if you're the host.
Definitely noticed that his demeanor had changed. I can feel that the confidence is oozing out of this player. Now for the rest as well, I'm wondering what's going on through their mind as we hit the final map. Now, as the Mall of Olympia in Phnom Penh fill up here, because it is after work hours on a Monday, everyone is definitely excited. If you guys don't know, today's the last day for the Esports tournament to happen here in the SEA Games. The other titles have already been played out, which include Valorant, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, Wild Rift, as well as PUBG Mobile. I believe there is another title, but I could not recall it.
Yeah, I think the reason, one of the big reasons as well that the mall is filled out right now is because the off chance that Cambodia is this close towards the championship title. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Every live stream on a Southeast Asian level, on a regional level, when Cambodia teams plays, the viewership skyrockets for like 30,000 to tune in just to watch their team play, regardless of them winning or losing. And right now, when they're this close at the precipice of taking home a gold medal, it's no wonder the Olympia Stadium the Olympia Mall per se is filled out. And I believe the additional game titles that are played is one from Cambodia as well, Attack 2 or something.
Regardless, 20 seconds left going into the map. The air, electric. The players, anxiety, adrenaline, high. Tash, Bunny, and Keith, excited. As the lights dim here, ladies and gentlemen, your eyes keep them on the screen as we are in the 8th map of the day, the final map, Erangel for the Cambodia 2023 32nd SEA Games. And let's see the flight path, still a little bit more skewed toward the southern side, but not the worst flight path in the world. Currently Cambodia holding down onto the first spot. The question now is whether or not they'll be able to do that Or will Vietnam have something to say about it?
Straight path into destination Lipovka. It's also swinging the side of Cambodia here, because if you do remember, Lipovka is a Cambodian drop spot. So it seems like even the universe is telling us that the stars are aligned for some of these teams. But obviously, this is not a team event, not a team sport. Only one can take home that trophy, and I wish that to be Skynin himself in the flesh. Right now, dispersion across the lands towards the midway point of Erangel, just waiting in anticipation on the next or the first circle direction to hint out on the others on how this game will play out. So far, Thailand and the rest playing over the hills over at Gatka Mountain, and it does close up onto the northwestern side. Malaysia snipes, finds his way within compound with Mela himself. He's got the shotgun, but not a very fast rate shooting shotgun here, so he has to be careful with the number of bullets that he has. Only 2 within this chamber. The reloads might just be the death of him, and he will get the hit here. Mela, one shot onto Snipes, takes him out. Vkoi also has got a Cambodian team within his vicinity. It's the war between Cambodia and Vietnam again, still persists, but this time around, Gosu is not a friendly when it comes to this 3-way battle within the compound. He's got smokes, but everything will be a standstill as for now. Both teams don't want to overstep their welcome.
Man, it's always Vietnam meeting up with Vietnam, but the top, he might be the kingmaker here. Honda finds Casito from Philippines 1. The grenade eliminations from Honda is insane. We saw some trajectories he's able to do, and it just really shows in his gameplay so far. And Snipes already out for the count. This is not the way he wants to go. He's already so far ahead at 6th place, and this is definitely an upset for him. The top getting very creative in how exactly he wants to climb that door. Fortunately, wasn't able to properly stand up. If done too aggressively, he might be shot out from the other side. Bikoi eats out a lot of damage from the top. Gosu has not retaliated at all, given the fact that his weapon is not made for that range. Perhaps it's just the best thing to do is just to hold down. But Fierce Kabik coming forward. Some angles played through here, his neighbors. Unfortunately, that he's not gonna get any value, and that was the only nade that he had. You gotta really give it to these players, because even though they haven't had a single moment to properly loot up, they're already on the aggressive.
Right now, the top, staying on top, has got a rough idea with the doors being open there. I don't think he's got much in the chamber here in terms of ammunition. But he cannot make the push forward into Vkoi because that is a DBS. I'm sure he doesn't know that. But he shouldn't take risk knowing that that is essentially the meta for the time being. Wow, the top taking so much hit. Getting clipped once and already, look at that, less than half HP. If Vkoi can do that one again, he will! The top crumbles and tumbles from the top in which he stands. He falls hard.
Here, more shots coming from Kabik's side, but no real engagement quite yet. The DBS coming in from both areas here. As Olio, he wants to go a little bit close. He's trying not to be caught out here by Gottuni. The nade goes toward the vehicle, pops it out. Gottuni already quick with that reposition, sprays toward the tree. Gottuni immediately respecting that space, but he does get clipped by the damage. An aggressive push out here from Olio. This is the aggressive Olio we usually see in Malaysia. That DBS is doing work, but from that range and behind that tree, it's not going to help much. And it feels like there is a lot of hesitation coming in from both those teams. But pulling our eyes here onto Vietnam versus this player downstairs, I couldn't really see. It's Vietnam versus Vietnam. Gosu and Vkoi. Both very quiet. Gosu has a shotgun. Not sure what Vkoi has. Was it DBS? Not sure. Gottuni wins out against Olio. I wish I knew what happened there.
Decoy
Gotta
has the
hold.
DBS. Yes.
To come through. And both deciding maybe it's best for us to come through another way, not take it through the stairs. It's a very aggressive angle. He spots him out, a shot to the face. Both of them so low. Not much they can do here.
Man, this stalemate is just putting these players in such anxious position. I can even feel the anxiety just building up. They're just waiting for the outcome of this one. Gosu, he does have the upper hand in terms of the health points, but with the shotgun, surely it makes not much of a difference. Spray it and pray it in hopes that maybe Vcoy overpeaks himself, but that's not happening. It's a bit too much of a risk too for the likes of Vcoy to maybe peek on outwards. He will, but that was the mistake. Gosu capitalize, takes down Vcoy.
Interesting situation coming out here. Regardless, Harajin, at least he knows that a little bit more firepower has been removed as an obstacle for him to reach top spot. Currently at 4th spot, getting toppled out after 2 bad matches. He wants to be able to make a statement play as a comeback. But Skynin and Satar might have something to say about that. Sprays out from Myanmar at least. Ichi playing a very dangerous game, jumping out of the window like that and all alone. Look at him, he's sandwiched between 2 different teams, 2 different players. Smokes as well to give 20 a little bit more space. And Kaya, Cambodia's also their second hope. Ooh, that nade hits him straight in the face. Thankfully, that rock does tank a little bit of the damage. He nearly goes down to that, and Kaya is not backing off. Sends one more flying over here. Does it actually hit is the question. Nope, it doesn't. He moves out of the way, but Kaya very quick to spray. No casualties just yet. Newbie's OP. Oh, Backout doesn't know he's in here. Look inside the hut. Look inside the hut. Don't do this to yourself. Is he gonna check? He does. Opens the door. He sprays, and he gets it. A horrible surprise for Backout, and Kaya wins against 20.
Call it an early retirement for Backout here, as Newbies sent him into the lobby in this last game of the day. I guess he can watch the experience, feel as immersed as they would at this point in time. But Malaysia, another one of these players who hasn't really found his groove playing within a solo event. He's trying his best though. This is damn good. We've seen him played before, in which he has clutched for the likes of Geek Slate many a times now. Can he do it just to send Malaysia off in such a high fashion? It all boils down to the performance of the Malaysian teams today. Meanwhile, Ichi makes a rotation, comes in southeast side off the entire circle, breaks into it, will eventually come in contact with Hospital, maybe even push up onto Georgia Paul. Meanwhile, Skynin, the man of the hour, playing it absolutely still. Doesn't want to make a mistake of losing or falling out way too early within the game and prohibiting him from accumulating up points. It's longevity for the top 3 positions here. He who lasts the longest will get awarded the most. Jumper now trying to take Porza out of that equation much sooner than most. Zai makes it past as well. Sison goes down. Thankfully not burrowed, still in play.
Picking up that nade, he has his eyes on the prize. It's gonna be Zai. It's that 1 elimination point potential to really boost himself forward in terms of his placements. Regardless, the nade comes out here. Ooh, Tony K eating up a lot of damage, and the sprays come out. Joshua! That is a very nasty situation for Tony K. At 6th place, he wanted to make the comeback. He was just barely able to make it up to the top 3. That didn't last so long. Not the greatest ending that you want to see. Regardless, in this container area, and this is Keith's favorite area, if you remember properly, look at how many teams have started to make camp in here. Ichi has a vehicle to watch over one end.
gives a little bit more space for him to move around. Echo with that particular gun from this range, I don't know, sir. It does put it in a little bit of damage, but I don't think it's enough to take him down. Regardless, you have no choice but to play inside of shelter. Yes, shelter is a great way for you to rotate over to be able to get some loot. But if you're stuck here, if someone holds the other entrance of shelter and holds it down, you're basically dead meat.
The risk some of these players will take, much like Kaya trying to breeze his way through and across the valley, but that straight shot just does seem to miss here for Malkova. Sounds almost Russian, that man, but Kaya will survive for the time being, even smokes out his vehicle just to save it and ensure that he's got a workhorse through to break it within the circle. A Georgia Paul circle again within the containers. It's just a terrain set up for upsets. You have to take fights. And Parajin, he's still in contention for the #1 spot here. He's just had 3 bad games at the same time, but one good one could very well send him off flying with the gold. But it is Cambodia who probably wants it more, seeing as though they are the host for the SEA Games. Right now, William, with no information in sight, seems to be charging the front, going into the lights of Parajin or perhaps even Joseph in the compound.
William, not too far behind in terms of placements. Can still very well make it to the first page. The Schweppes just zooming into this open area, undeterred and unbothered at all by Nang X. But Nang X, he wants to chase. But this is a very high risk, because I've seen moments where you randomly see Schweppes just stop, just shoot you straight in the face, and you're just wondering what the heck just happened there. And that's insane reaction time. Chewy unexpectedly ejected himself from the game a little bit too early. Regardless, Satar now out of the way. Not the greatest answer for Indonesia's. You can see that the Cambodians were just screaming and yelling, which means that Satar now out of the running and will have to be okay with only getting that 83 points plus whatever placement points he gets for being in the top 40. Or Malayamuku gonna come straight to this compound. Does he stop is the question. He does! And Teaser just waiting to see if he does actually come into the area. And I think Malayamuku, because of Nang X coming forward, just leaves the compound.
Skynin?
What happened to Skynin? Oh no! Oh no, the crowd! Oh no, the crowd! They are so frustrated. They can only just wait, but everyone else
Baron!
is so excited as Baron also falls down. What is going on here? And this opens up a great answer for Parajin to chase back and put himself in the lead.
What is going on? This is why I was questioning. I saw Skynin already. Yasnaya, he's not making an attempt into the circle itself, and one after another they get denied. So 1, 2, 3, their position is fixed, but they forget Parajin can still make it onto the top spot. The golden championship is not confirmed. If Parajin gets the chicken dinner, that's 20 points. And he will walk away with the golden medal. Oh, it goes down to this. Right now, Philippines. Rosello tries to clutch things out. Takes some brunt of that damage though with the grenade. Shako is there. Has got the Molotov to maybe hold the rest of Rosello back in. However, this might just benefit the likes of Shako here. Oh, Shako makes it from the back entrance. Does not get clipped just yet. Has got the idea on the terrain he's playing with. Just trying to go for the heal. Rosello will get the heal off at the very least. Will still survive within this 1v1 situation. But the closed door in your face and get killed in the process too. Not the way to go here. Shako now has got another member. That's Gosu to clean things up for Vietnam. Is going down their way. Newbies OP sprays down up upon Indonesia's Leons.
Can Shako get style points for that? Walked up,
avoiding the throwable and shoot someone straight in the face. Hello? The disrespect? The style points? 10 out of 10. Let's see if Kaya can do something similar. He does have a laser sight as well. But look at this three-way fight about to happen. Kaya spraying out toward Joseph. Joseph tries to get some information, pokes his head out. A very dangerous game he's playing. But it's enough to get some information relayed forward. His helmet barely even dented. Nice little toss off the nade. Does it hit is the question. I need to see production go back. Mika just dancing for his life. Stone and Mika both have to take a breather. There we go, teaser. Managing to pick onto 111. Now both gonna go for those resets to come forward. Damn good. He fell off his car. What happened? What is up with these self-accidents, sir? I have to question a lot of things happening. And perhaps it's jitters. Perhaps it's just the anticipation of making it up on top as Mika and Stone both cook those nades. Mika is the one whose timing is not on his side. He's gonna be very happy with just making it out here to the 23rd out of a spot.
Oh my god, all eyes on Parajin. This man is playing it all so silently, but I don't think it's gonna be easier trying to push up the hills of Gatka here. Stone already gets taken out after that succession against Mika. Echo to fall on with onto the play zone. 1 sec finds his way onto the spine of the hills, spine of the mountains itself. Smile will ascend. Finds themselves on top. 1 sec. Trying to play it as carefully as possible. He spot out the rotation of Schweppes. The car is within sight. But I'm pretty sure they understand the terrain at this point, being professionals. But Parajin, nowhere to be found. Still a mystery. Already 80 points. He's tanking the blue, I believe. He cannot afford to go down, not right now.
Tofu has had a pretty good run, and perhaps this could be the run that he can bring some more Bruneian flags to the top 16. But it's not over quite yet. The backbone of this high ground will be where these players are choosing to play in. Because there's a lot of little ridges to hide in, all these players could just pretty much just wait out the circle and see where it decides to go. Zai already marked Leon as well. Zai is eating up damage from another person. If he were to just jump out of the area, you can already expect 3 crosshairs to be on his body. There we go, Parajin goes down. What the heck is happening? And everyone is screaming! It's alright because Skyne is also in the top side. The only person who can displace their gold medal finish is going to be Mela. And in this situation, with only 1 elimination, he has to try and go for the chicken dinner. If Mela gets a chicken dinner, gives him a total of 91 points, he will be bringing back the gold for Thailand. But only if he does manage to get the chicken dinner. But even then, the point differential isn't that high. It's only about, what, 13 points ahead? So long as he manages to get the top 3 or even top 4, he's definitely in it for the gold medal.
So Mela started with 66 points. Unfortunately, the points that we see right now is live, tallying live. Which means if he gets 20 points, he will be at 86, just enough. Just enough to make it onto the top side. Mela, he has to make this one work for the likes of Thailand. The stakes are high. The chances for success is slim, but it is still possible. And when there's will, there is a way. Not until your last breath. Mela has to play it smart. The Cambodians, they celebrate, but would it be a premature one? Or will it be one that is done and dusted? All falls into the balance here. Only Mela can change the fate.
Kaya's still holding on the line as well. Can also look to climb up into the top 16 if he chooses to be. The players are playing so very quietly. Tofu, Pints Mascardo. Did not expect Tofu to be this aggressive. I am so curious to know how many eliminations he has so far. But in terms of average damage, not the highest that he can have in every single match. Regardless, Marnat gonna get just knocked out there by Schweppes. You can already see Schweppes already with 2 eliminations. 8th place so far. Sporza as well wants to try and find William, wants to try and weed him out of the way, becoming the gatekeeper, and not allowing him to walk into the circle. And William, what are you gonna do there? It's quite an open area. You don't have any cover. You don't have a lot of situations or areas that you can go, except for that rock, and he's being very proactive about this. Nade's cooked there by Porza, and he's understanding that there's not a lot of areas that he can run to. He eats that nade, sending out another. Porza is very well stocked. Does it hit is the question. Yes, it does. William goes down. Porza gonna be very happy, and grenade eliminations will be taken away by Porza, taking that title away from Honda, actually.
I'm biting fingernails right now. Everything is just down to the wire. So close for all these teams. Schweppes, though, playing it very dangerous. If he misstep, he could just find his way falling on a steep vertical beyond recovery. Teaser falls out. Whenever I see a Thailand flag, that gives me anxiety, thinking that it might be Mela next. But right now, still in play. Tofu tries to etch on forward without giving out too much of a footsteps. Will use his punches as momentum swingers. But where is Mela? That is the question. Leons gets spotted out by Jumper. Will shoot downwards. Jumper. He nearly got the kill here. He has to go in for the dive, but the DBS is there. Be careful. Leons is the one who falls on. Perfect engagement by Jumper, the man himself. Schweppes now tossing out a nade on to deter the ones below. What a way to end this as the final map is circling Gatka Mountain. Everyone rising to the peak. This is just symbolic. But I don't see Mela anywhere.
Mela not in the best situation to be in. Has to fight these players on the top side of the circle to survive. His car about to smoke and to explode, so I can already see him repositioning. Smokes up. At least he can reposition to the nearby foliage or even trees. Jump shots forward. He's safe for now. And everyone's just cheering for Kaya to just take him out, so that sky positioning would not be taken away. For now, Mela hasn't moved, but it's going to be Tofu with the engagement onto Jumper first. The Molly comes out there toward Tofu. Really want to see how it goes. 1 Molly, 2 Molly, that's enough. Jumper moving out of the way. A nade will be used, but Jumper is not trying to go too aggressively. But meanwhile, ring around Rosie between 2 more players is going Porza and Joseph. He has DBS, so he has to get his timings right. And Tofu with only a micro Uzi, that's all he can do. Unfortunately, whiffs that. Good reposition. Suddenly, from across the map is Smile, finally stopping Tofu's rampage of destruction.
Look at the circle. The next circle is what's going to determine how the outcome is going to play out here. If it pulls downward onto Mela's position, it is going to be free pickings as all these players on the top side makes the travel downwards in such an open plane, and it's not going to look good for the ones on top, but that would set up for Mela's success. Right now, 75 points already. Schweppes at 66 still. And Par, and it does close downwards. Mela! This is his time to bring it home. He has to weather the storm though. He's already got a vehicle popped in front of him, which means he's got covers. All he has to do is make the right peak, take the right individuals out, not overextending himself, and that's going to pull in kill points onto his way while maintaining his position towards the top 2 of this match. Heck, he could even go in for a top 1. That's not going to be easy, Schweppes.
Ooh, that prone just saved his life. I always talk about these last minute prones, but look at Piasao from Brunei making it up here in the top 5. Porza still has his eyes on Jumper. Jumper hasn't been deterred quite yet, still holding down the side of the terrain. No one in the circle as it pulls down toward the southern side. It's gonna be tough for Forza to navigate down this turn, despite his turn, but despite against Jumper, just trying to flush him out. More smokes thrown out by Jumper. Forza spots him out just for a brief second, but not enough time to really clip him. Jumper comes
Forza.
up. Ray DBS! Not again!
I have a question. Second place. What was the point this? Was it 16?
Second place?
Yeah.
Wasn't
If
it
you
70?
go down in second place.
70
top
something.
2.
Oh, top 2. I have no clue.
The
I
placement
can't
points.
math. Let's just leave it as a surprise.
Last
so we
I
can all
checked,
yell.
20th is for the chicken dinner, 16 is second place.
Right.
Mela cannot afford to get 16. That would leave him at 82. He needs that 86. So he needs that 20 pointers. That is his only win condition, and right now it's all set up for him. Piasau is right next to him. That could hinder him in this advancement towards that grand finale in which he would have loved to grab. Yeah.
Shreps is gonna be very painful trying to jump down here. Don't think anyone spotted him quite yet. No one wants to commit to this. He's playing it smart, hugging the left side of the terrain at the very least. Also, remembering there's a wild jumper on the top side of the area. For Brunei Piasau, for this tournament, for this particular tournament, he has been outstanding. He's had multiple eliminations, some moments of overheat, but still enough to at least maintain consistency to keep him in the game. I don't know how Jumper is going to take this circle. He's too far behind. It's so very open, and he didn't get that window of opportunity to rotate inside. He can choose to deny
He's in the blue.
the points. There we go. Oh, he has a vehicle. All right, that works out. Jumps out. Gonna go for the heal first. And the other members have not reacted at all. Everything is so quiet. As quiet as a mouse. Everyone just waiting for that moment where anyone does a single wrong move. And I think that Jumper had spotted a tiny pixel of Mela, but he doesn't want to risk those shots because there we go. He spots it.
Oh no.
That's enough time to shoot, but that's
Oh, no.
an angle that you don't really want to deal with. He's still holding. Oh, there we go. There's a little foot. He sees it. He sees the leggy. Gotta admire his trigger with discipline because I would have sprayed right there and then.
Mela, he has only got one window of opportunity. The room for error is so high. The entire venue looking in awe right now, waiting to see what the next move is going to come up from this single individual, and Jumper might just be the man to maybe create such an upset. Mela has to be careful. Left, right, center. Mela gets shot from the front side. Piasau goes in. He takes him out. This is it. Cambodia solidifies themselves as the champions. They celebrate. And only the last 3 members left to play within this circle, but to no avail. It would not dent in the positioning or the outcome as it is Jumper and Piasau, Cambodia's savior right here.
Shreps, very close in terms of getting the points, can still go for a top 5, and Piasau eats up that damage from Jumper. Spots him out at the very least. Piasau's low ground disadvantage might not be the best situation to be in. Schweppes has a V-shaped angle to him alongside Jumper, and he eats up a lot of damage from the nades coming in from Schweppes. If Jumper is smart enough, he can let those 2 players duke it out first, and then try to go for the chicken dinner. Regardless, Jumper, quick on that, gets 1 more point, and Schweppes push us out forward. That's all the information he needs to start this final fight. The nade is cooked up here by Jumper. He sees him coming, throws it, doesn't hit. It's the question. He jumps! And Jumper manages to get a chicken dinner for Malaysia. But in the end of the day, it's Cambodia who will be celebrating their
chicken dinner a tad bit too late, but here's all smiles here, Jumper. Congratulations for a small victory, but it is Cambodia who walks away the ultimate victor. What seemed to be a very, very unfortunate situation. So many of the top contenders falling out short so soon into the game, leaving things up to two members to turn the tides, Parajin and Mela, and that was all it took. Jumper to come in and put in a halt. Like I said, the room for error was so vast, and there was a slim chance that Mela could have come out of that one as the ultimate victor, and that's all that transpired in this one match alone. Definitely a heart-stopping one. Congratulations, Malaysia, but a larger congratulatory is in place for Cambodia and the rest of the teams within the top 3 positions.
Man, oh man. It felt very unfortunate earlier when Skynin was eliminated too soon. You can see the frustration to come through from the Cambodians, but they still held their breaths and they held through their hope and just hope that the benchmark set by Skynin in the past few games was enough to really launch them forward. Regardless of not making it to the top 4 ending, for Jumper, getting that chicken dinner at the end of the day was enough to really put this boy in smiles and celebrate with the rest of his Malaysian teams. It's a very bittersweet ending for all these players, but a much perfect one for Cambodia, ending the 32nd SEA Games Esports division with the first place gold spot in front of the crowd of the home country and bringing back this prestigious moment for all of them to remember.
I say screw celebrating with the Malaysians. Right now, the Cambodians are upholding Jumper as their hero. If it wasn't for Jumper forcing Mela to wiggle out of position, Piasa wouldn't have gotten that entry frag and immediately taking out what seemed to be their only roadblock was getting that winner chicken dinner. That's insane. Congratulations again. You could see even the host himself went on personally to pat Jumper in the back here, knowing that that contribution was a large one.
Jumper should change his name to the savior of Cambodia or Skynin's savior at this point. They should be best friends forever. Clearly, what a great way. Malaysians will rejoice at the small victory they had in the final map, and Cambodians rejoice getting at least one medal here for Pubg Mobile for the individual play. It was definitely a nail-biting moment for all of them. They saw the hope coming. Skynin set a high bar for the other players there, but throughout the happiness and the rejoice, you also see the heartbroken faces of some players, especially from the Vietnamese players, Parajin as well, who had held the first place spot for quite a while, and unfortunately having 2 bad games really set him back, as a lot of players from Thailand, from Malaysia, from Cambodia start to build up momentum and speed. Regardless, it is a tournament after all. There will be winners and there will be losers, but that's the best part about it. Winning is a great thing to have, but there is a lot more to learn from mistakes as well. Regardless, having a look here at the match standings with 25 points, Jumper putting himself up there, and so close behind at 19 will be Schweppes, Piasa with 17, tying up with Porza and Mela with 15 points. 14 points to Smile from Myanmar, and Kaya managed to end the day with 13. Another one up the flag for Brunei with 12, meeting up with Teaser and Joseph. Leons, William, Agosu, 10 points each. 9 points to both Marnat and Macardo, 8 points to another 2 members. Regardless, for the match standings here, looking at the end, you can see some of the best players, just Boy Chill, Red Face, Olio, Loki, Casido, Kabig, and Kwang going out so very early really caught me off guard, honestly. That's how competitive it has been in this final map.
It was a high-stakes situation, that's for sure. Mila, 5 points short from the gold standings, but perhaps he could come in to maybe claim some of the other medals that are within this event itself. Silver still up for grabs, and also a bronze placing. So he's not gonna walk away empty-handed, that's for sure. And for Thai to bring back also a medal for their end is going to be something to be proud of. But of course, for a gold to go on to the host of the SEA Games, Cambodia, is only a rightful fitting for future SEA Games to come. Literally, Skynin, one of the best I've seen. I'm glad that he is right here proving from the wild cards that they are worth the risk, and orgs out there should start looking at talent pool within this region as well.
Man, oh man. We talked about plot twists. But what a plot twist this was! I remember throughout the middle of the day I said that Parajin could feel it. He could taste the goal already. It was in his hands. But what we didn't expect was how competitive it got throughout all the other players. I failed to realize that Parajin's rampage could be stopped at any moment by any player. And Brunei and TLS showing us how talented their players are individually as well in this tournament has honestly been such a pleasure to watch. Now, overall standings coming through here, as we have seen, we are starting to see the last few pages. First, as TLS 111 and Abu taking up 59 and 58 at the very bottom. But at the same time, on the flip side, looking at the 22nd spot, it's going to be Vietnam Vikoi back out, Leon's Tofu from Brunei, Evox, Teaser, Gosu, Joseph, Malkovai, and Boychil. Did you expect this outcome?
I did not expect Cambodia with the finish they did, but I did expect the rest of the teams over in the top 5 position. Last seen, it was Indonesia, Vietnam, and Thailand, and even the Philippines joining in that ranks. Maybe do we get a Malaysian up on the scoreboard?
That would be kind of
a little bit unsure. But I do
There we go.
hear a ceremony happening within the background. If they're ready for it, they can send us over. It's the suspense is over. We know who gets the gold. Now it's a matter of celebrating with the champions themselves.
Yep, but honestly, I'm surprised at Redface's performance because in the first few matches, he was down and out so very early. But the gold winner will be Skynet at 84, Satar still hanging on the line with 83, Parajin making it up to the 3rd place, getting the bronze at least with 81 points, and will be tied up with Barod from the Philippines. So we're going to be seeing Cambodia, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines up here at the podium. As the Thai players, 3 of them, Mela, Schweppes, and Stone at places 5, 6, and 7 each, and Porza taking the 8th spot. Now, just making it into the first top 11 here is Snipes with 63 points, only 1 point behind Tony K.
This is much of the outcome that I would have expected going in with a twist. Cambodia, Skynin, 84, Satar at 83. If only they held on through, that would have been theirs. It was an easy victory for the rest of the other teams should Skynin bow out so soon. But it isn't an easy feat to try and survive the entire onslaught within this lobby. Cambodia, please take your moment. You are the host country and this is your gold. Take a bow. Look at that, Skynin with a toy in hand too.
Man, you can see so many happy smiles and so many tears as well. Tears of happiness, tears that they're able to make it all the way out here. The cheers of the crowd is so overwhelming. How excited everyone is. And on top of that, winning in your home country, this cannot be a more perfect moment for Skynin, a more perfect moment for Cambodia, having the support of his fellow countrymen with him here in the Mall of Cambodia in Phnom Penh.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm tearing up a little bit. This moment, this kid, he's talented, man. He came from a hard background and yet here he is. This should be his life is only going to go up and up from here on out. This man, Skynin, have your moments, my guy. celebrate it with your friends in the back, but don't forget your teammates too, although it was an individual event.
I think in this situation it was really hard to gauge, but I was so surprised as we hit map number 3 just now. We saw such dominance by the Thais as well as the Vietnamese, and I was concerned for a moment there for the other nations that we might not be able to make it, but look at that, tears of happiness coming through. Perhaps this win was just so overwhelming for them. What an honor it is for Skynin to be here. And you did mention that you used to run with this player. You used to see his potential with your own eyes, and he's so humble about it as well.
He came from a humble background, so there's no way this kid can be cocky about things. He's just very down to earth, and it doesn't help that he barely speaks the language there himself. So yeah, it's nice to see this moment. I'm basking in it myself. Great kid.
So young, so talented, just showing the world what he can bring here in an individual situation. And I think this is the start of him going very, very far in terms of his career. We've seen some big moments for him during the squads. We've seen some big moments for him on the professional league as well. But who would have thought that he would show this sort of performance on individual level as well? No doubt it has been very difficult for him, but he made it work out so well in the end. As his fellow countrymen lead him to the stage, the champion's moment will be incoming, and he holds the Cambodian flag with so much pride.
I'm pretty sure it hasn't sunk into him yet. He's still on the high right now. Still a bit foggy and hazy within his memories. I would feel the same thing too. You could tell it on his face. The rest of his teammates, they understand that the goal was already theirs. They're overwhelmed with emotions. That man is still sitting there asking himself for the 10th times if this is even happening, if this was even real. I mean, you're talking about a humble kid coming out from a wildcard region to stand up not as the best team that performed that day, but as the best individual, which arguably is a tougher hills to climb. And here he is at the pinnacle of it. With so many things that went wrong, he still emerged on top. It's impressive for Skynin.
It wasn't the best start for Skynin, not even making it to the top half, the first half of the ladder, but he slowly but surely made it up to the top side. He only needed one chicken dinner to really boost him up on top. One good game, and that was all he needed to not only overtake the Thais and the Vietnamese, but also to set himself a big enough lead that allowed him to be able to hold down the line. Regardless, we're gonna have a quick break, and after this, the champions moment to see all the players get their medals. Tash and Keith, we out.
គោរពជំរាបសួរសម្ដេចទ្រង់អាដាមលោកជំទាវអ្នកអង្គញាលោកអង្គញាអស់លោកស្រីអ្នកនាងកញ្ញានិងភ្ញៀវកិត្តិយសជាតិនិងអន្តរជាតិជាទីមេត្រីគណៈពេលវេលាបន្តិចទៀតនេះគឺជាពិធីប្រគល់មេដាយទៅកាន់ម្ចាស់ជ័យលាភីរបស់យើង
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of Pubg Mobile Esports individual event at the 32nd Southeast Asian Games.
មុននឹងចាប់ផ្ដើមសូមគោរពស្វាគមន៍គណៈប្រតិបត្តិរបស់យើងដែលបានចូលរួម
Before coming to the event, we would like to introduce the esteemed guests who will be a part of our ceremony.
លោក Jeff Lam
It is my honor to introduce Mr. Jeff Lam, the technical delegate from the Asian Electronic Sports Federation.
លោក Muhammad Afala Thohir
Please welcome Mr. Mahatma Afala Thohir, the Indonesia team manager.
លោក Lun Samadi
Please also welcome His Excellency Mr. Lun Samadi, Vice Chairman of Esports Organizing Committee, General Secretary of Esports Federation of Cambodia.
លោក Dang Dang Tuang
Please welcome Mr. Dan Yang Thun, Deputy Director of Sports for All Department.
លោក Do Viet Hong
Please welcome Mr. Do Viet Hong, Vice Chairman, Esports Organizing Committee, General Secretary of Vietnam Esports Federation.
លោក Marlon Marcelo
Please welcome Mr. Marlon Marcelo, Executive Director of the Philippines Electronic Sports Organization.
លោក Yi Xiao Hao
Please welcome Mr. Yi Xiao Hao, General Secretary of Esports Federation of Brunei.
លោក Jonathan Siri Sakada
Mr. Jonathan Siri Sakada, President of Laos Esports Federation.
លោក Panapong Ongkuna Nara
Please welcome Kun Panapong Ongkunarak, General Secretary of Thailand Esports Federation.
ជាចុងក្រោយលោក Carlos Lee
Lastly, please welcome Mr. Carlos Lee from Tencent Pubg Mobile Southeast Asia Esports.
ភ្ញៀវកិត្តិយសជាតិនិងអន្តរជាតិពិធីប្រគល់មេដាយ SEA Games លើកទី32នៅក្នុងវិញ្ញាសា Pubg Mobile Esports ផ្នែក individual event នឹងត្រូវចាប់ផ្ដើមសូមអញ្ជើញកីឡាករជម្រើសជាតិដែលទទួលបានជ័យជំនះទាំង3ឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីទទួលយកមេដាយនិងរង្វាន់
The organizing committee will now conduct the medal ceremony of Pubg Mobile Esports individual event at the 32nd SEA Games. We would like to invite all winning athletes to come up to the stage to receive their awards.
Soom គោរពអញ្ជើញលោក Lun Samadi និងលោក Muhammad Afala Thohir ឡើងមកលើវេទិកា
We would also like to sincerely invite His Excellency Mr. Lun Samadi and Mr. Mahatma Afala Thohir to come up to the stage for the ceremony.
ជាដំបូងសូមអបអរសាទរជ័យជំនះមេដាយសម្រិទ្ធរបស់យើងកីឡាករជម្រើសជាតិ Abdul Barentos Barodi ពី Philippines One Barodi សូមឡើងមកលើវេទិកាដើម្បីទទួលមេដាយនិងរង្វាន់
Congratulations to the first bronze medalist, Abdul Barrentos Barodi, Philippines One Barod. Please take a step up to the podium.
សូមអញ្ជើញគណៈប្រតិបត្តិលោក Lun Samadi ឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីបំពាក់មេដាយដល់កីឡាកររបស់យើង
We would like to invite Mr. Lun Samadi to move on to the stage to present the medal. Thank you, Your Excellency.
សូមអញ្ជើញគណៈអធិបតីលោក Mahatma មកលើឆាកដើម្បីប្រគល់តុក្កតាតំណាងដល់កីឡាករ
We would like to invite Mr. Mahatma Afala Thohir to present the mascot.
សូមអរគុណ
Thank you, Mr. Mahatma.
អស់លោកស្រីនិងនាងកញ្ញាសូមអបអរសាទរជ័យលាភីមេដាយសម្រិទ្ធរបស់យើង Abdul Barentos Barodi ពី Philippines One
Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist Abdul Barrentos Barodi, Philippines One Barodi.
ជាបន្ទាប់សូមអបអរសាទរជ័យជំនះមេដាយសម្រាប់ស្ទួតរបស់យើងកីឡាករជម្រើសជាតិវៀតណាម ងួយែនឌីងជិនវៀតណាម2សូមអញ្ជើញមកលើឆាកដើម្បីទទួលយកមេដាយនិងអនុស្សាវរីយ៍
Congratulations to the second bronze medalist, Nguyen Dinh Trinh, Vietnam 2, Paragin.
សូមអញ្ជើញគណៈសម្ដីលោកលុនសាមឌីឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីបំពាក់មេដាយ
Once again, we would like to invite Mr. Lun Samadi to present the medal.
សូមអរគុណ
Thank you.
សូមអញ្ជើញគណៈសម្ដីលោកមហាត់ម៉ាឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីប្រគល់តុក្កតាតំណាង
And the mascot will be presented by Mr. Mahatma.
សូមអរគុណ
Thank you so much.
អស់លោកស្រីអ្នកនាងកញ្ញាសូមអបអរសាទរសាជាថ្មីម្ចាស់មេដាយសម្រិទ្ធងួយែនឌីងជិនវៀតណាម2ប៉ារ៉ាជិន
Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist, Nguyen Dinh Trinh, Vietnam 2, Paragin.
បន្ទាប់សូមធ្វើការអបអរសាទរជ័យជំនះមេដាយប្រាក់កីឡាករ Alan Reynolds Pubg មកពីឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ី2សូមឡើងឆាកដើម្បីទទួលយកមេដាយនិងវត្ថុអនុស្សាវរីយ៍
Congratulations to the silver medalist, Alan Reynolds Kumase, Indonesia 2, Sata.
អញ្ជើញគណៈសម្ដីលោកលុនសាមឌីឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីបំពាក់មេដាយដល់កីឡាករ
Once again, the medal will be presented by His Excellency Mr. Lun Samadi.
សូមអរគុណ
Thank you so much.
សូមគោរពអញ្ជើញលោកមហាត់ម៉ាឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីប្រគល់តុក្កតាតំណាង
And the mascot will be presented by Mr. Mahatma.
សូមអរគុណ
Thank you so much.
អស់លោកស្រីអ្នកនាងកញ្ញាសូមអបអរសាទរសាជាថ្មីម្ចាស់មេដាយប្រាក់របស់យើង
Congratulations to the silver medalist, Alan Reynolds Kumase from Indonesia 2.
ជាចុងក្រោយសូមអបអរសាទរជ័យជំនះមេដាយមាសកីឡាករជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាត្រាចាន់នីកម្ពុជាមួយ Skynet សូមឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីទទួលយកមេដាយនិងវត្ថុអនុស្សាវរីយ៍
Congratulations to the gold medalist, Trajani, Cambodia 1, Skynet.
សូមអញ្ជើញគណៈសម្ដីលោកលុនសាមឌីឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីបំពាក់មេដាយ
We would like to invite Mr. Lun Samadi to present the medal.
សូមអរគុណ
Thank you so much.
សូមគោរពអញ្ជើញលោកមហាត់ម៉ាឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីប្រគល់តុក្កតាតំណាង
And we would like to invite Mr. Mahatma Afala to here to present the mascot.
សូមអរគុណ
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahatma.
អស់លោកស្រីអ្នកនាងកញ្ញាពេលវេលាដែលពួកយើងទទួលរងចាំសូមអបអរសាជាថ្មីទៅកាន់ម្ចាស់មេដាយមាសរបស់យើងត្រាចាន់នីកម្ពុជា Skynet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the gold medalist of Pubg Mobile Esports individual event at the 32nd Asian Tragedy, Cambodia 1, Skynet.
សូមកីឡាករបានធ្វើការបែរមកកាន់អេក្រង់ដើម្បីគោរពទង់ជាតិកម្ពុជា
Medalists, please turn to the screen, and the audience, please rise for the national anthem of Cambodia, the Kingdom of Wonder.
Please do turn around all the athletes.
Medalists, please turn around to
Please
the
turn
screen.
around.
Turn back to the screen.
Barodi, please turn around. Parajin. Thank you. ក្នុងកំឡុងពេលវេលានេះសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញគណៈប្រតិបត្តិរបស់យើងឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីថតរូបទុកជាអនុស្សាវរីយ៍
We would like to invite all the delegates to come to the stage to take photos with our medalists.
Look at the camera and smile. Thank you. បាទសូមអរគុណបន្ទាប់សូមគោរពអញ្ជើញលោក Carlos Lee ពី Tencent Pubg Mobile ចែករង្វាន់ពិសេសទៅកាន់ម្ចាស់មេដាយ
Thank you to the photography team, and now we would like to invite Mr. Carlos Lee, Tencent Pubg Mobile Southeast Asia Esports Manager, to move on to the stage to present the rewards from Tencent to the medalists. All medalists, you may settle down, but we would like to keep our gold medalists here for a quick interview.
បាទសូមអរគុណជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតសូមអបអរសាទរនិងសូមម្ចាស់មេដាយមាសត្រាចន្ទនីកម្ពុជាមួយ Skynin ឡើងមកលើឆាកដើម្បីផ្ដល់កិច្ចសម្ភារ ត្រាច័ន្ទនីកីឡាករដែលមានបទពិសោធន៍យូរមកហើយបាទតាំងពីឆ្នាំ 2019 មកចូលរួមប្រកួតនៅក្នុងវិញ្ញាសានេះយូរមកហើយជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមាសនៅក្នុងវិញ្ញាសា Pubg Mobile ដែលយើងអាចនិយាយបានថាជាវិញ្ញាសាដែលមានផលប្របាកច្រើនជាងគេដោយការចូលរួមពីច្រើនប្រទេសតើមានអារម្មណ៍យ៉ាងណាដែលអាចចែករំលែកបានទៅកាន់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
So Pubg individual event is actually a very challenging event. And you hold the gold medalist for it. How does it feel? He said that he's very happy.
ជាដំបូងសូមដល់អរគុណសម្ដេចពុកហើយសូមអរគុណដល់សន្តិភាពអរគុណក្រុមហើយជាបងមួយទៀតសូមអរគុណដល់បងឌីដែលមានការតាក់ទិចរៀមគម្រោងទុកជាមុន
Yes, so he would like to say thank you to, of course, the king and everybody that helps, especially his coach Brody, for preparing him very well for this upcoming event. អញ្ចឹងយើងឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមួយនេះជាសមិទ្ធផលធំបំផុតរបស់ខ្លួនផ្ទាល់ក៏ដូចជារបស់ជាតិចង់និយាយមួយម៉ាត់ពីរម៉ាត់ទៅកាន់អតិថិជនរបស់យើងដែលបន្តក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងរយៈពេល5ថ្ងៃរហូតមកដល់ពេលវេលាចុងក្រោយនេះគឺមិនទុកឲ្យខកអំណងទៅជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមាសតាមមានអ្វីចង់និយាយទៅកាន់ពួកគាត់ទេ
ដំបូងសូមដល់អរគុណបងប្អូនទាំងនេះដែលចូលមកទស្សនាផ្ទាល់ហើយនឹងទស្សនាតាមការ live ហើយមួយទៀតសូមអរគុណដល់បងឌី
Yeah, so he would like to say thank you to the supporters for coming here and of course supporting from home. And we would like to also say thank you to all the teams that participated here for giving us a very, very emotional and dramatic event សំណួរមានច្រើនណាស់ប៉ុន្តែប្រហែលជាយើងហ្នឹងឥឡូវគឺកំពុងតែកៀងយោបល់យកតែម្ដងជំហានបន្ទាប់ពីនេះទៅតើជំហានបន្ទាប់របស់យើងមិនដែរគ្រប់គ្រាន់នៅសម្រាប់ខ្លួនឯងគ្រប់គ្រាន់នៅសម្រាប់កម្ពុជាឬមួយក៏នៅមានបន្តទៀត
So basically he asked what's your vision going forward
កម្រងបន្តមកទៀតនៅមាន PMPL មកទៀត
អូខេបាទអញ្ចឹង PMPL ជាការប្រកួតបាទកម្រិត Pro League ដែរនៅពេលដែលមាន PMPL គឺនឹងមាន PMGC ហើយអញ្ចឹងនឹងព្យាយាមយកជាមួយនឹងបាទ slot ទៅកាន់ PMGC មែនទេបាទដូចគ្នាដែរនេះគឺត្រាចាន់នី Skynin មោទនភាពជាតិជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមាសនៅក្នុងវិញ្ញាសា PUBG Mobile ផ្នែកបុគ្គលដែលជាវិញ្ញាសាពិបាកខ្លាំង59នាក់យកបានតែមួយទេបង្ហាញមេដាយមាសឲ្យអតិថិជនរបស់យើងមើល
We wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you and congratulations once again.
បាទជាចុងក្រោយនេះពួកយើងសូមអរគុណអ្នកគាំទ្រក្រុមការងារក៏ដូចជាអ្នកឧបត្ថម្ភកម្មវិធីពិធីប្រគល់មេដាយរបស់យើងត្រូវបានបញ្ចប់នៅក្នុងការប្រកួត SEA Games លើកទី32វិញ្ញាសា PUBG Mobile ផ្នែកបុគ្គលសូមជូនពរទស្សនិកជនទាំងអស់ជាមួយនឹងពុទ្ធពរទាំង4ប្រការអាយុវណ្ណៈសុខៈពលៈកុំបីឃ្លៀងឃ្លាតឡើយ
Last but not least, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to our audience, both online and offline, for their constant support, as well as the organizing committee, sponsors, and the amazing crew for making this possible. Our medal ceremony has also officially brought us to the end of the competitive journey and emotional journey as well of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games. Thank you so much for being a part of this journey, and we'll see you at our next one.
មួយនឹងចប់បញ្ចប់នៃកម្មវិធីដែរសូមអញ្ជើញគ្រូបង្វឹកក៏ដូចជាក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងឡើងមកថតរូបវត្ថុអនុស្សាវរីយ៍បាទជាមួយនឹងកីឡាករមេដាយមាស